Good morning and welcome to the second day of coverage from Watkins Glen International. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman in what is shaping up to be not only a beautiful day here at Watkins Glen, as there's not a single cloud in the sky and the sun is beating right down into my face and into my eyes, but Tom, after a little bit of rain last night, the track very dry and nice and cool this morning, only about 60 degrees out, should really set the table for our last three qualifying sessions of the day and of the weekend before we go racing at 10:15. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Greg. Really looking forward to this. This group might have kind of the opposite scenario from what you might have seen if you joined us yesterday for the first five groups during our coverage for qualifying two, where they struggled to go a little bit quicker after getting cool morning conditions. This group started in the heat of the day, effectively closing in on noon, and now we get nice cool conditions for them. But we do already have a grid from qualifying one. It would be interesting to see who can improve and who can jump forward for the starting grid coming for a little bit later today's race.
That's right. So Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, who is out for their qualifying session right now, they are scheduled to race at 2:20 p.m. this afternoon. But let's fill you in a little bit on how things wrapped up after yesterday morning's qualifying session for this group. Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens out of the Hallett Race Shop were your first and second fastest drivers on track. The provisional pole time, a 2:04.815 for Peyton Long. Tyler Stevens was 4/10 off of that. Grant Heinig out of Jenks, Oklahoma, was your third fastest driver. Bobby Sack, fourth fastest. Brian Schofield and Jim Goffrey, fifth and sixth. Sandy Satullo, great to see him back here this weekend, was seventh fastest with Bruce Myers. And here's an interesting one. Tom, Nicola Veroni, I believe it's his first ever start, certainly at a Hoosier Super Tour, behind the wheel of a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. It might be his first time in wheel-to-wheel competition in a surf, and he was ninth fastest. And then Michael Brody in the Brody Fitness Machine out of Yorktown Heights, New York, was 10th fastest. All right, as we've got the first drivers coming out of turn 11 onto the front straight to start their first flying lap here. And so this morning we're going to have three qualifying sessions. We've got our Spec Racer Fords. We'll then have our small bore production and B-Spec racers, and then we'll have Super Touring and two of our four touring classes. That will wrap up qualifying, and then we go to 25-minute sprint races starting at 10:15 this morning. We'll lead everything off with our small formula cars, but a great day of competition. First of two race days here at Watkins Glen.
And 25 minutes on the clock in this session, so lots of time. And you can see for the most part, the field did a really good job to stay close together, as the draft in these Spec Racers is always very strong, and it's going to make a big difference up this big pole from turn 1 to turn 4. Top cars already through the inner loop into the outer loop. And the top two cars are Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, who lead the Hoosier Super Tour points, by the way, as well, by a pretty good margin. Both drivers have already contested 8 races. Peyton Long leads those Super Tour points by about 7 points over his teammate Tyler Stevens, after Stevens had a DNF, but both drivers have won 3 races each.
3 races, I think, yeah.
Actually, Tyler Stevens has won 2, but they've effectively been on the podium all season long. I'm trying to wrap this thing up and maybe run a little bit of blocker, because the best 6 races plus your runoffs finish is what counts towards those Super Tour points, kind of a different championship effectively from those runoffs. But if you can win both, that's double bragging rights, right?
Exactly. All right, well, congratulations to Tom Kirchman, your outlap champion. Turned in a 3:03.014. Tom Kirchman is normally one of our stewards here on the Hoosier Super Tour and runs the traveling circus, and I believe he is racing both at Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 this weekend, as well as Spec Miata. Might be his first time. Actually, I think it's his second event running in Spec Miata, but longtime Spec Racer Ford racer up here in the Northeast. All right, as we've got our first laps coming in now. So unfortunately for Tom, he's probably going to fall off the top of the leaderboard in just a moment. And going to the top for the moment, Craig Chase with a 2:08.584. Craig out of Darien, Connecticut. And let's see where Chase finished up yesterday's qualifying session. Was 19th out of 36 drivers, and with a time of 2:07.602. So about 9/10 off of those times from yesterday. But again, I think we're going to see these times drop considerably as our racers get a few laps under their belts.
I'd expect that as well. Oh, geez, the top two using all of the track. That curb can actually kind of suck the car off the track if you use too much of it, in my experience, and they're flirting with every inch of it. But the target time is 2:04.8. Peyton Long has a half a second advantage on the starting grid from yesterday's qualifying session over his teammate Tyler Stevens. And he is the only car that's hit the 204s so far this weekend. So that's kind of the target for everybody, is to have a 204 something pop up on that timing monitor somewhere. But maybe not a surprise with rain overnight and this early in the day that it's going to take at least 2 laps, if not 3 or 4. We typically see these spec racers able to do a fast lap at any point in the session, especially if they do a cool down and reset. And they come through the final sector up turn 9 into turns 10 and 11.
All right, and as they come out of the final corner now, and both Stevens and Long, no chance of anybody else drafting up to him at this point, Tom. I think around 25, 30 car lengths between them, as Tyler Stevens now goes to the top of the leaderboard in this morning's session at a 2:05.561, still 7/10 off of the provisional pole time that his teammate set yesterday morning. Again, that being a 2:04.815. Michael Perotti turning in a 2:06.142, third fastest. Dexter Suba, who has for a number of years raced in the Formula F field and been very competitive there. The driver of the number 89 machine, now up to 4th fastest in the session at a 2:06.226. Suba had wrapped up yesterday morning's session 11th fastest at a 2:06.478. Nick Leveroni, 5th fastest at the moment in the number 60 flat-out motorsports car at 2:06.285. The time just a touch faster, 98 thousandths of a second faster than Bobby Sack, 2-time national champion in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Jim Goffrey, 7th fastest at the moment, only 44 1,000ths back from there. And you know where this draft train is, Tom, because Brian Schofield's only another 9 thousandths of a second back from them.
And that's a nice improvement for Michael Perotti. That'll put him up into 8th after sitting 10th. So he's moved forward an entire row on the starting grid if things were not to change. That's a lot less work to do once the green flag waves. There's the train you were talking about, including Sack, Goffrey, Schofield, and I think that's also Grant Heinig. One of them dropping to the back, giving themselves an opportunity. It's a really difficult game to play. You need to give yourself the perfect amount of space to draft up to the car all the way through the first sector of the lap, and then not be too close where you're running them over the rest of the lap.
All right, Tyler Stevens now down to a 2:05, we'll call it a 2:05.1. And Peyton Long just behind at a 2:05.12. That second group now, Schofield moving up to 3rd fastest. He's leading that pack with a 2:05.979. Grant Heinig, 35 thousandths of a second back from there. Jim Goffrey, who's part of that pack as well, a 10th back. Michael Perotti, Dexter Suba, Nick Leveroni, Tom Burt now moving into the top 10 in the session. The Shoreline Washington driver turns in a 2:06.3, and then Bobby Sack drops back to 10th fastest, 600ths of a second off of Burt's times.
So that's an improvement for Stevens, as now the bickering begins. The draft has created some side-by-side driving, side-by-side for drivers, coming off the inner loop into the outer loop. That's that jockeying that you have to be careful for. But Stevens now within about a tenth and a half of his teammates' provisional pole time. Still the only driver in the 204s the entire weekend, though, Peyton Long, who has been actually leading Tyler Stevens around the racetrack up till the last time we saw them on camera anyway. They're now in the third sector. There they are, and indeed they have not swapped positions yet. But interesting there, both of them all the way out to the grass at turn 8. Big rotation for Stevens on entry. Long looking a little bit more planted. It's a pair of green sectors for Tyler Stevens. Keep an eye out for that number 105 as they come across the start-finish line any second now. Sure enough, a 204.8, but it's not enough. It's a 204.88, and he needed a 204.81. These cars are now about maybe 7 hundredths of a second separated across 2 different sessions on 2 different days, but it's still Peyton Long at the top. Alan Denninger now goes to third on the session with a 205.9.
Yeah, and Denninger came into this session 13th fastest lap he had run yesterday at 206.9. So he's now a full second under where he was yesterday. Tom Burt now moving up to 4th fastest, Schofield 5th fastest.
That's going to move Denninger well up into the top 10. I think by my count, right about 8th, slotting in just in front of Perotti's time that we mentioned earlier.
Getting a little on track there, Tom, in that second group. A little, I don't know how to put this, little shaky there. Jim Goffrey, I think is that Grant Heinig that's directly ahead of him? And looks like Goffrey maybe trying to find a way by, at least was carrying a little more speed through the inner loop, through the bus stop.
So much time to be had if you're willing to try to hit those curbs through the inner loop, through that bus stop that you mentioned. But if you get it wrong, I can assume, having not driven one of these cars, it's, first of all, extremely uncomfortable because you're basically sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
But it also can really throw the car into a completely different state that you weren't expecting. Can throw you into a big slide. There goes Goffrey on, that is Heinig. Letting him through. Schofield leading this pack. Actually, no, that's Bobby Sack, I think, leading this pack.
No, that's Schofield.
That is Schofield. Sack has slipped back into the second group following Sandy Satullo. There he is. Coming up the hill with this train of about 6 cars, yeah.
All right, as Stevens and Long come now across the line to complete their 5th lap. Tyler Stevens and Long, they do not improve. So it stays at 204.885 for Stevens, Long at a 204.896. As their fast laps, they were both in the low 205s, 205.2 and 205.15 or thereabouts for Stevens and Long that last time through.
Another improvement for Denninger. Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to say Denninger now moving to a 205.5, and that would, it's a 5.5, that would be good for 5th position, I believe, based on both qualifying sessions, as he leapfrogs Schofield, who had a 205.671 yesterday morning.
That's into the front 3 rows for Denninger and Suba right behind him. Tom Burt also improved to a 205.7. That's good for a top 10 right behind Sandy Satullo from yesterday. Should be maybe about 8th or 9th position once we combine. Michael Perotti also improves down into the 205s a little bit deeper. So that's going to move him into the, keep him, I should say, locked into the top 10. So now you definitely need a 205 to get into the top 10. And a bunch of green and a purple sector for Stevens and Long. So those two having put their mark on the field so far, looking like this is going to be an even stronger lap with Peyton Long now having the fastest sector 2 of anybody, and both of them turning their fastest sector 1.
Yeah, and we did have a local caution for a time Tom, down at turn 1. That has just now been withdrawn. Though we did have a car spin under braking into the corner, but again, we are back underway. Didn't get the car number there. I think it might have been the 62 car, possibly.
Onto the front straight for Stevens and Long. What do they got? A deeper 204, maybe? Just completing sector 3 side by side as they nearly swap positions across the line.
And
but it's no help for either of them. Looks like there's maybe a lapped car, or not a lapped car, it's qualifying, but a car on a different lap than everybody else, maybe affecting that in the final sector.
Hey, want to say good morning to everybody that is watching us here on YouTube this morning, all our associate producers. Thank you so much for joining us. Like Amy Jennings, we've got Singular Virtual Crew Chief. Hey there, that's a tongue twister for me. Downforce 9 as well. Good to see him joining us after he sat in and watched our broadcast from Summit Point Raceway a week ago. Welcome. Real quick, Tom, we've got about 8.5 minutes here left in the qualifying session, and I'm letting time get away from me already early this morning. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group and then take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, first call for race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. This is your first call to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action this morning from Watkins Glen. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And we're back here at Watkins Glen International at Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 qualifying. And Tom, I guess that's what happens when you hit the curbing in a Spec Racer 4 the wrong way. Actually, he was all kind of crossed up before he even got there. Is that the number 60 car, I believe, that's sitting over there? I think that's Nick Leveroni in the tire wall there as he's getting that car back underway, but it's looking awfully crossed up in the front.
Yeah, as we were talking about his first weekend in Spec Racer 4, he's learning the hard way a little bit. That second curve just caught the car out a little bit. The rear mid-engine of these cars, I think it's a little more pointy if it lands just wrong. It didn't look like he had quite enough steering angle to save it. Unfortunately, just tore up the front nose just a little bit on that car as well. But while we were gone, it looks like maybe he's running the nose over and can't keep going. So that's going to affect the rest of this session with still about 5 minutes on the clock. At least a local yellow exiting the outer loop or exiting the inner loop and into the outer loop.
All right, Tom, while we were at break, Peyton Long came across the stripe, reset the provisional pole time to a 2:04.487. and both he and Tyler Stevens are in the 204 club. Stevens with a 204.494, separated by 7/1000ths of a second. Grant Heinig currently third fastest at a 205.445, then Michael Perotti and Alan Denninger. And Tom, we're not going to, I guess, not deal with some laps that are a little bit slower because of that local caution out at the outer loop. The checkered flag now being displayed for all cars coming down the front straight. So we're going to end this session a couple minutes early. And I believe the racers here coming out of the bus stop, they should still be on flying laps. Of course, they need to be letting out of the throttle a bit as they go past that injured car there at the top of the outer loop. And it looks like that was Andrea King, I think, in the Gulf liveried car, a little bit off the pace coming through the outer loop. And we also have a local caution, Tom, down at turn 1. And can't see a car from my view here in the tower. They may have a car behind the wall. But that should wrap things up here in Spec Race Ford. So, Tom, why don't you do your best, because we know how bad I am at it, of trying to give us, say, the top 6, top 10, somewhere in that boat.
I think they made our job a bit easier than usual because that session was quicker. I know for sure Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens are at the top. They will start on the front row side by side, 7/1000ths apart in qualifying, but Peyton Long with the advantage, 204.4. Then Grant Heinig was not able to improve. He stands on his 205.3 from yesterday, only running a 205.4. But then it's Michael Perotti and Bobby Sack actually tied to the 1,000th for 4th position. So they will, I don't know, rock, paper, scissors. How does that work, Greg? They they give them inflatable Q-tips and they wrestle on a balance beam. I'm not sure. But then we get to Alan Denninger. He was also in the 205.5, so that will put him into the 6th position once things settle out. Dexter Tsuba, also at a 205.5, will be into the 7th spot. Jim Goffrey at a 205.6, faster than he went yesterday by 0.2 of a second. He will sit in the 8th position. Connor Grant, 205.6. Just trying to see where Brian Schofield will slot in.
I'm still thinking about that American Gladiators reference there that you had with the
That's a good one, right?
with the pugil sticks or something like that.
Yeah. Connor Grant will be into the 9th spot, and Brian Schofield 10th, with Tom Burt into 11th. Sandy Sotullo 12th. They're all on the 205.7s, all 4 drivers.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Attention to paddock, race group number 7, E production, F production, H production, B-Spec racers. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in a few moments. Race group number 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from Watkins Glen in just a few moments.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Solo Nationals is the place where you get to come out and show what you've been working on all year, whether it's mechanical, whether it's your driving skills, and more importantly, it's a place to be with all of your close autocross friends from around the country that you see at these national events.
Solo Nats is a ton of fun and has some of the best people around.
Solo Nationals is a party that I plan for all year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. All my friends are here, and then we get to go have fun with cars.
we're done, and it's time to go home. I woke up this morning and I see the parking lot's empty, and it makes me sad. That's kind of what Nationals is. It's lay everything out, and you wish there was more.
It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Watkins Glen International. This is our second of 3 qualifying sessions this morning. It is small bore production as well as B-Spec. Tom, we had 21 drivers set qualifying times yesterday morning. In E-Production, Tony Ave is your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:09.403. Doug Weaver in his Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda Miata out of Chatham, Ontario, Canada, was the second fastest driver overall, but he was your F-Production provisional pole sitter at a 2:12.464. In H-Prod, Dan DeBell in his Volvo 142 Coupe. That's the big blue box that's circulating around the track. He's out of Trumansburg, New York. He's your pole sitter in that class. And then in B-Spec, two-time national champion Rich Roman, your provisional pole sitter in his Rat Sport Mini Coupe out of Stratford, Pennsylvania. Stuart Black, second fastest. That provisional pole time in B-Spec, a 2:25.946.
This will be interesting to watch B-Spec because we have, yet again, as is common in this class, a little bit of car trading happening. Your Hoosier Super Tour points leader is Chris Taylor right now, and he's actually scored all those points in his 2011 Mazda 2, including 2 race wins out of his 10 contested races, but he's swapped over this weekend to a Chevy Sonic. We jump on board with him right now, following, I believe, the car owner. I think this is both Josh Taylor's car, Josh Schmidt's cars. Josh Schmidt in the maroon, getting a good bump draft. And here is the problem for B-Spec, and you see in the mirror, and a couple of faster class cars looking for a move into the inner loop, and they're going to go for it. I think that's Craig Kima just knifing up underneath. So finding the right space is the big key, but either way, to the point, see if these drivers have maybe figured out how to work together a little bit better, maybe push themselves up the grid just a little bit as they qualified down towards the bottom of B-Spec, being some of the more competitive B-Spec drivers. But of course, a past national champion in Rich Roman is going to be tough to catch. And this weekend, after a couple weekends away, the return of the Mini Cooper there in B-Spec as well. We haven't seen one of those in maybe 2 Super Tour rounds.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Rich Roman this weekend, his normal teammate, the Conway Mazda 2, not here this weekend. I think he's been working for the most part with Eric Yeagle, who's the defending national champion. But we just saw Yeagle come through turn 8, had 2 other minis along with him, and I think one of them being Zach Introne, son of former national champion Steve Introne. And also Max Lux Ramos, I believe, is in the white Mini Cooper at the tail end of that line.
Yeah, it's a good point, Greg. It's also the return of Eric Yeagle, who's in this red Honda Fit coming into the final corner. That's your defending national champion. That car got somewhat damaged a little earlier this year at the VIR Super Tour in an incident at turn 1. So glad to see he's back out there. And this would be the most contested class, I think, in this run group. F-Production also pretty healthy, though, with about 10 cars, 8 cars out there right now, and then a pair of cars in E and H, respectively.
All right, well, with 1 lap in the books, it's amazing what about 10 degrees of ambient air temperature will do. Brian Price came across the line. Price, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion, in a Mazda 2. I believe it's the black number 36 car. A 2:25.975, and that is about 3/100ths of a second off of the provisional pole time that Rich Roman set. Brian, I think, in the same draft group as Rich Roman. Roman second fastest at a 2:26.658, and I think there are 3 cars that are all towards the front of the B-Spec field together. It is Rich Roman in that bronze-colored Mini Coupe with then the white and blue Chevy Sonic of Stuart Black, and then Brian Price very close behind, and they're currently running first, second, and third fastest at the moment, but only 1 lap in the books. Over in H Production, Dan DeBell in the Volvo with a couple seconds on Joe Camilleri. Joe in the orange first gen Volkswagen Scirocco, and good to see Fred McConnell out driving an MG Midget he now calls McKinney, Texas home. Just raced with him when he lived in the Washington, D.C. area, and he used to race, I think, an F production Mazda Miata. Over in E production, Tony Ave has not taken the car out for qualifying. He only has one other competitor in E production, and that's Anthony Parker in a Triumph GT6. That is when we started our coverage yesterday, Tom. I think we started it as some of the emergency services teams here at Watkins Glen were trying to get that Triumph out of the gravel trap over at turn 6. He had a rear suspension failure. Saw it up on jack stands when I left the track last night. Anthony has not turned a wheel yet in this qualifying session.
I imagine rear suspension bits may be a bit difficult to find for a Triumph GT6, so hopefully he can find those. But it's also a really strong start to the session for Peter Tonelli, who was third yesterday in F production at a 2:19.2. He's all the way down to a 2:13.3. That's over 6 seconds faster for the F production Miata driver, car number 91. Is now only a half second off, actually about a full second when we combine yesterday's times, a full second off of Doug Weaver's provisional pole. And also keeping an eye on Craig Kima, who's been a front runner at the runoffs in years past. I don't think I've seen this car in a couple of years, though, for Kima, the Super 7. While we were chatting, Greg, some shuffling in B-Spec. Rich Roman improves the provisional pole time to a 2:24.5. That's 1.5 seconds faster than yesterday's qualifying. Holy cow. Stuart Black goes to second at 2:25 flat. Josh Schmidt and Chris Taylor, we thought it might happen. They're all the way up into the second row now, third and fourth, respectively. Brian Price has been shuffled down to fifth. But good eye. I had actually missed Price on the entry list, but that, as you mentioned, a past pro racing champion in this class back when it was eligible for Pro Series racing. I haven't seen Brian Price in a B-Spec car since probably the Daytona runoffs, I want to say, back in 2015. Yeah. So that's a good eye to catch him.
Yeah, he put some time in a Touring 4 ND Mazda MX-5 and coming back over to B-Spec, and actually just saw a little while ago his daughter Miranda Price, who's been racing in Spec Miata in regional competition on the East Coast, posted up some pictures just the other day. I think they're actually working on a Chevy Sonic B-Spec car, I think probably for her to run. I think Brian is pretty committed to this Mazda 2, which he did bring out a little bit earlier in the season. He had the car, I believe, at VIR back in April. And that's Price there in the black Mazda 2, coming underneath Stuart Black through turn 9 and drafting up to the back of Rich Roman in that bronze-colored or orange-colored Mini Coupe.
He's got a personal best Sector 2, but his Sector 1 was pretty weak this lap, so I don't expect much improvement from them. But Josh Schmidt and Chris Taylor are on a pretty good lap. They're about to come into the final two corners in those pair of Chevy Sonics. 4 of the 10 cars this weekend in B-Spec Chevy Sonics.
Yeah, and so the story with Chris Taylor driving the 119, the silver Sonic, that Josh Schmidt owns, and that's the car, the silver car is the car that Josh Schmidt put on the pole for the runoffs this past year, was that Chris Taylor had I think it was a Mazda 2 for Josh to run, I believe it was at Hallett a couple weeks ago, and Josh returning the favor here rather than Chris having to tow a number of cars out, as he didn't have any of his normal Chris Taylor Racing Services customers racing this weekend at the Glen.
I love that. And Josh Schmidt does sit third in the Super Tour points, technically second, as he's tied with Kent Carter. But I can't say it's been as strong of a Super Tour season for Schmidt. He's been at a whole lot of races and picked up a whole bunch of podiums here and there. But of the 10 races he's contested, he's also been outside the top 5 in half of them. So he's probably looking to peak his season a little bit towards this point. Oh, a big shove from Chris Taylor is going to push him wide at the inner loop. Barely keeps it on the track at the third of those 4 corners. But they did move up to second and third, respectively, on the grid last time across the start-finish line half a lap ago. It's now only a 10th and a half advantage to Rich Roman on the provisional pole over Chris Taylor is second and Josh Schmidt third, moving Stuart Black down to fourth. Then Brian Price fifth, and then based on times from yesterday, Max Lux Ramos will be sixth.
Yeah, that second pack with Lux Ramos, with also Zach Introne and Eric Yeagle Now coming right up to the back of the two Chevy Sonics. A little surprising here, Eric Yeagle, only 8th fastest in the session with a best time of a 2:28.263, almost 4 seconds off of the pace of our provisional pole sitter, Rich Roman.
Before these guys finish their lap, go ahead, Greg. You think you're doing what I was about to do.
Well, I was going to say here in F production, Craig Kima now going to provisional pole with a 2:10.811, and that is almost just a touch under 2 seconds faster than Doug Weaver ran to set provisional pole yesterday.
Yep, Weaver has improved today as well, so 7/10 between the two, but Craig Kima in the Super 7 goes to the top of F production. Looks like Peter Tonelli has the fastest of all anybody on the racetrack. Sector 2 going, though, so as soon as that number 91 finishes this lap, this could be a really strong effort to put him in the hunt. Maybe 3 cars in the conversation now in F production.
An HP Beetle. And by the way, where is that H production Beetle? This is the 2nd year in a row we're at the Glen, and I haven't seen that car on track. Says that the coupe is orange. And Brendan, I think you said it's burnt orange. Is that? No, it's not burnt orange. Okay, because we are contractually obligated not to say burnt orange. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, it looks like Stuart Black having some issues as he had started falling off his prior pace, Tom, and he now parks the car. Now, is that just a question that he outbroke himself going into the bus stop, or maybe just getting out of the way of some of these other racers coming through? But he now goes and continues.
Yeah, the rule there being if you skip the inner loop, you have to come to a complete stop and wait for the instructions to go. So he's going to end up at the back of that line with Eric Yeagle. Introne, I think Lex Ramos is the other car in there. And speaking of, Lex Ramos has moved up into 5th again. Zach Introne to 6th. Eric Yeagle to 7th. And now we're only a full second separating the top 7 in B-Spec. If you throw Brian Price in there, it's 1.3 seconds for the top 8. That's how close B-Spec is in qualifying. Imagine how it's going to be in the race when they're all drafting each other consistently.
And Lex Ramos just coming off of 2 wins at a regional event at Gorge Park just last weekend. So looking to repeat that. He did very well here last year as well. Tom, we're a little bit past halfway in this 25-minute qualifying session. We'll make a call to the grid for our final qualifying group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, T3 and T4 racers. That's race group number 8. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, STL, STU, T3 and T4. Please head to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying from Watkins Glen.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we're back here at Watkins Glen, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman as we are getting ready to wrap up our production and B-Spec qualifying. In F production, Craig Kima, your provisional pole sitter, 2:10.811 with Doug Weaver, second fastest. Over in H production, Dan DeBell in his Volvo 142, Joe Camilleri and Fred McConnell, that's 1, 2, 3. And over in B-Spec, it is Rich Roman, your provisional pole sitter, with a time of 2:24.513. Then Chris Taylor now jumping to second, Josh Schmidt third, Stuart Black fourth.
Stuart Black there just trying to get out of the pit lane in time to catch some other B-Spec cars to work with. I think he just missed the window, and B-Spec kind of simmering at this point as things have settled out. Maybe the tires just passed their prime in the session. There's still 6.5 minutes to go, but obviously still worth working towards the maximum amount of draft that you can get. Whoa, big another slide for Josh Schmidt in the Chevy Sonic as he throws it through the middle of the inner loop. That'll be no help.
Yeah, you know, I thought when we saw that a little bit earlier, just like you said, Tom, I thought that perhaps Chris Taylor maybe pushed him a little too deep into the braking zone and he wasn't able to square that car up. But that's like the second or third time now we've seen him drifting through the bus stop.
Right. Yeah, well, these B-Spec cars, not a whole lot of adjustability. It's pretty simple bolt-on, non-adjustable shocks and basically an open selection of spring rate. But one of the best ways to get them to turn is to just jack the rear tire pressure up and let the back end rotate around behind you, but it's very easy to overdo as well. I think Josh Schmidt demonstrating that a little bit there, but he does sit third. It's still Roman at the top in the Mini Coupe, then Chris Taylor in the silver Chevy Sonic, and then Josh Schmidt.
Don't say anything that's going to get us knocked off the air, man.
Can you imagine if Josh Schmidt was in the silver Chevy Sonic? Oh boy. And then Stuart Black, Max Lux Ramos has jumped back up into fifth, Zach Introne to sixth, Eric Yeagle to seventh, Thomas Tremper was the last driver to improve. He's into eighth, just leapfrogged over Brian Price. And again, those top 9 now are on the same 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, and it looks like, unfortunately for Stuart Black, who is fourth fastest at the moment, he just missed out on that window, didn't get the timing quite right when he left the pit lane. And it's going to be awfully tough for him with probably 3 laps at most remaining here in the session for him to be able to draft up to one of the cars ahead with that group ahead with Max Lux Ramos and Eric Yeagle and Zach Introne. Although if he can catch a draft off that bus, I mean that Volvo.
Yeah, right.
A little too far back for that, unfortunately.
Poking just the squarest of holes in the in the air in front of that Mini Cooper.
I'll tell you, when I used to race in IT, Tom, those Volvos, although they're ungodly slow, anytime you have to turn the wheel anything other than straight ahead, I would come out of turn 10 at some point, look in the rearview mirror, and just see this ITB car that had a head of steam on it. It was faster than my CRX in a straight line, and it would just get bigger and bigger and bigger in the rear mirrors. And I really felt like I was getting hunted down by one of those things. They are intimidating and imposing, without a doubt. I mean, I think they're probably the biggest ITA or ITB cars you could get.
There was one in the Great Lakes when I started with my ITC car as well. Very identical story.
Yeah.
An ITB one that was
It's like I hear
plenty
the
fast
Jaws
in a
theme
straight
the
line and
background.
always in our conversation. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. All right, looks like Eric Yeagle now pulling over drivers right. Let some of the other race cars through. Maybe trying to cool down the tires a little bit, or gonna call it a session after this lap. As Yeagle sitting 7th in this session with a 2:25.529. He's definitely closed the gap down, and the gap and the deltas between each one of these racers in B-Spec, Tom, has come down considerably, as there's now only about 1 second separating our provisional pole sitter, at least in this session, from Eric Yeagle, who's running in 7th. And I think even back to 9th, where Brian Price currently sits in that Mazda 2, only like 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, and we need to keep an eye on Max Lux Ramos in one of these two minis coming through the final corner. He's on a personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2, and a personal best trap speed of a whopping 108 miles an hour right before they turn in and brake for the inner loop. Comes across the start-finish line and does improve, but doesn't find a position on the leaderboard. Still stays 5th on a 0.2 improvement. Just missed out on leaping over Stuart Black.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 8, STL, STU, T3, and T4 racers. That's race group 8. Please head to the grid. STL, STU, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid now. Your qualifying session is next. And Joe Camilleri over in H-Prod does improve, turns in a 2:30.177. He comes to us from Toronto, Ontario, but still about 4 seconds off the pace of the Volvo ahead.
Yeah, we haven't talked a whole lot about production classes because a whole bunch of them have exited the track before the middle part of the session. Most of F production is off the racetrack at this point. Neither E production entry even contested this session due to whatever reason. I think it's just Chris Copley in the Toyota Paseo in F production that's circulating at this point, and just Joe Camilleri and Fred McDonald in H production.
Yeah.
But these drivers in B-Spec still hoping for something a little quicker. There is no green on the leaderboard right now, though, on timing and scoring. So none of these drivers have improved in Sector 1. All 4 of them trying to power up the hill. This is going to be the most painful corner in a B-Spec car, trying to get 100 and maybe 10 or 20 horsepower to pull you up the hill out of the toe. Look at Thomas Tremper just trying to use all the momentum possible. And none of them are faster in Sector 2 yet again. So this is just kind of going through the motions late in the session here, coming to the checkered flag for these last 5 B-Spec cars.
Yeah, and so we do have still in F production, I think, Tom, you mentioned Chris Copley in his Toyota Paseo was a long-time BMC Mini driver. Also Roger Welling, who now is working his last lap. Welling currently running 8th fastest in F production in his Nissan 200 SX, as the checkered flag is now being displayed on the front straight, and I believe the first driver to take it, if they don't all come down the pit lane first, is going to be Josh Schmidt and Chris Taylor now as they come to the line.
That was a really big session for those two, as they had been, like I said, mired down at the bottom of the leaderboard after yesterday. And the spread in yesterday's session was actually just about as tight, but everybody improved in unison today, up by nearly 1.5 seconds for everybody.
All right, and I was just talking about Roger Welling in the number 78 Nissan working his last lap in F production. Well, unfortunately, on that last lap, he pulled over at the bus stop. So it looks like they're going to have to go and pick that car up. But let's take a look now. Tom, we'll start off with H production, because I think this one's going to be fairly easy for us to pick out, where Dan DeBell will be your pole sitter going into this afternoon's race. And by the way, this race group, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec, race group number 7, scheduled to start at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So it's DeBell, Camilleri, and Fred McConnell. Over in E production, Tony Ave and Anthony Parker, neither driver turned a lap in this morning's qualifying session. And in F production, let's see if I can get this right. It's going to be Craig Kima in his Lotus Super 7, Doug Weaver And Peter Tonelli, I believe. Yeah, definitely Peter Tonelli. They're third fastest with James Gregorius, who drops a position down into fourth. And then finally in B-Spec, it's going to be Rich Roman, Chris Taylor, Josh Schmidt, Stuart Black, your top four. And then do I have Max? Is it Max Lux Ramos and Zach Introne, which will make up row number 3, I believe, Tom?
Yep.
There you go. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for production and B-Spec, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with STL, STU, and our final 2 touring classes as well. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 going to happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's going to be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're going to have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. It's qualifying here, our last qualifying session of the day at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg, along with Tom O'Gorman. And heading out now, our Super Touring classes, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and also our final two touring classes, Touring 3 and Touring 4. Let's take a look at how we wrapped up yesterday morning's qualifying session for these classes. Richard Estacio led the Krug Speed Exige crew of he and Anthony Garacci yesterday in STU. Estacio putting in a 203.876, about 0.15 of a second clear of his teammate Garacci. Darren Treacle in the Treacle Insurance Agency BMW 325 was third fastest, about 0.5 off that pace. Over in Super Touring Light, Nick Leveroni in his Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata was the standard bearer, qualifying time 2:08.861. Little bit less than 2 seconds up on Derek Ketchie, who's out of Charlotte, North Carolina, driving a Honda Civic. Over in Touring 3, Marshall Mast in his Apple Real Estate Ford Mustang turned in a 2:06.7, and that was almost 5 seconds up on the rest of the Touring 3 field. Daniel Moen in his Krug Speed Ford Mustang, second fastest at a 2:11.27. And over in Touring 4, Gabe Fairbach was actually our sole Touring 4 racer to turn a wheel yesterday, and he's racing a Mazda 3, Tom, and that is what is also classed on the regional level is what is known as C-Spec, basically a slightly larger version of what we see in B-Spec as far as very, very tight closed-down rules. And since C-Spec is not a national level class, I think a number of those drivers that have built these cars over the last 2 or 3 years are probably going to start seeing them in Touring 4 more and more.
Yeah, uncommon to see such a small Touring 4 entry, but the other three classes love to see this. A healthy about 10 cars in Touring 3 and in STL, and nearly 15 in STU, with actually 4 Krug Speed Lotus Exiges. Now they're multiplying, Greg. But Anthony Girazzi driving one of those, as well as Richard Stasio. Then we have, just lost it, David Nagler is also out there in an Exige, as well as David Brand. So we'll have to try to keep those 3 yellow Exiges.
Yeah. Usually it's
straight.
There's the yellow, there's the orange, and I think there was a green one as well. I don't know what. I have enough trouble keeping all of them apart. Well, makes it easy, Tom, because I think the orange one just went into the tire wall there at the exit of the bus stop. That is the 31 car that just went off, and so that would be Anthony Garacci out of Glen Head, New York. He's there under the tire wall somewhere.
Lost it so early, and then you're just a passenger at that point. I saw sticker tires on those cars too, so they were probably just hitting their prime and lost it just as it landed from the first curb. Really, it looked like it came around pretty quick. I don't think it hit the wheel very hard, Greg. We're going to get a visual on it in a second, but he lost a whole lot of speed before he impacted anything. Like he's maybe trying to set himself up to back up into this. No, he's going to resume onto the racetrack.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Like he's
got
going
away
to
with
continue.
one. The other car I think is going to be interesting to watch here in STU is Joe Christensen, who's back behind the wheel of the Civic Coupe that was formerly in GT3. That's a tube frame, front engine, rear wheel drive Honda Civic, light blue in color. It's currently the fastest car on the outlap, but that doesn't mean much. He was, looks like, unable to get a time in qualifying yesterday here in STU, and that car has taken Tony Ave to the points lead in the Hoosier Super Tour championship, the national points championship so far.
Yeah, and so I guess we're going to see Christensen in 2 different cars this weekend, because we saw him, I think, was it over in Touring, in the Touring GT2 Nissan as well. All right, Richard Estacio now going to the top of the leaderboard here in this session. Just one flying lap in the books at 2:03.846. That's already underneath the provisional pole time that he set yesterday. Darren Treacle at a 2:05.952. Over in STL, Deacon Greenfield, who brings out his Honda CRX. I think the last time we saw Deacon was racing in SMX at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. and had a unfortunate wreck there in that car, so he's gone back to old faithful CRX he calls Roxy. Turns in a 2:15.251 with 1 lap in the books, and that's quite a bit. That's about 7 seconds off of the provisional pole time that Leveroni set yesterday morning.
Yeah, Leveroni a bit in his own zip code as far as qualifying yesterday. All the rest of everyone else's jobs, better to say, is to try to get any closer than 2 seconds to him, something under the 2:10s. But outside of Leveroni, everybody in STL, there's a whole bunch of cars right on a similar pace, a similar 2 seconds or so that could turn into a really great race. Just saw Leveroni trying to navigate one of the Exesias in the outer loop, but then they got this whole train of STL cars trying to work with each other in a way, inspire each other to go as fast as possible with one of the Touring 3 cars just up the road, the Mustang.
Well, you know, Tom, sounds as though the driver of the number 31 car now bringing his car down the pit lane. Had the crew take a look at his Exige, and he is Garachi now going to, we think, head back out on track. There he is, coming up through the S's. Good thing there. It looked like if he even made it to the wall, just had gone through the leading edge of the gravel trap over there, and hopefully didn't do anything. And we'll see now is he's going to have some clear track ahead of him, probably for at least a lap or two. We'll see if he can find some speed. Again, he was second fastest in STU coming into the day.
Yep, and Richard Estacio continues to go quicker, now down to a 2:02.9. That's nearly a second quicker than they went yesterday. Darren Treacle also much quicker, a 2:03.5. That's a full second quicker as well. Jorge Nazario, a 2:03.9. That would be your new top 3. After yesterday, it was Estacio, Garachi, and Treacle. There's Treacle coming through the coming into the outer loop. Actually, all 3 of those cars nose to tail as David Nagler splits them. Here comes Nazario around the outside. And Treacle picked up the fastest first sector of anybody to start this lap off in that blue BMW 3 Series. Although it appears, Greg, I think Treacle might have just backed out of it. Looks like both he and
that Nagler right behind
he
him.
And Nagler behind both slowing down, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Nick Leveroni goes back to the top of STL in this session at a 2:09.3. Derek Ketchy in his Honda Civic second fastest at a 2:10.8. Amy Mills at a 2:11.1. In STL, Leveroni set the pace yesterday to 2:08.6. So still a little bit off of that pace. Derek Ketchy, who was our second fastest driver yesterday, turned in a 2:10.6 yesterday, so he's about 2/10ths off of where he was yesterday. Amy Mills was third fastest at a 2:11.6 yesterday, and so she's already picked up about 45 hundredths of a second, Tom, over her best lap from yesterday.
And she's in that pack of cars that I mentioned, all on the same couple of seconds, really. Derek Ketchy, Amy Mills, Gonzalo Aponte, Deacon Greenfield, and Benham Abernathy. Double dipping the SMX NC MX-5 down up technically into STL. All of those cars very close on qualifying times.
All right, Marshall Mast looks like he's going to hold steady with the 2:07.140 that he put in on his second flying lap. He's taking that car back to the paddock, it looks like. All right, up at the bus stop, looks like we had a car with maybe an issue going in. All right, just the 40 car ended up missing the entrance to the bus stop. That was John Weisberg in the blue BMW Z4, and he's already continued on.
Love to see the entry speed from this camera shot coming into the inner loop. You're braking right about the corner worker station on the right side of your screen. which is maybe about the 4-ish board for most of these cars, and then just pounding over the first 2 curbs, carrying as much entry speed as possible. There's Joe Christensen. We mentioned him. He hasn't been able to make a huge splash in this session necessarily, so he sits down in the 9th spot in class, 10th overall. But still maybe building some momentum. Go ahead, Greg.
Getting word coming out of the toe of the boot, and I don't know if our camera can pick this up possibly. Jorge Nazario in the 165 Taxmania Chevy Corvette, probably not Chevy Corvette, Mazda MX-5, ended up getting very loose coming through the chute, turn 6, and was fishtailing all the way down towards the toe of the boot, ended up going off track. Sounds like he has managed to get that car back underway now.
Big ride.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nick Leveroni resets the top time in STL by 0.4 of a second. He's down to a 2:08.4. Greg, that is flying in an STL car, limited to 2 liters in that class, so not making even 200 horsepower here for Watkins Glen.
All right, Tom, we're getting word also that there is, just talked about the Taxmania car having problems going down through the chute. There is oil down apparently in turn 6. They're showing a debris flag there. And that may be impacting. We can see the line here going all the way down the track, and I think they've still got a local caution and a surface flag being shown at the corner station just after this camera here. And we'll see what that does, but probably going to be very difficult for drivers to put in faster laps. And I am starting to see a number of racers come onto the pit lane.
Yep, you can see it just there on the, maybe a car width off the curbing as they come off the corner. That dark line that Exige nearly straddles is what we're talking about, and that can be very sketchy. I hadn't seen any. I saw one car puff some smoke. I thought it was brake lockup over in turn 8 a couple laps ago, and I didn't really even pay attention to which car it might be. I have to wonder if those are related.
All right, let's do this, Tom. Why don't we take our break here, and we'll make a call for our first race group, and then we'll take everybody right to the very end of qualifying, our very last qualifying session here at Watkins Glen this weekend. We're going to be going racing in just a few moments. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 1, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Your race is next. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6, race group number 1. Your race is next. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Got a little bit less than 9 minutes remaining in our Super Touring and Touring qualifying, where Richard Estacio is your provisional pole sitter in STU. Darren Treacle, Jorge Nazario, your top three. Unfortunately for Jorge Nazario, he may have a difficult run of it before this afternoon's race, as Tom, he is still off in the grass over at the toe of the boot, and the race directors have implored the quarter workers not to allow him to return to the pits, because I think that line of oil came from the 165 Mazda Miata. Over in STL, Nick Leveroni with a 208.460, your provisional pole sitter, then Derek Ketchy and Amy Mills. And over in Touring 3, Marshall Mast with a time of 207.140, your provisional pole time in Touring 3. Daniel Moen, and need to go back and look, Colin Duffy is the third fastest driver on track right now, driving the number 72 Mazda MX-5. He's out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts.
Not a surprise in the closing stages of this qualifying session, just under 8 minutes to go, that a whole lot of cars are on the pit lane. Greg, just down to the style of tires that these classes use. They come into the window really quick, they warm up really quick, and then they tend to fall off pretty quick as well. And by fall off, it just means you're not going to improve in qualifying. It doesn't mean that they're driving them into the ground or anything. One of the cars I'm still watching, Joe Christensen's worked his way up from 9th to 6th there in STU, but for the most part, things are going relatively unchanged here at this point in the classes.
Yeah, and it looks like William Bolton is currently running 8th fastest in Touring 3, is finding a little bit of time as well. And I think, Tom, given that through this section of the course here, a lot of the drivers are having to adjust their line somewhat. It looks like going through turn 6, not so much at this point, that the oil isn't really much of a challenge, but you can already see here, I think, entering into turn 7, maybe altering their line just a little bit, maybe losing a tenth or so here, with cars stepping out a little bit coming up the hill.
Right.
But at this point, actually, so we've got the two drivers that we just saw come through the toe. We do have also, I think, the 24 also circulating on track. And over the exit of the chute over at 6A, they're going to drop that local caution. And we'll see if the local caution stays up over turn 7, given how long that Mazda Miata has been off track. But very few cars left on track. Moment, the number 69 car. That is Michael Reese in his Honda S2000, the STU car out of Brooklyn, New York. He is still circulating. The number 24 car as well. That's Gonzalo Aponte, also in a Honda S2000, a Super Touring Light S2000, currently 4th fastest in the session.
Here he comes up the hill. I think that car just came through the pit lane previous lap and is now starting a new flyer. So he needs to find about a second to move up a position. That would be trying to run down Amy Mills, who sits at a 210.4. Aponte in the S2000 is at a 211.4. Got some cars in his sight, but I don't think he'll have to deal with anything. It's a Touring 3 Mustang and an STU. Nope. STL. That's Benham Abernathy's SMX car dipping into STL.
I didn't notice. Was the rear bumper flapping around?
It wasn't. That's why it took me a second to figure out. Sorry, Benham. That's how we figure you which silver MX-5 you are at this point.
All right. Returning back to the pits now, Matt Rook in the number 16 BMW 325. That's one of our STU entries. 10th fastest in the session. Looks like his day is now done. We've got 4 minutes, or a touch over 4 minutes remaining. Joe Christensen still circulating, coming into, I think, turn 9 now. Yeah, there's the blue Civic. Christensen currently 6th fastest in this session in well, hey, it might be time to break out the American Gladiators tasks again, because I think both he and David Brand have run a 206, 241. Break out the pugil sticks.
Yeah, look at that, tied down to the thousands once again.
Yeah.
What are the chances twice in one day? STU is really the only class that's had a little bit of a shakeup, really, with Estacio maintaining that overall, overall pole and the class pole. But Darren Treacle jumping to second, Jorge Nazario jumping to third, Anthony Girazzi down to fourth, and David Brand, who had sat a little further down yesterday as well, down in eighth, has moved himself up to fifth in the Exige. Joe Christensen sitting sixth, having not qualified yesterday, so that top six has shuffled a little bit. For the rest of the classes, though, not a big moving and shaking type of session. Leveroni did improve the pole time in STL. Mast was unable to improve his pole time in Touring 3. And Gib Furlbach has turned his 7 laps. Did not go quicker as well. Missed out by about a tenth and a half there in Touring 4.
And Furlbach took his Mazda 3 back to the paddock a few moments ago, as Amy Mills has now done. So she is going to be content with third fastest in STL. '69 S2000 of Michael Reese now sitting on the pit lane.
Gonzalo Aponte just set his fastest Sector 1, which is all the way up to the bus stop. He's just about to tick off Sector 2. It is not a personal best. And it's about 0.3 off his fastest sector. So that silver S2000 looking like he's going to be able to complete the lap right on his target, but maybe not have enough proverbial fuel in the tank to run down Amy Mills in this session.
All right, as Aponte is working his 8th lap currently. 2 more corners to go for him. And Aponte does not improve on his prior best time. Oh, take it back. Yes, he does. 2:11.262. That's still not going to move him to third. Still about 0.8 of a second off of Amy Mills' fast lap in this session.
Got one more shot at it. Yep, that was about a 0.2 pickup. The car in front of him is Dan Moen in the silver Mustang from Touring 3. The New Hampshire driver, he's improved his time by about a half a second from yesterday, but he's still kind of in that reach up towards Marshall Mast. Still about a 3.5 second gap between those two Mustang drivers, with Mast in the newer body style Mustang. Ponte just completing Sector 1. Faster once again. So much trust in the car as you fall through the outer loop into that extra camber, kind of pick up the throttle before the grip comes back, and then trust that the grip will catch the car right at the very end where our camera is, into the oily turn 6. Doesn't seem to be hurting anybody too bad as far as car control, but we haven't seen many people improve since that happened, so that gives us a little bit of a clue. All these drivers may be getting out of their cars going, what was wrong with turn 6? Was turn 6 loose for you? Yeah, it was loose for me too, etc., etc. Here comes Sector 2 for Aponte, and he does improve as well. This is a decent lap going for the S2000 driver.
All right, and this will be his final lap as the clock has counted down to 0. Checkered flag is in the air for the next driver to cross the start-finish line. And that, I believe, is going to be the 133 car of Benham Abernathy.
While we wait for Aponte, we also have William Bolt on improvements, and he has the opportunity to move up in Touring 3.
Yes.
We'll have to wait for that 350Z driver, but does Gonzalo Aponte have the 210.4 that he needs? No, it's a 210.5. Just missed out by about a tenth and a half for an improvement on position.
Yeah, he found a lot of time on that last lap, Tom, but
a lot.
unfortunately just not enough. Yeah, it was almost 7/10 of a second faster than on lap number 8. But again, only good for 4th fastest as the checkered flag is out, and I believe, who else do we have still circulating?
We got William Bolt and Andrea King, both in Sector 3, coming through turn 9. Here's Bolt.
Yep, and I think Andrea King is just ahead. King, I believe, coming onto the front straight now in her Gulf liveried BMW 3 Series, and she crosses the line. And she resets her personal best in the session, turns in a 2:15.5. That's good for 6th fastest, as Bolt now crosses the stripe.
Oh.
And Bolt, wow, a 2:10.46 on that last lap. And that's going to display, I believe that's going to display Stan Moen for 2nd in Touring 3, Tom.
Sure is, yeah. That's going to move William Bolt to the front row in Touring 3 within 3.3 seconds of Marshall Mast, but leapfrogging Daniel Moen and Colin Duffy both, so he's jumped up 2 spots. So that's going to be Mustang 350Z, Mustang ND MX-5 350Z, and BMW 3 Series, your top 6 there in Touring 3.
All right, Tom, real quick, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll try to break down how things ended up here over 2 qualifying sessions for our Super Touring and Touring racers. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 1, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6 racers. This is your final call to the grid. All right, let's try to make sense of this, Tom. Why don't we start off with STU?
So in STU, your pole sitter will be Rich Estacio in the Lotus Exige, then a car number 80 by 0.6 of a second over Darren Treacle. Then another 0.3 of a second back to Jorge Nazario. So it's Exige, BMW 3 Series, NC Miata. Then another pair of Exiges, Anthony Girazzi in 4th, David Brand in 5th. Just closed the previous results. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody. And sorry about this, Greg.
That's okay. You know I couldn't do any better.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure where Nagler is going to slot in. Looks like Joe Christensen did slot into 6th, then David Nagler, then Hugh Stewart. John Weisberg should be the 9th place car, and then Matt Rook in 10th. That is your top 10 in STU.
All right, let's move over to STL, Tom.
Over in STL, Nick Leveroni is still your top car. There by 1.6 seconds now. Derek Ketchy was able to improve by about a half a second today to go to 2nd. Amy Mills improves today to stay in 3rd. Gonzalo Aponte, just the last second improvement there, remains in 4th. Deacon Greenfield down into the 211s as well. Those 4 cars, 2nd to 5th, are really close together on qualifying times. Benham Abernathy worked his way down to a 212.1 in that session. That's a nice improvement today. That'll be your top 6 over Alex Rubenstein, Cody Connolly, and Thomas Kirchman, rounding out the 9-car field.
All right, and then we move over to Touring 3, where Andrea King, with her last lap, put her to the top of today's session with a 2:15.551. Where do they end up?
Well, it's going to be Marshall Mast time from yesterday at 2:06.7 will be the provisional pole. Then William Bolt's final lap here moves him to 2nd, 2:10.4. Daniel Moen slips to 3rd at the very last moment to 3rd at 2:10.8 was the time there. Colin Duffy's MX-5 at 2:11.5. He will sit 4th. Ben Slechta will sit in the 5th spot. Andrea King improved her time. She remains 6th over Edward Karabek, Austin Levesque, and Dina Weisberg, who was not able to contest today's session.
All right, and of course, Gabe Farabach was our sole Touring 4 driver. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we go racing here at Watkins Glen, 25-minute sprint races for each of our 8 race groups, so you don't want to miss that. Don't go away. Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom, it's time to go racing. We've got our 25-minute sprint races for each of our 8 race groups today. And first up, it's Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Let's run down the starting order. We'll start off with the Formula Fs and Formula 6s, and then we'll jump back to Formula V. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 6 Miguel in Formula F, your pole sitter, it's David Ibarra. David Adorno, also in a Miguel, is starting on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 33 car. Robert Dietz is in a Van Diemen RF02. That's a Honda-powered machine. He's going to start third alongside Dave Petsko in a Spectrum 014. Those are all Formula F cars. Corey McLeod is your Formula 6 pole sitter. He's driving the number 58 Red Devil Arrow. He'll start in 5th position alongside Jay Beckley in an LSAE 13, also in Formula 6. Moving back over to Formula F, Charles Foster is driving a Piper DF5. He'll start 7th today. That's the number 27 car alongside Chris Smith in a Van Diemen RF00. The number 57 car starts 8th. James Dietz in the number 22 Formula F Van Diemen will start 9th, with Robert Gross in a Piper DL7 starting in 10th. That's the number 62 car. Now in 11th position, Dino Ludico. He's driving the number 07 Formula 600. He'll start alongside Jack Walburn's Scorpion. Jack is driving the number 67 machine starting 12th. And then we've got Cal Stewart scheduled to start 13th today, driving the number 7 entry. The Nova car driver likely not making the grid today as he takes Saturdays off for the Sabbath. Ken Seward in his Spectrum 014, scheduled to start 14th, driving the number 8 machine. Now let's move over to Formula V, where Alex Scaler, your defending national champion, is on the pole, driving the number 79 Scaler Mark 1. He'll start alongside Brian Farnham's Vortec, the number 63 machine, starting 2nd. Rick Shields will start 3rd. Rick's in his VDF2, that's the number 77 machine. And then we've got Ray Carmody starting 4th. Ray is in the number 81 Mysterian. Mark Farnham will start 5th. He's driving the number 3 Silver Bullet. And then we've got Dave Scaler in his Vortec starting in starting in 6th position. Then starting 7th, rounding out the Formula V field in his Womer EV3, it's Trevor Miller. He drives the number 13 machine. All right, as the pace car now, Tom, brings the field around turn 10. We've got 1/4 remaining. The pace car is going to peel off and turn the field over to David Ibarra on your left, his right, with David Adorno right alongside the Formula Vs. They're going to hold back just a little bit to get their own start as they come on to the front straight. And the starter is going to look over the field. If they like what they see, we'll have the green flag. And green flag is in the air. And the outside lane, David Adorno getting off to a great start, about 2 car lengths ahead of Ibarra as they got to the line. And he's going to be the first car into the 90 at turn 1. And looks like Dave Petsko also a great start there, possibly getting around Robert Dietz as the Formula V's directly behind as they jump out now to make the run up through the S's. And a good start for Brian Farnham in his Vortec.
Yeah, takes over the race lead there from Alex Scaler. In Formula 600, it was a poor start for Corey McLeod in the red. Number 58, Jay Beckley, took over the lead, and both of them slipped well back into the field of Formula F cars. Whoa, a big brake lockup for Ibarra coming into the bus stop for the very first time, nearly swapped ends on him, and he barely holds off David Adorno. Those top 2 breaking away from Dave Petsko, Robert Dietz, and Charles Foster. There's your Formula 6 leader, Jay Beckley, causing a bit of a cork in the bottle as those Formula 600s are way faster in a straight line and a little bit slower in the corners. And everybody in Formula V is through as well. We're still green flag racing into Sector 2.
All right, as they head down the hill towards the toe of the boot, drivers probably going to see a line of some oil dry as we've had our emergency services teams here trying to clean things up. Actually, great great job cleaning it up. You'd never know that they had an oil spill in that last group, Tom, as all of our drivers get in line and start to make the rundown. Now, we do have one driver, I believe it's the number 81 of Ray Carmody, Tom, that did not make the start. That is actually just as our racers come through the heel of the boot, I believe he is over right up against the Armco there, driver's left, and he did not take the start in today's race.
Oh, and more heartbreak in Formula V. Alex Scaler has disappeared. Look at the gap between the yellow Formula V clinging onto the back and the rest of Formula V, then about 20 car lengths behind. That's where Alex Scaler should be as we go full course yellow here on the first lap of race 1 for race group number 1.
All right, and Tom, I think the challenge is to get that car removed from the outside of turn 8. It actually looks like it might have actually worked its way up and heading to the pit lane here, but we are now under full course caution. It is actually the 77 car, or probably the 79 car, Tom, and possibly the 77 as well. Rick Shields certainly is just past our camera at the outer loop, and he's just by the cutoff where the NASCAR racers will come down the short chute towards turn 10, and I believe there may be another car with him.
Yeah, we're showing.
And I think that's where Alex Scaler is. It looks like both the 77 and the 79 are there.
And those two were running not side by side, but they were the two cars that were front to tail, let's say, going into that section of the racetrack. You're right. As I scan back through the live pictures, we had Alex Scaler and Rick Shields both exit the inner loop, enter the outer loop, and then our next camera shot, no sign of either of them. So I suspect those two over there.
Yeah, and Tom, it's interesting where they are. So when NASCAR was here last, and Brendan Kesmerick and I were talking about this coming into the weekend, there were those huge tire barriers that had been constructed over at turn 1 at the 90 to try to cut down on how far drivers would move off course, so they wouldn't come all the way up to the wall, drivers left, like they had been for a number of years. But there was also a huge tire bundle that was set up right at that entrance to that short chute, just to the left of this area. You can see the cone there, supposedly blocking off that entrance, but to the left of this huge tire bundle to again keep the NASCAR drivers within track limits. And that's where those two race cars are right now, and what we're seeing from the Flagtronic system. At least Rick Shields, we think, may have impacted that tire wall over there. And I can't say for sure. Obviously, it's not in our camera view, but with both cars over there, again, they're very close to that tire bundle.
Yep. So David Ibarra was able to hold off David Adorno for the top spot. Robert Dietz goes to third. This is all in Formula F. Dave Petsko and Charles Foster, James Dietz as well. Those top 6 now run in front of your Formula 6 leader of Jay Beckley, the first white machine with an extra bit of bodywork covering the front of it. There he is. Chris Smith and Robert Gross also between Beckley and Corey McLeod. So McLeod has a bit of a comeback race to do here in his red number 58 out of Formula 6. Dino Lodico is only one car back from that as well, so he's maybe able to add some pressure to your former pole sitter for this race. And then in Formula V, with the issues for Scaler and Shields, that's going to promote Ray Carmody all the way up to second, Mark Farnham to third, Dave Scaler to fourth, and Trevor Miller still running there in fifth.
All right, Tom, as we're under full course caution right now here at Watkins Glen, why don't we do this? Why don't we take our break a little bit early, and hopefully by the time we come back, we'll be ready to go to Green Flag Racing here at Watkins Glen. You are watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And we're back here at Watkins Glen, where we're currently under full course caution for Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Dave Ibarra, your leader in Formula F. David Adorno second, Robert Deeds third. In Formula 6, it's Jay Beckley, Corey McLeod, and Dino Ludico, your top three. And in Formula V, Brian Farnham, Ray Carmody, and Mark Farnham, your top three, as Alex Scaler and Rick Shield had a lap one incident. We are getting word now from race control that we are going to go back to green flag racing this time by Tom.
Big pressure for David Adorno to get another start like that one to keep him battling with David Ibarra, who was under the track record, by the way, in qualifying. If he was able to repeat that time, he would reset the official track record. So that car is moving quick. And then what does Jay Beckley have in the traffic of Formula F? Can Corey McLeod make a comeback? Here they come up onto the front straight, Greg.
All right, and in Formula 600, Jay Beckley says he's been on the podium in 38 of his 64 U.S. Majors Tour races with 19 first-place finishes. He was the Northeast Division champion in Formula 600 back in 2024. As the front row comes onto the front straight, green flag back in the air for the single file restart. And Tom, we are 3-4 wide now, coming down into turn one, as Adorno and Ibarra are going to challenge it out for the lead for the second time here this morning. And jumping to the point this time, looks like David Ibarra will hold off David Adorno.
Yeah, Adorno going for the outside run like we see for more of our sports car classes, but is able to get right tucked into the draft for David Ibarra. It's going to work well for these Formula Fs, up the S's for the second time towards the bus stop, and we're back to two wide. Ibarra feeling the pressure, goes defensive early, but I think Adorno leads across the timing loop. He does indeed, but Ibarra comes back at him, coming into the bus stop for the second time. Robert Dietz in the black and green trying to stay with him, create any opportunity he can, but none come true for him this time, as Charles Foster has lost one spot, I think, to, that's Jay Beckley has gone through there. So Beckley has now put 3 Formula F cars, counted 4, between himself and Corey McLeod.
And that's just what I was going to say, is that Beckley's got a little bit of breathing room. The person who doesn't is a little further back in Formula V, where Brian Farnham, by nature of that lap one incident, had opened up almost, I'd say, probably about 30 car lengths on the rest of the Formula V field. But now Ray Carmody, Mark Farnham, David Scaler, a bit closer now. I think they've got one Formula 600 sitting between them, but not going to be an easy run for Brian Farnham, at least not as easy it looked like when our first lap concluded.
Yeah, that F6 of Jack Walbrin is going to easily clear the Formula Vs as they get back onto a straightaway here. There's the gap between your leaders in Formula 6, just exiting camera shot Jay Beckley, and then 5 cars later is Corey McLeod, seeming a bit uncomfortable with the traffic around him early in the stages of this race. I have to wonder, actually, I don't think that's Corey McLeod's machine. I think it's a different red car. Is that Dino
I think that's Dino Lodico, actually.
Yeah, so maybe some issues for Corey McLeod. I don't see that car on the racetrack. Side by side for the lead, though, Greg. Formula F.
And here they come down into turn 1. And now, new leader, it is David Adorno, who had a great run out of the final corner. Was actually 17,000th of a second faster than David Ibarra, but he now retakes the lead. And this is what I normally expect to see in Formula F racing, Tom. This will probably be the first, 15, 20 lead changes here over the next 12 minutes remaining, 12 and a half minutes here in this 25-minute race.
Yeah, that is not a lot of time. It was Corey McLeod's car that we speculated, but side by side again for the lead. Here comes Adorno around the outside. Holy cow, no, that's Ibarra around the outside. Wow. Muscles his way through on Adorno, who went defensive coming into the inner loop. That was an incredible move from Ibarra to pick that spot up, but a good embracing of the race as well for Adorno to make sure both of them got through there. Robert Dietz gets a little bit closer, and then that's Dave Petsko kind of in the middle of no man's land running in fourth.
Yeah, and Tom, I thought I saw it, and now I heard it. The corner workers over at the bus stop are reporting that there was wheel-to-wheel contact between Ibarra and Adorno going through the bus stop. Of course, we know with these cars how dangerous that can be, but luckily both those drivers were able to make it through. So, they're with Ibarra just muscling his way through as they now make their way up through the toe of the boot.
Brian Farnham is the yellow Formula V right center shot there. He has driven away a full straightaway over the next 3 cars, Ray Carmody, Mark Farnham, and Dave Scaler, battling it out there for the podium, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They've motored up the road just a little bit from Trevor Miller. You see just how much radius the Formula V is trying to use to keep the full throttle down. I was talking to some of these drivers, and they actually said car placement is not nearly as important as momentum. It's kind of better if you just, you're going to miss the apex, commit to it, keep the momentum going.
Yeah, just keep straighten the wheel out.
Exactly, and manage the mistake because these cars are so momentum driven.
All right, as we watch here now in Formula V, this is the battle for 2nd. Ray Carmody in the black number 81. We got Mark Farnham and then David Scaler very close behind. But once again, Brian Farnham in the yellow number 63 Vortec. He has opened up just in 1 lap's time a tremendous advantage here, Tom, as he completes lap number 5. And we'll get a clock on the gap here in just a moment. Almost 8 seconds separating him that last time through. Farnham 4 seconds faster than the rest of the field in Formula V.
In Formula F, the battle continues. You called it, the swapping between Adorno and Ibarra. Here comes Ibarra back from 2nd position now as Adorno led across the last timing loop, nearly side by side into the laces of the boot, around turn 6 and down to the toe. Feeling defensive once again, Adorno in the white, Ibarra in the black and red as they come at our camera shots. Robert Dietz was the fastest car across the race, across the entire race last time across the start-finish line. But he still hangs maybe 3 or 4 car lengths back, running in 3rd, as Adorno, again, trying to break the draft early in the straightaways and get the position that he wants so that he doesn't have to block. If you move first, it's not a move in response. If you move second, it's a move in response. That's considered a block, and it takes a look. They'll have to start to take a look at that.
Yeah, indeed. But as that goes on, as Adorno and Ibarra are moving laterally across the track, whether it's 1 move or whether it's 2 moves, Robert Dietz just stays on his line. He continues straight ahead. He picks up, a couple feet at a time. Every time they do that just ahead of him. Here, the last time by, as you said, Tom, he was slightly faster, almost a half second faster than Adorno and Ibarra ahead. We'll see now as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight if that is the case. And once again, Dietz is the faster of the 3 racers.
Wild. He's turning the fastest laps and seems to be dropping back every time we see him. So he's clearly got plenty of pace. Adorno goes a long way around turn 1 yet again. He's clearly more willing to jump the car over that curb and try to keep the momentum up. But David Ibarra gets the draft now this time, coming up into turn 4. And again, Adorno glues himself to the right side of the racetrack to take the preferred passing line away from David Ibarra, who uses his head of steam to go 2 drivers left. They're side by side once again for a split second, but this time Ibarra thinks better of it coming into the braking zone.
All right, Tom, we've got a car off at the entrance to turn number 1. And trying to pick out if that is the McLeod, if that is Corey McLeod, or if that is possibly Jay Beckley.
I think it is your race leader.
Yeah, I think that was our race leader, Jay Beckley, who now pulls that car off. He was a little bit off the pace at the end of lap number 6, and indeed now he is dropping through the order as the rest of our racers complete the first sector on course. And so Jay Beckley now looks like his race is done.
Here comes David Ibarra up the inside at the heel of the boot, and David Adorno makes it pretty easy for him, goes for the over-under, tries to get the car positioned maybe a bit better for turn 9 early, but your new race leader once again is your former pole sitter at the start of this race, David Ibarra, by a car length. Robert Dietz is still clinging on to him. And then a little further back, someone in the chat pointed out how cool this is on Father's Day weekend. We've got 3 dads of Formula V racing each other for the podium. Yes. Mark Farnham, Dave Scaler, and Ray Carmody all race with their families in this class. All happen to be the dads and battling it out.
All right, just word from race control is they'll have on the next time through turn 1, we'll see the local caution there, so certainly won't be any passing into turn number 1, but after that, that yellow flag is going to be withdrawn as we've got about 6.5 minutes to go, and we're predicting somewhere as we're working lap 8, probably 11 laps total in this race.
The battle for the overall lead has fizzled just a little bit. David Adorno with some clean air has been able to pull out maybe a 3-car length advantage. Oh no, excuse me, that was a different group of cars. Here they are into the inner loop. And David Adorno has taken the lead back over from David Ibarra. Robert Dietz now is the closest he's been.
He's right there, Tom.
Right there. So many options for lines here. As wide as the racetrack is and as much camber as there is to work with, you can really get creative with passing opportunities or even just trying to rattle the driver in front of you. But right now it looks like David Adorno is most confident in trying to lead the race. David Ibarra has consistently slipped back to second. Whether he's letting it happen and isn't too worried about it or not remains to be seen, but Adorno is definitely feeling defensive every single time. And here comes Dietz up the inside for a split second on Ibarra.
And just a little bit too far back there, Tom, and gets back in line very quickly as Ibarra went to defend, and I think Adorno thought that perhaps Ibarra was going to come up his inside as well. Now, as they all get back in line, and again, when they start lap number 9, they should see that local caution withdrawn over at turn 1. Because, thinking here, how many chances does Dietz have to pick up a position here at Watkins Glen? And one of the best opportunities is going to be trying to use the draft as best he can and then pull it to the inside. And you already see there once again David Adorno moving the car over to driver's right in an early defensive move to hold off Ibarra and Dietz, and they all stay 1, 2, 3 now with that local caution withdrawn.
And that draft will start kicking in as they chug up the hill. Looks like Ibarra had to defend at the last second back at turn 1, compromised his exit and holds Robert Dietz back just a little bit as well. But they're going to have a heck of a head of steam coming up on David Adorno's transmission right at the back of that. Miguel, here they go. Are they 3 wide, Greg? Nearly. Here comes Dietz around the outside, trying to keep it side by side. Oh my goodness, all 3 of them shuffling and no changes in position for all that drama.
Yeah, as Dietz tried to take a very late entry and then perhaps cut underneath David Adorno, wasn't able to get to the inside on the 33 car. And I think that really cut down on some of the options that Robert Dietz had available to him. Interestingly, when they came down that short chute over towards the bus stop, Dietz had actually managed to work his way ahead of David Ibarra, but now sits back and falls back into third. A little bit further back in the Formula F field, and I think we had briefly watched that second group, and they are, I think, coming into turn 10, coming into 10 now. It's Charles Foster with James Dietz and Chris Smith, the 27, the 22, and the 57. Yeah, there they are now. Yeah, it looks like Chris Smith has fallen off. Or no, that's back to our leaders, pardon me. But it looks like Chris Smith has fallen a little bit off of that pack as they're right in the middle here.
Here's the dad battle down into turn 1 in Formula V for second, third, and fourth. Right now, Ray Carmody has continued to hold off Scaler and Farnham, but Dave Scaler has moved into the third position. Mark Farnham in the orange machine has slipped back to fourth. Into the heavy drafting zone of this racetrack. Look for Farnham to try to get a run here from drafting two different cars. That's the gap all the way up to first. I think Brian Farnham was able to cling onto the back at the start of this race and get a draft from some of the slower F6 cars as they got up to speed, and that's what created that big gap.
Yeah, so almost the entire length of the back straight there for Brian Farnham, almost 20 seconds over Scaler and Carmody in Formula V. Here, word from Race Control as we're working lap number 9. The next time our leaders come to the start-finish line, we'll see the white flag, 1 to go.
We just saw Dave Scaler and Mark Farnham both slip through on Ray Carmody, and not too far behind are our overall 3 leaders. David Adorno here still leading this pack of 3 for the top of Formula F. David Ibarra in second, Robert Dietz in third. And of these 3 cars, I would want to be David Ibarra the least. He's in the middle, having to deal with both attack and defense, where the other 2 only have one job at this given time.
All right, and Dietz has fallen back just a little bit once again, and they are going to be coming up on some slower traffic. Don't think they're going to get to that car before they reach the start finish. Well, they might get to him before the start finish line. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they're coming up on that Formula V much sooner than I expected. That is Trevor Miller in the number 13 machine, currently running 5th.
Really awkward timing, but Miller doing a nice job to open the entry of that corner. Lets at least 2 of them slip by. Adorno gets through. Ibarra gets through mostly. Dietz got compromised just a little bit, but they still are very, very close together. Then they're going to come across that 3-pack, which is a battle for second for position in Formula V.
All right, and as they come onto the front straight, indeed, they'll be coming up on Ray Carmody, Mark Farnham, Dave Scaler. And as they come to the line, Mark Farnham now moving into second with Carmody, Scaler dropping back in the 4th position in Formula V, as our top 3 Formula F drivers are going to meet them just out of the 90 and making the run up to the S's. Blue flag in the air to let the V's know here as we're working the final lap.
Oh, that worked out pretty well for everybody. Adorno had to make up his mind very last second to try to knife up underneath the Formula V drivers, but lost no time for it. The white flag lap, the best passing opportunity is coming to him quickly. David Adorno leading Ibarra and Dietz with a bit of a gap now. Look at no pressure felt for Adorno. He's not even protecting.
Well, maybe he should have, Tom, as now Ibarra jumps to the lead here, coming through the bus stop on the last lap, as now in Formula V, that Mark Farnham moving up a position, getting around Ray Carmody.
Yeah, I think Ray Carmody might have slipped off the racetrack, actually. Yeah. There's 2 black cars. Dave Scaler also in a black machine, so I'm not sure which it was. But a change for the lead, to your point. David Ibarra takes over the top spot in Formula F, uses the last lap with the best passing opportunity to take that top spot back, which maybe leads us to believe, Greg, that he was just in control of this race the entire time and just ready to make that move at any given moment whenever he needed to, and he knew the last lap was the best time to do it. Now Ibarra, though, has some pressure from Adorno looking to the outside at turn 8. That's so difficult to pull off.
And has to run all the way wide, using all that runoff to hold off David Adorno now as they come out of turn 9. 2 more corners remain here for our first Formula F race of the weekend. They'll race once again tomorrow for their sprint race at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight with David Ibarra leading David Adorno to the line. Who is it going to be? Can Adorno pop out and take the win? No, he cannot. David Ibarra takes the win by 8/100ths of a second at the line. Robert Dietz will hold station. He will finish in third in Formula F. But Tom, I didn't think the draft was going to be that strong coming out of the final corner. Adorno almost pulled it off. Over in Formula 600, taking the win is going to be Corey McLeod, with Jack Walbert finishing in second. And in Formula V, at this point, Brian Farnham will take the win. Dave Scaler will finish in second. Mark Farnham will finish third, only 96/1000ths of a second back. And then Ray Carmody, we think, is going to finish in fourth. Indeed, Ray Carmody crosses the line. He'll finish fourth as he recovers. And then Trevor Miller will round out the five-car Formula V field.
Yeah, it's tough with that little off on the very last lap for Carmody. And with that, Farnham will be the last car to finish the race. He's the last car on the lead lap, 13th overall, and he will that way become your winner no matter what in Formula V.
All right, Tom, with that wrapping up our first race today, next up is Spec Miata. Let's make a call to the grid, and a final call for them. Attention, the paddock, Spec Miata racers. This is your final call to the grid. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've got two more races before a quick break for lunch here at Watkins Glen. Next up is Spec Miata. We'll bring you that action in just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. We're going to have a special guest joining us here in just a few moments. But we're up now with Spec Miata. Let's run down the starting order. We had 36 drivers set qualifying times. And on the pole with a time of 2:15 flat, Christian Meyer out of Seminole, Florida, in the car that is sponsored by Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa. There you go. Frankie Barroso out of Miami Springs, Florida, in the Advanced Electrical Innovations car will start on the outside of the front row. And Tom, this is where I thank Frankie Barroso Racing for bringing an entire box of cookies to sway our commentary here today. Absolutely delicious, and good luck to him. Also representing Rare Spec Motorsports. Starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 78 Hoosier Carbotech X Factor Racing entry from Morrisville, North Carolina. It's Travis Wiley with Bobby Gossett starting in 4th position. He is out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, in the Salty Dog Racing Machine. Logan Stretch will start 5th. He's driving the number 89 Mazda. He starts next to Stuart McAleer. Comes to us all the way from Glasgow, Scotland, in the lit racing machine. This was like a perfect week for him to come out because everybody else is from Glasgow is up in Massachusetts for the World Cup this weekend. Nick Leveroni will start 7th in the number 93 Flat Out Motorsports machine, with Ryan Maloney out of Dayton, Maryland, starting 8th. John Salerno will start 9th today, with John Dean starting in 10th position. On the inside of row number 6 is Chuck Matutis. He drives the number 66 car. He's out of Little Mountain, South Carolina. Johnny Murrow from Pompano Beach, Florida, will start 12th. Justin Ferraro will start 13th position in this crude speed entry, with Marcello Paniccia starting in 14th position. Ben Gaunt will start 15th, with Gavin Vaughn 16th. Then we've got Dr. Dom Lucci will start 17th today. He's in the number 46 car. Alfredo Sedan will start 18th. And rounding out the top 20, it's Chris Rawlings, 19th. He drives the number 35 Mazda. That's the Rossini Planet Miata car. And Peter Tonelli in the Penny Payson Racing machine out of Westboro, Massachusetts, will start 20th. Ellie Gossett will start today's race 21st in the number 77 Salty Dog Racing Mazda, with Chris Jerem starting 22nd. He's in the number 14 AKT Racing Team entry from Lake Mary, Florida. Alessandro Boas will start 23rd. He's in the number 196 car. He's from Winchester, Massachusetts. And 2012 national champion Elvin Goulart will start 24th in the number 98 machine. David Chufo will start 25th. He's in the number 7 car, with John Hamner, starting 26th. He drives the 07. He's from Dallas, Texas. Then we got Paul Capel, another one of the stewards here that is part of the traveling circus of the Super Tour. He's racing today. He's out of Brooklyn, New York, in the Hudson River Solutions entry, with Eric Gerchak starting 28th. He's in the number 21 car. And rounding out the top 30, Key Doss out of Chagrin Falls, Ohio, in the 190 car, and Connor Thomas from Loveland, Colorado, in the Planet Miata entry, starting in 30th. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turns the field over to our leaders here on track: Christian Meyer, Frankie Barroso, Travis Wiley, and Bobby Gossett. Your 2 front rows as the engines rev up. Green flag is in the air, and they're making the run down to turn 1. And Tom, the inside row, led by Christian Meyer with a push from Travis Wiley, getting a much better start than the red number 148 of Frankie Barroso, who's going to end up battling Travis Wiley for second as they come down through the 90 and into the S's. Barroso does get to the point, and it's got Bobby Gossett now trying to follow him through right alongside Wiley in the battle for third.
Yeah, Wiley and Gossett are side by side, but I think Gossett has the advantage at this point. I also saw John Salerno get a burner of a start. I think they were 4 wide at the apex of turn 1. We'll see where that number 34, who is your Super Tour points leader, slots out after starting in the 9th position. But Meyer and Barroso working together, effectively teammates early on, pushing each other into the bus stop for the first time. And then everybody else, almost like a whiplash, everybody just swinging out wider and wider. Chuck McTutis is the first one to go 2 wide. He's off through the grass, and a whole bunch of dust flies as the rest of the field clenches for a moment, exiting the inner loop.
I was going to say, I was certainly clenching, as I don't think it was Nick Leveroni, but one of the other Flat Out Motorsports cars came over the curbing and underneath 2 other cars coming through the bus stop, and somehow they all made it through as the dust still flies in the air. And this is going to be a great opportunity, Tom, speaking of flying through the air, to bring in our guest today. T4 driver, Touring 4 driver, joins us, I think, once a year here up at Watkins Glen. John Weisberg, driver of the T4 BMW Z4. Welcome, John.
Actually, STU.
STU. Got it. Sorry.
My wife Dina's in the T3 BMW.
Got it.
But I'm driving the Z4 and STU. Unfortunately, a little off the pace today. I'm doing a whole bunch of changes on it right now. But this Spec Miata race is something I always love to watch. It's a great number of friends in here. Interesting to see that Elevon Goulart is starting 24th, I think it was.
Yeah.
He'll be one to watch definitely in this field, coming up from the back.
Yeah, that's the white number 98 with the blue stripes, kind of center of shot. If you can pick that car out, that's a past national champion. Be fun to watch him, hopefully, in his opinion anyway, drive forward through the field. Coming up onto the front straight for the first time since they saw the green flag. It's still Meyer and Barroso. Travis Wiley and Bobby Gossett took 3/4 of the lap to sort out their troubles and gets single file. And now Stuart McAleer going for a move on Wiley down into turn 1. Salerno also settles into 6th from 9th on the grid. Feeling defensive on John Dean. Look at these cars. I swear they're 4 off the ground if you commit to turn 1 enough.
The bumps out there are absolutely amazing. They really, really upset the car. But I guess the Spec Miata is and we got a slow car down there in turn 2.
Yeah, 1 car down. He's going to pull into the grass off the track. We'll try and get the number on that car here as he does. We'll pick that up in a second as that whole pack
Pretty good
blows
safe
through.
zone. Pretty good safe zone there.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll affect the rest of the race.
Yeah, I think that might be the number 8 car that had pulled off. We've got a car that did not make the bus stop there, and we've got a change now in the battle for second as Travis Wiley in the 78 machine gets around Frankie Barroso. So drop Barroso back into 3rd. Stuart McAleer in 4th place with Bobby Gossett and John Salerno. The last couple times through, Tom, we had seen where Christian Meyer had opened up a very large gap to the rest of the field. The last time they crossed one of our timing lines here, about 7/10 separating them. And then basically Wiley, Barroso, McAleer, Bobby Gossett, and then a pretty good gap back to John Salerno in 6th, who, as you mentioned, had Johnny Morrow, Johnny Morrow and Marcello Panicchio, who's made a huge jump since the start of this race. He started 14th, now up in the 8th position with Logan Stretch. Ryan Maloney's dropped a couple spots back, now in the 10th.
Yeah, and I think Nick Leveroni was the car that went off at the bus stop. He also did not come to a full stop, which is in the SUPs. That'll be something to look at, but he's the car that broke free the top 6 and then the rest. He was right in that zone as it's now Johnny Morrow, as you mentioned, at the top of that group, followed by Logan Stretch and Marcello Panicchia, then the rest, of course. But at the front now, that becomes a 6-car conversation. They're trying to make it a 2-car conversation. Look at this between Meyer and Wiley. Not necessarily the selected dancing partners they would have picked, but hey, you take what you can get in Spec Miata.
All right, Tom, so as they come now onto the front straight down into turn 1, when our racers start to come up the hill through the S's, they are going to see that local caution for that car that pulled off on the lap before. That is the number 35 car of Chris Rawlings out of Reading, Pennsylvania.
New leader Travis Wiley picked up the top spot in turn 1 and interestingly kind of chopped his line a little bit short to try to cut some distance after having to overslow for the pass. It worked out well, but I mean, it's only so much you can do before the draft starts to bring everybody back. Christian Meyer, Frankie Barroso back linked up, Stuart McAleer, Bobby Gossett, John Salerno. That's your top 6, but who will lead the way into the bus stop this time? It looks like it might be Meyer again, and Barroso is going to go with him. They go back to the top.
Oh, and Tom, we got a car getting very loose and contact coming through the bus stop. It's the 43 car of Stuart McAleer, and I think that was Bobby Gossett that came together with him there as they exited the bus stop. And we just saw where the 43 car McAleer just had the rear end step out on him and tried to correct it. Not much he could do. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, instant replay gets the left side tires on the dirt and loses the back end and unfortunately takes
Gossett, I think.
Gossett with him
at the outside. Yeah, he got up on that inside curb of the second, the first left of the bus stop, but. Full course, yeah.
Yeah, and we are going to a full course caution as we have, it looks like one of the bumper caps there laying right at the apex, the final apex of the bus stop. So again, under full course caution, Frankie Barroso is your leader now, and we'll take that out. Maybe that wasn't Gossett that was involved in that.
It's Wiley. I was trying to get the headlight cover. Yeah, so that's Gossett has the red headlights. Wiley had the green on the front of the car, and that's red headlights sitting in second. So unfortunately, Travis Wiley, having led the previous lap, is now finding himself in the barrier.
So Tom, getting back to Nick going down through the bus stop and not stopping, I maybe might have done the same thing this morning, and they gave me the green sign to go, so I went. I didn't stop.
That is true. It does.
I slowed significantly, and I waited for the green to the green paddle, which is how they signal the drivers who go through there. And so I went, and nobody came to talk to me. So I guess Nick's okay if he got the paddle.
That's the logical thing to do, right? That does say, yeah, you're right. In the subs it says, come to a stop and wait for them to tell you to go. But if they're telling you to go,
I'm going.
Go. Exactly. All right, so safety car has been deployed. Beautiful, you'll never hear me say this more than once, but that beautiful Toyota Camry leading the field down into turn one. Let's do this, gentlemen, since we are under full course caution. Let's take our break a little bit early, and we will be back in just a few moments.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman and special guest John Weisberg. And we are under full course caution at the moment as looks like our emergency services team's still up by the exit of the bus stop trying to get those two cars cleared out. And it was Travis Wiley and Stuart McAleer involved just a few moments ago. And hopefully as soon as they do that, we'll be able to go back to green flag racing. So, John, of course, you said you're racing in STU here this weekend. You got your lovely wife racing as well. Any big plans or big news to share with us while we got you here? You know, we want the scoops.
Not really. I mean, the Z4 has been a pretty steep development curve, interrupted pretty abruptly by a pretty big accident here in turn 11 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
So the impact was so hard that I didn't think they were going to be able to fix the car. And I actually bought another car to replace this, just a regular E46. But they were able to fix it, so it's back on track. It's definitely not 100%, but still trying to figure it out because BMW with their Z cars, they ended up kind of being a parts shelf car.
Okay.
Where the previous Z4 was a mix of E36 and E46 parts. And my car is a mix of E90 front end, E46-ish.
Interesting.
Rear suspension. Although I found out recently that the rear control arms are different from an E46 to my car. About a 20 millimeter track difference on them.
Oh gosh.
So so I was running around in the car.
So that's why your car looked like a dune buggy for half a year, right?
Yeah, it was. No, it was too narrow.
Oh, too narrow.
Too narrow in the rear. So it's a lot of little things that we're picking up on. Car wasn't terrible. The fastest it's been is this weekend here at Watkins Glen, turning 207. But with some of the Lotuses turning, I think 202 this morning.
Yeah.
Qualifying. So that's I got a lot of work to do. But I think I just made a whole bunch of changes on the car, so as they say, the demon tweaks. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better. Hopefully a lot better.
All right, so we are still under caution. Haven't heard from race control yet.
Greg, I just picked up there on that camera shot, Christian Meyer's left rear tire. That's the 4th place car, but he was your pole sitter. Appears to be bent, towed out, and rubbing the bodywork. That's going to be a nightmare come green flag. I don't expect big things from this 02 based on what we just saw in that camera shot. Can't tell 100%. John, maybe you could tell a little bit better if it looked like it was towed out or not, but it's definitely rubbing the bodywork.
It's hard to say. It definitely rubbing the bodywork and, under load going through turn 5 there. It's...
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that car is going to be an absolute handful going through the S's, going through 1, 2, and the outer loop, turn 5 there. So, gonna be hanging on for dear life.
All right, as we are currently working now, lap number 5, just a touch over 10 minutes remaining. Again, these are 25-minute sprint races. And Tom, lights are out on the safety car. We're going to be going back to racing this time by. Again, all these races today timed to 25 minutes.
Yep, so it had been a top 6 breakaway. This brings everybody back into the opportunity for a front-running spot. Logan Stretch especially is the first of the cars that got to close back up. Marcelo Panicia having a great race. Johnny Morrow's in there. John Dean in the blue and pink. Chuck McTudis, Ryan Maloney. That's your top 10 as they come back to the green flag.
All right, Tom, here as they come to the line, and we're still a little surprised there to see Elvin Goulart back in, I think, 28th position as the green flag is back in the air. And we are noting that that John Salerno, I believe, is actually running the ex-Ethan Goulart car now as they come down into turn number 1 with Frankie Barroso holding the point there with the 44 car directly behind. Oh no.
And as we expected, the left rear lets go. Oh man, on Christian Meyer's car, it's going to take Marcelo Panicia with it. Looks like everybody else makes it through, Greg and John. Oh, that was a big scare for a second. We've seen some big ones there in multiple series, but
yeah, I have to look at that again and see if it was actually cars coming back on track from going way out there.
And Tom, we are going to full course caution. Yeah, he's coming over the curbing and come back.
The blue with
now. Yeah, John Dean was involved in that as well. It looked like John Dean and Panicia had maybe made contact right before that, but it was that extra walk back onto the racetrack for Christian Meyer that really went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the coming back on got into the back of the other car, and that turned into the 34, the white.
Yeah, I think Panicia there and Meyer now at the back of the field. We are under full course caution once again. Race control went to that full course caution almost immediately after the impact happened. And Tom, I think probably, hate to say, you never want to see something like that happen, but if that had happened a little bit further up through the S's, it could have ended up much worse than it did. Instead of having just 2 cars affected, it could have affected a very large portion of the field here.
So, great question in the live chat, and I'll let John answer here. When do track limits get enforced for this weekend, John? From your, you've done the drivers' meetings and stuff. What are the track limits rules this weekend?
So the track limit rules this weekend that is all fair ground out there on the outside of turn 1. The only stipulation is that when you come back on track, you can't impede somebody else.
Right.
Which, unfortunately, I don't think that really happened, but I think it was cars avoiding cars that were coming back on track that kind of made a chain reaction there and ended up putting that car on the wall. So very unfortunate for him, but I guess I'm not a big fan of that track limits rule. The track out there is really bumpy, and the cars are literally completely out of control when they're out there in those bumps, and the guys are just hanging on to them. It appears to be faster, but I don't know. I don't think it does.
All right. Just saw coming down the pit lane. There is Marcelo Panicia in that light green number 55 machine. It looks like, as we would expect after this, his race has now been run.
Yeah, that was a heck of an impact.
Yeah.
So I imagine the rear end of that. I think he hit right rear wheel first, or was it did it hit on the nose first?
It looked like it was at the nose. Yeah. I'm wondering, Jordan, would it be possible to? No, unfortunately, can't get back to that replay there. But yeah, it looked like as he was moving back over driver's left, just as our pole sitter, Christian Meyer, was trying to rejoin the track right at the very edge. I mean, there weren't many other places for him to go at the time, because it's right at the very end of that Armco there that leads you back onto the track. So again, we are under full course caution with a little bit over 6 minutes remaining. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group real quick, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Attention the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. All right, Tom, and we've just now got word from race control they're going to be black flagging the session. So when the safety car brings the field around towards the pit lane, they will all follow that Toyota Camry onto the pit lane. Now, the clock does continue to run under black flag conditions, and with, at this point, only about 5 minutes or so remaining, I suspect this is how the race is going to end.
Yeah, the math doesn't look good for that. Christian Meyer's car is not far from a quick little cutout, but getting the whole field back out onto the racetrack and racing again might be tough. So we can look at the running order for now and make some assumptions, but also it's important to note that tomorrow's race is gridded by single fastest lap of any lap in the weekend. So some of these drivers will probably get reset further back, as I'm looking, drivers like John Salerno sitting in third did not improve the fastest lap, so that will move him all the way back down to 9th for tomorrow's race. There's all sorts of drivers that came from the top 10 to 20 in qualifying into the top 10 in this race, and that's going to make their lives harder tomorrow if some of these cars make it back to the grid, which will make it very interesting for that 35-minute feature race.
All right, Tom, and as we suspected, this is going to be the end of our race. As you look at our ticker, it's showing finishing. The folks at race control, or folks on the starter stand, have been asked to display the checkered flag when The safety car brings the field down the pit lane, so they will be taking the checkered flag from the pit lane here, thus ending the race. And so let's take a look at where we stand, as I believe we've got the current order here, with possibly one exception. I think our timing actually shows Marcello Paniccia is the leader. Frankie Barroso will take the win here in race number 1. Driver the number 148 machine out of Miami Springs, Florida. Bobby Gossett will finish second in the number 44 car. John Salerno, third. Logan Stretch, fourth. Chuck McTudis, fifth. That's your top 5. Johnny Murrow will finish 6th. Ryan Maloney, 7th. Gavin Vaughn, Justin Ferraro, and John Dean, yes, that John Dean, will round out the top 10. So Spec Miata scheduled to race tomorrow. Of course, all of our races tomorrow are feature length. They will be 15 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. Spec Miata scheduled to start tomorrow at 9:20 a.m. All right, let's make a final call for our next race group, Tom, and then we'll take a little break. Attention, the paddock, final call for race group 3, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. All right, before we take a break, I want to thank John Weisberg for joining us here once again. And John, thank you so much.
Pleasure to be with you guys. Unfortunately, cut a little short, but maybe I can come back tomorrow. Hopefully all these guys can get back on track tomorrow. It looked like some pretty banged up cars, though.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you are always welcome to join us up here in the booth. John is going to be racing in our last race, in our last race of the afternoon, scheduled for 3:40 p.m. today. So make sure to join us and cheer him on. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our last race before lunch. It's the Big Bore boys and girls in just a few moments. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg, he's Tom, and this is Big Bore with our GT cars and our 2 fastest touring classes, as well as the pony cars, American Sedan. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to have a split start for this group. I think 2 separate pace cars. In the first group are our GT cars, and then behind the second pace car, the touring cars and American Sedan. Let's start with the GTs. Starting on pole today, driving the number 44 GT2 class Porsche 911, it's Tony Ave. On the outside of the front row, driving the number 165 Taxmania Chevy Corvette, it is Jorge Nazario. Starting on row number 2, driving the number 50 GT2 class Sunbeam Tiger, the Hoosier Tires entry, it is Tiger Tom Patton. Joe Christensen driving the number 144 Ave Motorsports Nissan 370Z out of London, Ontario, Canada, will start 4th. Starting 5th is David Jantz. He's your GT1 class pole sitter. He's driving the Ave Motorsports Ford Mustang. He's out of Maiden, North Carolina. Ann Doherty in her GT2 class Porsche 911 will start 6th. She is driving the number 14 GT2 car. Mikhail Putenko will start 7th. He's driving the number 76 GT2 class Chevy Monte Carlo. That's the AMB Protective Services machine from San Francisco, California. And then we've got John Helmers. John is starting 8th. He's driving the number 11 GT1 Olds Cutlass out of Conklin, New York. Todd Peterson was scheduled to start 9th, driving the number 4 GT1 class Chevy Camaro, the Peterson Machine Incorporated entry. Getting word he did not make the grid. Then James Wilson will round out our GT cars. He's scheduled to start 10th, driving the number 161 GT1 class Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He's out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Second group, the touring classes and American Sedan, starting on the pole, Brian Kleeman in the number 07 Ford Boss 302, that's T1 class car, and on the outside of the front row, driving the number 199 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, that's the Bolt Racing Carbotech entry from Alpharetta, Georgia, William Bolt. Our American Sedan pole sitter will start 3rd in the group, that's Danny Richardson out of Durwood, Maryland, in the Hoosier Auto Gear Chevy Camaro. Next alongside him will be Chris Utzen in the number 41 Touring 1 Ford Mustang. Dustin Cornell will start 5th. He is in the number 7 Ford Mustang with Amy Accolante in her American Sedan Pontiac Firebird, starting right alongside in 6th. As our first group now is coming to the line, starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And I think before the green flag came out, they were already 2 wide. Jumping off to an early lead is Tony Ave in his Porsche 911. The Sunbeam Tiger Tom Patton got a great start, but Joe Christensen will slip along the outside, sliding in the 4th in GT2 with David Jantz also on the run. Our second group now, our touring cars and American Sedan racers, they've got the green flag, and they are underway with Brian Kleeman in his Ford Mustang, off to a great start there with Chris Utzen, and also in a Mustang right alongside William Bolt in his Corvette, sliding in as well. Now as they make the run up through the S's, but good start there for the Mustang on the beginning there, Tom.
Yeah, those 2 white Mustangs, both 2nd and 3rd in Touring 1. It was also a great start for James Jost, putting pressure on the back of Danny Richardson, having started a couple cars back on the overall grid. Here's the GT cars into the boot as our touring cars enter the inner loop for the first time. It looks like Brian Kleeman is going to check out early, but the next two cars in line are Chris Utzen and Dustin Cornell, as now Danny Richardson going the long way around the outer loop, trying to put more cars between himself and his other American Sedan competitors. They were 3 wide coming into the laces.
Yeah, and we've got the two national champions, or former national champions, Danny Richardson and James Jost. Both of those racers race here in the Northeast very, very often. I believe this is a new car for James Jost. Had some brake issues earlier in the season at a majors at Summit Point Raceway, but they get off to an early jump there with the two Firebirds of Amy and Beth Aquilante just a little bit further behind. But, over in Touring 2, William Bolt and his Corvette jumping out to an early lead over Russell King and John Gatzmeyer here with Tony Ave now as they come across the line to complete the first lap. Tony Ave with almost 2 seconds on the rest of the GT2 field.
Now, Ave and Nazario in the C7 Corvette just behind him qualified less than just over a tenth apart, so the pace similarity is very, very similar. The pace potential is very similar in theory between those two, but it looks like Ave, much more comfortable at the start of the race, was able to leap out to that early lead. And then we have a great battle between those two traditional GT2 cars, both tube frame chassis with silhouette bodies that basically just represent what sort of engine is under the hood, quote unquote hood. Tom Patton and Joe Christensen battling it out for third before we get to our GT1 leader of David Jans in the 90s Trans Am style Mustang.
Yeah, and whereas Jans has opened up a nice advantage over the rest of the GT1 field. Watch that Monte Carlo pop over the curbs there, top. Wow. John Helmers in the black Olds Cutlass and James Wilson in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo are battling it out right now for second in that class. They were side by side as they went into the 90 and all the way up through the S's. We'll track them here in just a few moments. But again, Jans in the Mustang is just continuing to stretch that advantage. And, well, there you go. There's Helmers. And Helmers now has opened up about 7 car lengths, actually more than that, on James Wilson in the Super Trofeo as he has now dropped back into the clutches of the Mustang behind. That's an out-of-class car.
Then we get to the Touring and American Sedan group, and Amy Aquilante has gone through and passed. So she now sits second in American Sedan, has just one car between herself and the leader in the class, but it's about 20 car lengths total, plus that Mustang GT4 of Chris Utzen. Dustin Cornell was able to solidify his second position in Touring 1 by passing Danny Richardson. And then it must be said, maybe not the strongest start for William Bolt, and that's probably just down to horsepower. That C6 Corvette is in Touring 2, so it is running a worse power-to-weight ratio is a good way to think of it, just lower power, higher weight than the Touring 1 cars in front of it. He started all the way up in the top row of this group, but slipped off the track at turn 1, got motored up the hill, and now finds himself dealing with pressure from Russell King in second in Touring 2, the BMW M2 CSR, and then John Gatzmeyer and Joseph Latanzi are not too far back in the pair of Corvettes either. Oh, there goes Bolt flying off the racetrack again, taking the Spec Miata line, trying to keep any momentum, as that car will have a pretty serious restrictor plate in it just to run in Touring 2. Maybe a sniff of the draft on the back of James Jost and Amy Aquilante, but the car's just in front there. Aquilani and Jost battling for second in American Sedan.
Yeah, and as you said there, Russell King in that M2 CSR was right behind William Bolt's Mustang, but as they came up the hill, I think he got motored by Gatzmeyer, Latanzi, as well as Beth Aquilante in her American Sedan Ford Firebird, Pontiac Firebird, as King now drops back 4 positions there just in the first half of this lap number 2, or probably lap number 3. As they come through the toe of the boot there, now Russell King, he's got Gatzmeyer and Latanzi back behind him, as well as Beth Aquilante, the 2 Corvettes, and then Aquilante and the Firebird. Those are, with King ahead of those 2 Corvettes, that is the battle for position, battle for second in Touring 2 at the moment.
At the front in GT2, a new fastest lap of the race for Jorge Nazario. Ticks up 2/10 out of Tony Ave's lead that time by, and it's closer now, Greg. I would say it was 9/10 at the start-finish line. But now they're working their way through the outer loop, and Jorge Nazario is essentially there. One car length back from Tony Ave coming into the toe of the boot. Two very different cars, both production chassis, but one built by Porsche, the other built in some form of a garage somewhere. Probably a really nice garage, but sure. Either way, a home engineered machine. They're battling for second and first in GT2. Looks like Ave may be a bit of an advantage here as he finishes Sector 2. The rear engine gets the power down nicely out of the toe towards the heel of the boot. Pulls out maybe those 2 or 3 extra car lengths. But I think the Corvette may be a little bit healthier in Sector 1 with all the straightaways is what I got the impression of, at least that previous lap.
And of course, Tom, Jorge Nazario, he is your defending national champion in GT2 in that Taxmania Chevy Corvette out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, representing the Puerto Rico region of the SCCA.
What's the gap at the start-finish line? From 9/10 down to 5/10. Jorge Nazario is on a charge. You also have to start to factor in, this is a relatively short race, only 25 minutes in length, but what do the tires look like towards the end? How do these cars manage their tires differently? Of course, front engine rear-wheel drive versus rear engine rear-wheel drive. Here's where Nazario seems to be a little bit quicker, maybe a 3-mile-an-hour advantage at the trip of the crap speeds last time through. Here they come into the braking zone for the bus stop. The fifth time in this race.
Yeah, and Tom, I would think that the Porsche obviously has an advantage in slower corners that you dig out of, as it can kind of hunker down as the motor sits down over those rear wheels. Here at Watkins Glen, you don't necessarily have any corners, I think, like that, except perhaps going into the toe of the boot down to turn 7 as you're trying to dig up that slow hill.
Yeah, exactly right. There's really just all momentum. It's small changes of speed here at Watkins Glen, not big ones, not big threshold breaks. Here's the biggest braking zone maybe of the entire track, really, other than turn 1. But watch the Porsche gets the power down a little bit better, pulls out just a car length or 2 in that one specific corner. Could also just be the speed as they start to accelerate, making them look a little bit further apart. But Nazario starting to show the nose just a little bit into the mirrors, adding some pressure to the massively experienced Tony Ave. Battling it out still. This is the overall race lead and the race lead in GT2. Ooh, a little slip there for Nazario. Is going to lose a bit of time coming off of turn 9. That's the biggest gap we've seen since basically the start of the race, is Nazario pushing the car hard. Ave driving it a little bit cleaner, a little bit more tidy, probably to the driving style that each car likes as they come onto the start-finish line. It was a half second last time. It's going to be similar this time, but I think Ave is going to pull it out. Yes, 8/10 now between the top 2.
Yeah, indeed, as he opens up a little bit more of a gap. As I'm taking a look here, I think that we're still seeing a nice little fight there for second place in Touring 2 between Russell King in the M2 CSR as well as the 2 Corvettes directly behind John Gatzmeyer and Joseph Latanzi. There they are now as William Bolt has managed to stretch things out on the rest of the T2 field by about 4 seconds ago, or 4 seconds or so. There he is in that burgundy or dark red Chevy Corvette. And King now with perhaps one of the larger leads that he's had so far early on in this race as they work lap number 5 over an American sedan coming now through turn 8. Got Amy Aquilante still trying to hold off James Jost in the number 04, the black Ford Mustang directly behind.
Tell you what, Greg, while we were watching the top 2 in GT2, William Bolt did some serious work. He passed 3 out-of-class cars to put himself at 4, actually, with the GT1 Lamborghini in there. He's got the second and third place cars in American Sedan and the third place car in Touring 1 in that 2-lap time between himself and Russell King. Big advantage now for the C6 driver.
Yeah, indeed. It would be a tough hoe to row for Russell King, Gatzmeyer, and Latanzi at this point to work their way back up to Bolt, given that American sedan fight that's going on directly ahead of them, and the one additional car there as well, that Lamborghini, who also has been showing very good pace, albeit a little outclassed does James Wilson seem to be over in GT1 today. as he is now fallen a number of seconds back from David Jans, our leader, and John Helmers.
Still a really fun battle, though, for American Sedan. The 90s Firebird, the 2000s Mustangs. Here comes James Jost up the inside on Aquilani. He's going to go through for second with 13.5 minutes left in the race. Aquilani now finds herself third. Jost up to second and trying to navigate that Lamborghini of James Wilson, who seems a bit uncomfortable in the higher speed corners as these other cars run him down. Knifes through, actually, on him. Picks up 2 spots overall to the American Sedan drivers. And that leaves now your third place driver in Touring 1, Quist Utzon, to deal with, and he gets through as well in the laces.
All right, all the while as we were watching that American Sedan battle, Danny Richardson, your leader in the class. Tom, he's also been doing some work. He has worked up now to 10th position overall. He's got Dustin Cornell in T1 and William Bolt, our T2 leader, behind him, and the advantage that he now holds over the rest of the American Sedan field up to 12.5 seconds.
If you're joining us and you're not as familiar with SCCA racing, you're wondering what American Sedan means specifically. It's kind of a more old-fashioned style. I don't want to call it old-fashioned, but it's a more classic style of road racing prep where there's a whole lot of motor, a whole lot of power allowed, but not a lot to the suspension, brakes, or tire. So to give you an idea, Danny Richardson is clearing 140 miles an hour pretty easily down towards the inner loop as your race leader. Those cars pretty quick in a straight line, but otherwise, if memory serves, they're still stuck on a 275 tire and a relatively narrow, most of them 8-inch wheel, if that hasn't changed in the last 2 years, maybe. So a lot of wheeling and dealing behind the wheel of those cars. Is your overall race leader now catching 4th place for American Sedan? That's Beth Aquilani. And it looks like Ave is going to get backed up just a little bit in the final corner. Does this present an opportunity for Nazario? Here he comes.
And as they come down the front straight, this is the best chance now for our defending national champion. Pinned to the outside by Tony Ave. Great defensive line now into the 90. And as he slides in and comes across the nose of Jorge Nazario, going to hold off the defending champion for at least another corner.
Played that really well. I think Nazario got in a little bit deep and missed the prime banking at turn 1. There's a really ideal line that gives you the most amount of camber and works with the car. And I think Nazario was just out of that lane. Battle for second in Touring 2, by the way. That's the battle that just exited our camera shot into the outer loop between the BMW and the pair of C5 Corvettes. That battle's great as well, but it's being caught by the top 2.
All right, Tom, real quick, have a quick announcement or quick call I need to make. Attention in the paddock with the following Spec Miata drivers. Please see the race director in tech. Please bring your in-car video with you. Driver the number 43, the number 55, the number 78, and the number 169 Spec Miatas. That's 43, 55, 78, and 169 Spec Miatas. All, please see the race director in tech and bring your in-car video along with you. All right, let's jump back to the action, Tom. All right, with us now halfway. Tell you what, let's not jump back to the action, Tom. Let's take our break here from Watkins Glen. When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag in our big bore race here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
It's 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Watkins Glen International. Our big bore race, and Tom, we were just watching the battle for second in Touring 2, and there's a big change here now as John Gatzmeyer gets around Russell King on lap number 8, and Joseph Latanzi just took a quick look on the BMW going down in the 1.
Yeah, the pair of C5s and the BMW have been having a beautiful battle between the three of them. Gatzmeyer picks the top spot up there. That's second, I should say. And now it looks like the straight line speed of Latanzi might give him another opportunity. He goes a little bit to the inside, now pops and creates overlap. Russell King slips back to fourth at the start fit at the line, at least for the sector, but then takes it back under braking. And that dueling between the two has given John Gatzmeyer a big advantage into the outer loop.
Big amount of breathing room there as our Touring 2 racer, or probably GT2 racer, sorry, Tiger Tom Patton coming up on that fight right now. While we were at break, one of our American sedan racers, Beth Aquilante, retired her car back to the paddock. And I'm sure that's going to not be the greatest news for, of course, Chip Herr, who's watching the Aquilante's race, as well as Tom Aquilante, or probably Joe Aquilante, here in the chat. Again, want to thank all of you for joining us here on YouTube this weekend.
And speaking of, at the front, it looks like Jorge Nazario in that Phoenix-built C7 didn't get through traffic quite as efficiently as Tony Ave, so they're still now separated by 2 seconds instead of 8/10 the last time we saw them. As now it looks like Latanzi just knifes underneath Russell King back at turn 8. There's a look at your leaders coming down into turn 1, having lapped your American sedan leader, Danny Richardson. And it's a mechanical issue from second place in Touring 1. This is a heartbreaker for Dustin Cornell, who's lost drive in the final sector in his white number 7 Mustang. That's going to put Chris Utzon back up into second.
Yeah, and Tom, we'll see if he can get the car off into that runoff area on the outside of turn 10, and he hasn't been able to do so. Of course, we've got the local caution now coming out of turn 9, and we'll see if this brings out a full course caution with 5 minutes to go. I'm hoping that we'll be able to keep just the local caution there coming out of turn 9.
Yeah, he is in a relatively safe spot with a great visibility to where he is, so hopefully they go a little bit less conservative than other incidents that we've seen. But back to the battle for the podium in Touring 2. There's the podium in American sedan just exiting the bus stop. James Jost pulling away from Amy Aquilante just a little bit. And then the two Corvettes in the BMW. Both Corvettes looking strong late in the race here, pulling away from Russell King, who's having some issues at this point to keep up with him.
Yeah, that BMW is starting to look awfully loose here on the last half of the race, as we also just had Joe Christensen in the 144 Nissan, the GT2 car, go and put him a lap down. All right, if we check back in here, in Touring 1, Brian Kleeman in the Ford Boss 302 out of Cockeysville, Maryland. He is your leader. Chris Utzon now running in second. And Dustin Cornell, of course, now falls to third position as he is sitting trackside, heading over towards turn 10 in GT2. It is still Tony Ave with Jorge Nazario. Tiger Tom Patton, who we've been watching in this pack just now, going into turn 10. He is running third with Joe Christensen in the Nissan fourth. William Bolt, your leader, still in Touring 2. And Danny Richardson, who we saw leave the shot here just a few moments ago, still your leader in American Sedan. David Jans in his Ford Mustang leads GT1.
We've got 4 different classes represented here down into turn 1. GT2, then GT1, then Touring 1, then Touring 2. The last 3 cars battling for position. Otherwise, it's just an overall position battle as Chris Utzon may be struggling with longevity here just a little bit in that Mustang GT4. Late stages of this race seems to be slipping back into the clutches of this Touring 2 battle just slightly. And coming up quick is your GT1 leader. As you mentioned, David Jans, the red Mustang, is the next car to encounter that battle in Touring 2.
Yeah, and Tom, as you mentioned, where it seems like Utzon may be having some longevity issues. That last lap around, he was almost 6 seconds off of his previous fast lap. And we see there where the Corvettes now in T2 pulling right up to his rear bumper as they come through the outer loop.
Yeah, it just looks maybe a bit uncomfortable with turning the wheel, which tells me maybe the car's gone a bit loose on him. Even wandering up the S's, a bit nervous to try to keep the car on the normal line. Is just kind of shallow inputs on the steering wheel. Now he's a bit of a cork in the bottle. Ooh, was that the back end of Helmer? I thought it was almost the back of David Jans's car coming around through the laces. He's being chased down by Ann Doherty in the black Porsche. That's an overall position battle. But this battle in Touring 2, Gatzmeyer, Latanzi, and King, the pair of Corvettes and the BMW, it's still not over. They've got a whole another lap at least, if not 2, depending on where the overall race leader, Tony Ave, is.
All right, we are getting word from race control, Tom, that the next time our GT2 leaders, Tony Ave and Jorge Nazario, come onto the front straight, they'll see the white flag. One more lap here to go.
Tony Ave just completing Sector 1. They're over in the outer loop at this point, which means 2 full laps to go for this battle in Touring 2. Ave, by the way, setting the fastest Sector 1 time of all. That time through on lap number 12, actually lap 13. So he's still got plenty of pace left in the Porsche. The distance between the two of them, 2.3 seconds now, is here we've got a battle between the 2 Corvettes in Touring 2. Bit of a drag race. Latanzi thinking about a dive up the inside. He's going to go for it. We're 3 wide at the apex for a split second, and then 3 wide behind again. Everybody trying to be cautious, not make too many aggressive moves. But it's Latanzi that comes out in front of Gatzmeyer.
Yeah, indeed, and trying to be cautious, but also trying to find a way around the Mustang there of Utzon and Russell King. I think the odd man out in that battle, that 3-way battle for second in Touring 2, is Russell King's going to have to follow the Mustang through. We'll see if he can get enough of a slingshot coming out of the S's and towards the bus stop, maybe to make up some ground on those 2 Corvettes. And he does manage to get by Utzon. He's going to have to rely on a real compression here in traffic in order to get back up to the rear of John Gatzmeyer.
The other change in that whole exchange back at turn 1, and Doherty went through on David Jans, so put her up into the top 5 overall. And that makes the top 5 overall in this race all from GT2 before we get to our GT1 leader.
All right, so we are now working last lap, Tom, as Tony Ave and Jorge Nazario work their way up to the short chute. They're at the top of the track. Ave with almost 10 car lengths now on Jorge Nazario as they work the final 2.5 miles here at Watkins Glen.
Nazario, the session best trap speed, 161 miles an hour in the C7 from GT2. They're over working Sector 2 now through the outer loop into the inner loop. They're really not that far apart, Greg. I mean, Tony Ave does not have this thing locked up.
No.
He does need to finish this lap at pretty reasonable clip. He cannot just chill out.
Yeah. The 2 ran almost identical lap times on the penultimate lap. As Tony Ave maybe eked out 4 100ths of a second on Jorge Nazario behind. And he seems to close down things just a little bit going into turn 8, but that section there, over at the sole of the boot, Tom, because of the extra exit speed that Ave always seems to have out of the toe, gets maybe a little bit of breathing room there with just 2 corners remaining. And barring any major issues here for the Porsche driver, Tony Ave, when he comes onto the front straight, he's going to take the checkered flag and win the first of 2 races here this weekend in GT2. That said, Jorge Nazario reset the fast lap of the race, closed things down on the final lap by almost 0.8 of a second, actually 0.9 of a second there, but not enough to take the win. Tiger Tom Patton coming out of the final corner now. He'll finish third, or there he is, coming out of 9. He'll finish third in GT2.
It was a great race for Tony Ave. Remember, he pulled out 1.8 seconds on the very first lap. That's kind of what I think did it for him. But Nazario, that was enough to reset the pole time for tomorrow's race. It's any fastest lap from any session grids you for tomorrow, and that will make Jorge Nazario your overall pole sitter. Maybe he has the opportunity to come back at Ave for tomorrow. There's Danny Richardson taking the win at Watkins Glen International in American Sedan over the rest of his class, and then just behind them comes William Bolt to take the win in Touring 2. Still waiting for GT1 leaders and Touring 1 leaders to come through, I think. Here comes Jan Helmers up onto the front straight.
Yeah, I was going to say, here comes Helmers on the front straight.
James
Jost and Amy Aquilante cross the stripe. They'll finish second and third behind Danny Richardson in American Sedan. And so taking the GT1 winner, David Jans, in the number 70 machine. And taking the final, let's take a look here. John Helmers will finish second with James Wilson in his Lamborghini finishing third in GT1. Over in Touring 2, William Bolt taking the win. Joseph Latanzi and John Gatzmeyer will finish second and third. Russell King will finish off the podium in fourth. And then finally in Touring 1, Brian Kleeman takes the win. Chris Utzon will finish second. Dustin Cornell does get more than halfway. He'll finish third in his Ford Mustang. All right, actually, we're not going to make a final call because we don't have another race for almost another hour, Tom. We're going to take a break for lunch, as they're going to do here at the track. Next up is going to be SMX Spec MX-5, scheduled to go on track at 1:20 p.m. today. 1:25 p.m. Eastern Time here at Watkins Glen. Again, SMX race group number 4, scheduled to go on track at 1:25 today. Tom, before we take that break, let me make one little, use the nasty little tones here over the PA for a second. Attention in the paddock. Immediately after the podium celebrations for this race, group number 3, as soon as they finish over at the Victory Circle, we are going to have our photograph for the SCCA Women on Track. If you're a woman driver, crew, volunteer, you name it, come on over to Victory Circle at approximately 12:35. We're going to hold our Women on Track photo for you here at Watkins Glen. All right, we'll take a break, and we'll see you in about an hour for Spec MX-5. Thanks so much for joining us for our coverage this morning. We'll see you in a bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support.
contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily. And so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg. He's Tom. Hope you all had a wonderful lunch or a wonderful break, or however you may have spent the last hour. We have 5 more races for you here this afternoon, and next up is SMX Spec MX5. Let's run down the starting order, if you don't mind, Tom. Starting on the pole today for Miami Springs, Florida. If he was we just saw him a little while ago as your Spec Miata winner, Frankie Barroso. He is driving the number 11 W2 Motorsports machine. And I want to thank the Frankie Barroso Racing for the wonderful cookies and brownies that we all had for dessert at lunch today. William Wallace, starting on the outside of the front row. He's from Paso Robles, California, and he is driving the number 52 car. Camden Gruber from Winchester, Virginia, driving the Planet Miata RP Performance car. He'll start 3rd. Cam Eben out of Appleton, Wisconsin, starting 4th in the number 66 car, with Michael Tinnis out of East Meadow, New York, representing the New York region in the Michael Tinnis Racing entry, starting in 5th. Jarrett Jones from Atlanta, Georgia, in the Gran Turismo East Mazda MX-5, the number 86 car, will start 6th, with Logan Stretch in the number 98 Wheels America Racing entry from Arlington, Texas, starting 7th. Wes Ducek from Jupiter, Florida, representing the Central Florida region of the SCCA. He will start 8th, and your 5th row will be Mitchell Lowry out of Springfield, Ohio, in the Lowry Racing RDR machine, and Jason Fichter driving the number 7 Jupiter Auto Body entry. He starts 10th. Aiden Coleman will start 11th. He's in the number 60 AI Integration machine from Glenwood, Maryland, representing the Washington, D.C. region, with Gavin Vaughn starting 12th in the number 48 Wheels America Racing car. Joey Andrews, one of our drivers with some in-car video here today. He's going to start lucky 13th. He's driving the number 111 car, and he's out of Glendale, California. Benham Abernathy, in the 133 entry from Elm Grove, Wisconsin, will start 14th, with Aiden Shimbashi in the clearly Canadian number 72 car out of Markham, Ontario, Canada, starting 15th. Starting 16th is Michael Riccio in the Varcon Construction entry, representing the Atlanta region, but hailing from Concord, Ontario, Canada. Aiden Rose starting 17th in the number 46 Mazda, with Sean Noonan starting 18th. He's got the 0 on the door. He's out of Newburgh, New York. Then we got Matteo Zari driving the 110 car. He's in the Advanced Autosports entry. He's out of Chicago, Illinois. And then Christopher Jerem will start 20th. He's in the number 10 car. That's the AKT Racing Team entry from Lake Mary, Florida. And as the lights are now extinguished on the pace car, we round out this 21-car field with the number 12 Jupiter Auto Body entry of Julian Fichter.
Greg, I just noticed Frankie Barroso is MIA. There is no number 11. The front row will now be William Wallace and Camden Gruber. No word on why that is, but hopefully we'll see him out tomorrow. But that's going to be a big shift as everyone moves forward one spot coming to the green flag.
Oh, interesting. All right, and Camden Gruber, who's starting on the front row, coming off a win at the June Sprints, had some transmission issues last night. They just put the new transmission in the car, and now he will start from the front row. And by the way, joining us once again here, we've got John Weisberg. We'll bring him in just a moment as the starter looks over the field, Tom, and green flag is in the air. And as they motor down the front straight, that outside lane with Camden Gruber, he's got maybe a foot advantage, maybe half a car width on our pole sitter, William Wallace. But Wallace now will move over and take the position as they head down into turn number 1. Camden Gruber sliding into 2nd, Michael Tinnis in 3rd, then Cam Eben in 4th. Eben, not at the June Sprints, his home track just a couple weeks ago. He was running in the Pro Series at Mid-Ohio now as the whole field makes it safely up through the S's.
Yeah, it's so tempting to make moves down the inside, then all of a sudden you're parked, as we had so many drivers think about it and then really go nowhere with it, as we're drag racing into the inner loop for the first time. Gruber and Wallace door to door, door handle to door handle, and Gruber is going to flat slide it all the way through. A beautiful save, holds 2nd spot, and we're still side by side behind them with dirt flying, with Logan Jarrett Jones and Cam Eben still trying to work out the 5th spot as Logan Stretch settles back into 6th. A great start for Aiden Coleman, I think, all the way up from was that 11th to 7th
11th.
now.
Yeah, I'm sure the rear tires on that number 24 car are going to love Camden Gruber come around, I don't know, lap 14 tomorrow. But that was a beautiful save for him as he mitigates the damage there, does not allow our leader William Wallace to motor away, and still manages to hold off Michael Tinnis and Cam Eben as they went through the bus stop here, working their way now into the heel of the boot. So joining us once again, because apparently SMX is much more important in getting his car ready for this afternoon's race, we've got John Weisberg back with us. How you doing, John?
Very good. Thanks for having me back. I love watching all the Miata classes race. SMX being the evolution of Spec Miata, and a lot of the drivers that were top runners in Spec Miata are now racing in SMX. So always fun to see old friends driving here. Camden, in fact, helped him out with his transmission. I actually changed that in my trailer last night. So. But good family and a lot of fun, and good to see him out there. Maybe he's got some warmer tires now, looking on the outside into one. That's not a recommended move, but it doesn't get it done.
Yeah, indeed. As Wallace goes to protect the inside, and Gruber having to move back over driver's right, or probably driver's left to hold off Michael Tinnis. Now slots underneath the 52 car as they make their way up through the S's, and both Wallace and Gruber door to door now.
Yeah, what a run for Gruber through turn 1. Picks up the inside lane. He can go defensive as he likes with Wallace to his outside. I think Michael Tinnis was following Camden Gruber, and Cam Eben was following Wallace. Gruber leads across the sector timer, and Tinnis is going to slot into second alongside with him. Then we have one car way wide. Is that Fichter? No, it's the number 60 of Coleman going for a big ride. That's going to send Ducek off the outside of the racetrack as he rejoins, but everybody makes it through. I don't think there was significant contact either. This is creating a bit of a, 6-car breakaway at the front as we come into the laces. 5 cars, really. Logan Stretch, and then back to Jarrett Jones is the first break in the field.
All right, there is Wes Ducek, very lucky to keep that number 40 machine off the wall. Drivers left coming out of the inner loop now, and that has allowed a couple other cars to sneak down underneath them. And it looks like Jason Fichter in the number 7 machine, as well as Mitch Lowry, taking a swipe now at the number 40 car as they come down the sole of the boot. And that 6-car breakaway at the front there, Tom. We've got Jarrett Jones sitting right in the middle of it, it looks like, with I think Shimbashi in the 72 leading that second group right behind him, along with Mitch Lowry. They're kind of acting as a little bridge back to the second group.
Yeah, and Joey Andrews is the start of that next group, but they're still double file for multiple rows as they come into turn 10 for the second time. At the front, it's Gruber, Tinnis, Eben. Wallace is the big quote-unquote loser this lap, but I think we'll see plenty of churn in that front group, and Logan Stretch rounding out the top 5.
They're pretty amazing. They're side-by-side P7 through 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll look up the inside here for Shimbashi, still trying to duke it out with Lowry, and both of them side-by-side for so many corners. Big impact into the tires that sit out onto the runoff room. They're just overcommitted to it, and that was a hard one. The wheel comes off the car. Greg, do you know a number on this one? I couldn't see it.
Let me see if I can get the number, and I believe it is the 110 car that is over there. Matteo Azzari off into the tire wall again, going by. Well, give me 1 second here. No, actually, I take that back. The 110 is on the pit lane. That is the 46 car, Aiden Rose. Out of Statsburg, New York, I believe that is there, as we've got also drivers having some issues now with the bus stop as well.
I think it's safe to say inevitably a full course caution coming with the that tire off that car. I don't think he'll be able to move it, but it looks like they're going to give him at least a little bit more of this lap to race it out. This top group has continued to break away as the rest are side by side further and further back in the back. Gavin Vaughn now and Joey Andrews are the two duking it out down into the toe. Andrews throws the car in on the brakes. He's on the inside lane though, which is going to take away the momentum, as the full course caution does now as they finish sector 2 comes out.
Indeed, Tom. I was just going to say is they come through the toe of the boot. The full course caution now comes out here at Watkins Glen, and we've got the emergency services teams responding over to that area of the track now. And they have seen the driver wave that he is okay. Pretty strong hit there now as we got a number of vehicles responding. All right, so as we are under full course caution, and our racers now, we see them now slowing down just a bit. They're going to come through the final corners here. The safety car will pick up the field, and actually the safety car now has already picked up the field. Our second pace car got them as they came out of the boot section. And so Camden Gruber is your leader. Michael Tinnis, William Wallace, your top three. Cam Eben, Logan Stretch, Jarrett Jones, Mitch Lowry, Gavin Vaughn, Wes Duchek, and I believe Joey Andrews, our in-car video host here, rounding out your top 10. So let's do this, gentlemen, if you don't mind, since we've got this early full course caution. Why don't we take our break? And I'm going to make a first call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll come back with more racing action here from Watkins Glen. Touch in the paddock, race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. Please head to the grid. All right, gentlemen, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. TireRack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and we've got John Weisberg, I got it wrong again, STU BMW Z4 driver here with us as well. And we are under full course caution where Camden Gruber is currently your leader, Michael Tinnis, William Wallace, Cam Eben, Logan Stretch, your top 5, as we've got just about 10 minutes expired here on the 25-minute clock. These are 25-minute timed races this afternoon, and after this race concludes, we'll have 4 more for you. But certainly, John, not how we wanted this race to start out.
No, it's really unfortunate that unfortunately it looks like a pretty extensive cleanup down there. So, I hope these guys do get back to racing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like B-Spec Miata, we only really got 2 or 3 competitive laps. So, fingers crossed. Hopefully, we get that cleaned up and get these guys rolling again.
Yeah, and so we do have, and I just wanted to say we have one person in our YouTube chat put down an estimate of what they think track cleanup is going to be. We have not heard any word yet from race control as to an ETA. Should say also, drivers out of the car, and they're taking them over to the infield care center for observation here. And we do have a number of folks from the Watkins Glen team looking at the tire wall over there, and it does look like maybe some work on the banding that holds those tire bundles together might be necessary.
Yeah, it looks like they've got some pretty heavy equipment out there. I see a backhoe out there moving tire stacks around. So there is a gap between the banding and then the tires and then the actual wall, so that if a car does go in there, there's some impact area to move those tires so they're not hitting something really hard right off the bat. So. It looks like they've got the car hooked up now and towing that away.
Yeah, but you can see that gap you're talking about, but that's the disadvantage. I've seen so many tracks adapt this style, which is great for safety. Obviously, it gives a huge amount of distance behind the tires that you hit to dissipate more of that energy, but it obviously means you have to put the tires back as well. Now, John, back when we met, you were racing one of these NC MX-5s, and you've raced those cars across Pro Series and Amateur Series, a little more modified than these ones in Spec MX-5. But I'm curious, from your perspective, what are some of the realities and some of the maybe advantages and best parts of racing an NC MX-5?
Well, the NC MX-5 is such a great platform. I mean, it's probably one of the most fun cars that I've ever driven, and started out racing it in World Challenge when I think you were racing a what was it? What was
B-Spec, TCB.
Yeah, TCB. That's what it was back then, and all racing on track together was a lot of fun. The NC MX-5 cars back then, we had big wings, sequential transmissions, 2.5 motors. So it was a pretty big bear of a car.
All right, gentlemen, just got word from race control that when the safety car brings the field onto the front straight, they're actually going to bring them down the pit lane, and the checkered flag to end this race will be displayed. So this race, apparently, because of the amount of time that it's going to take in order to get the tire walls repaired there on the exit of turn 1, not going to be able to get the cars back out and racing before the 25-minute timer expires. So unfortunately, an early end to this race, where again, Camden Gruber, your leader, Michael Tinnis second, William Wallace, Cam Eben, Logan Stretch, Jared Jones, Mitch Lowry, Gavin Vaughn, Wes Duchek, and Joey Andrews, your top 10.
I'm afraid you guys are never going to ask me back again.
John, you are such the jinx, I swear.
Every time I come up here, we get 2-lap races, so.
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation, really, about the reality of racing, especially these really tight classes, because if you know that you're going to get a 25, 35, 45-minute race, you can kind of adjust the plan for that. You don't need track position track position is not as big of a deal, I guess, if you know you're going to get it. But more and more, we're seeing that, especially with the pro tracks that are a little bit more cautious at these days, track position is king in these races, where you never quite know. Obviously William Wallace, maybe best example. He had gone from 1st to 4th in the time that this incident happened, and probably didn't really cross his mind that that's a huge deal. I've still got time, but then the reality of it is just different. I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that, John, or if you've noticed that shift and, man, I gotta have the track position.
Yeah, absolutely. The tracks have all pretty much moved towards not doing hot pulls like we used to. I mean, I remember doing laps and outbraking a tow truck into a corner, but those days are long gone, unfortunately, and we get these slowdowns, and being at the front is paramount. You got to get there in the beginning just in case.
All right, well, unfortunately, again, this race is going to end under full course caution, with Camden Gruber taking the win in day 1. And Tom, where we've talked about maybe some changes in the starting order for the feature race on day number 2, I think given where there may have been some changes towards the back of the field, but I think given the pace that these drivers were at when the full course caution came out, I don't expect that there are going to be any major changes to the starting order tomorrow.
Yeah, no one went quicker, so the fastest laps will still be based on primarily qualifying one, with a couple of exceptions. Obviously, the big question mark is, where did Frankie Barroso go, and will he be back out tomorrow?
Right.
Because obviously he's your provisional pole sitter. He would still get to start on the pole, even if he didn't race today. But then, of course, as you mentioned, a couple drivers moving forward that were started a little further back. A couple drivers moving further back from where they start. They get a second chance tomorrow. That is kind of the beauty of 2 races in one weekend.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up for our SMX coverage here today. Next up is this group. Attention, the paddock race group number 5, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, and prototypes, please head to the grid. Again, race group number 5, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, and prototypes, please head to the grid. Well, John, want to thank you for your short time with us once again. I mean, when you add Spec Miata and SMX together, we had you here for almost an entire race.
I tell you, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to come back after jinxing these two races. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow we can actually have a full race.
Absolutely, I'd like to see a full race. But if you go over and see Camden Gruber tonight, I'm sure he'll be fine with you coming up here tomorw.
Well, I have to go see Camden because I have to take all of my credit for his win. Is totally dependent on me letting him use my trailer to change that trailer.
Yeah, that's right. It had nothing to do with Planet Miata and Mark Cephalo, I'm sure.
Mark does a nice job, and Planet Miata does a great job on it also. So
all right,
I'll give him part of the credit.
There we go. All right, everybody. John Weisberg, I'll get it right this time. STU BMW driver. We'll see him a little bit later for our final race of the day. Scheduled to start at 3:40 this afternoon. John, thanks so much for joining us once again.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. And I will try and get up here for Spec Miata tomorrow, and maybe SMX also.
There we go. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here with more racing from Watkins Glen in just a few moments. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, and we are ready to go racing once again. Here it is now our open wheel and prototype racers, Formula Atlantic and Continental and FE2, as well as the prototypes. And we are going to once again have a split start group up front right here, our Formula Atlantic racers, as well as our sole prototype racer. And then in our second group, we'll have the Formula Enterprise 2 drivers and our Formula Continental drivers. So let's take a look at the starting order. Starting on pole today in his Swift 016, driving the number 49 car, it's Tony Ave. Jeremy Hill will start on the outside of the front row in his Swift 014A, with Mark Sherwood in his Ralt, that's an RT41. The number 3 car starts third. There you go. And then we've got on the outside of the front row our sole prototype entry, driving an Elan DP02, it's Daryl Schaff. Robert Albani scheduled to start in 5th position, driving the number 41 Pro Formula Mazda, and then Ryan Sari in his Swift 016 starting in 6th position. Now let's move over to Formula Enterprise 2 drivers and Formula Continental drivers. Starting on pole in Formula Enterprises 2, driving the number 80 car, it's Matteo Naranjo, with Dean Kirlick starting second in that second group. He's your Formula Continental pole sitter. He's in a Van Diemen RF01. Then we got Keith Jocelyn in a Formula Enterprise 2 car. He'll start alongside Formula Continental driver Carter Sheets, who's in a Van Diemen F2000. Ted Strang in his car, Ted Strang in a Van Diemen RF01 will start 5th. That's the number 11 car, and he'll start alongside Gabrielle Jasper, also in a Formula Continental. Gabrielle's in a Van Diemen RF44. And then finally, rounding out our second pack, driving the number 77 FE2 entry, it's Russell Straight Jr. That second pack looking a little small. That's our first pack.
It is, yeah. Tony Ave, Dale Schaff, and Ryan Sari all not present on the grid for this first wave. We have no information for the reason as to why, but that means Jeremy Hill and Mark Sherwood will share the front row. Robert Albani in the red number 41 is the other car in that wave, and then we have the full wave of FE2s and Continentals just behind.
Now I'm trying to remember. We had one of the Atlantics have hit the wall coming out of turn 9 yesterday during qualifying, and I'm wondering if I have to go back. I think that might have been the number 8 of Ryan Sari, quite possibly, as they come onto the front straight. Pace car on the pit lane is our second pack just now coming out of turn 9, and green flag is in the air, and so Hill and Sherwood go down into turn 1 side by side.
Really twitchy on the brakes for Sherwood, trying to get the car slowed down around the outside. And just because there's only 3 doesn't mean this isn't going to be a good race. Hill and Sherwood qualified less than 3/10 apart for those 2 front-running Atlantics.
All right, pace car for their second group on the pit lane for our FE2 and Formula Continental drivers. It'll be Matteo Naranjo, our FE2 pole sitter on the inside, Dean Kirlick, our Formula Continental pole sitter on the outside, and Matteo Naranjo, he's in the orange and black Formula Enterprise 2 chassis, jumps out to a quick lead here to bring the field through turn number 1 with Kirlick, and then Keith Jocelyn, Carter Sheets, Gabrielle Jasper now as they make their way up the hill. Then with Ted Strang and Russell Straight, they're rounding out the field.
Matteo Naranjo takes an early lead. Keith Jocelyn, though, stays in touch. That's the next car in line, but it's about 10 car lengths back, and Jocelyn did not contest qualifying 2, where Matteo Naranjo ended up taking the pole position. Jocelyn had pole in qualifying 1, so the pace between those two could be very similar. It is very similar, but Naranjo looks so much more confident on this green flag lap. Look at Jocelyn just struggling to turn the wheel for those last couple corners, trying to keep the car stable, ends up clocking that final curb in the bus stop, and he's got a ton of pressure now from Dean Kirlick, who's trying to put some cars between himself and the other 3 in Formula Continental.
Yeah, there as Jocelyn just pushed wide coming out of the bus stop. Looked like the car just really, I would say, didn't want to turn. Looked like it wanted to over-rotate on him, and he spent the entire time at the bus stop trying to keep the car under control there, as Kirlick did get a much better exit. All the while now, Matteo Naranjo opening up good 15-20 car lengths already as they come into the heel of the boot, as our first pack, our Formula Atlantic racers, complete lap number 1, and it is still Hill and Sherwood who were so close together in qualifying today, and towards the end of the session, we're trading fast laps. Now they've opened up a bit of an advantage, about 10 car lengths now on Robert Albani as they work lap number 2. Again, all of these races this afternoon, 25 minutes in length, all timed.
These are the fastest cars we'll see here at Watkins Glen International this weekend. So there's a race against the track and the car just as much as there is against each other, trying to get these cars around here in under 1 minute and 50 seconds, actually closing in on under 1 minute and 45 seconds, as Tony Ave's pole time was a 1:44 flat. Robert Albani also in the much lesser prepped, I guess. It's not a full prepped Formula Atlantic car, but ends up in Formula Atlantic as a catch-all. He's doing a nice job to stay within touch. Definitely lacking the pace to keep up with the top two, but if those two are side by side more often, that could certainly bring that gap down between the two of them.
Yeah, and that I don't know if the Pro Formula Mazda has quite the downforce available to it as the much wider traditional Formula Atlantic cars like the Swifts and the Ralts directly ahead.
So it's still Jeremy Hill leading. Mark Sherwood looks like Hill maybe a little bit stronger in the first sector, but Sherwood coming back towards him just slightly in sector 2 and 3, working their way up through the Achilles, turn 9. There you go, Brendan. And into the final sector, turns 10 and 11. The fast lap last time was Jeremy Hill, but Mark Sherwood has the fastest sector 2 and the fastest trap speed of 147 miles an hour. That's just before they break for the bus stop, so that means that Sherwood is looking like he might be on a slightly quicker lap than the two. It was 0.2 of a second across the start-finish line last time. This time it's 0.6. Hill resets the fast lap of the race this time now. Oh, look at that car for Sherwood wandering on the brakes as it dives into turn 1. It's just hunting everywhere. That feels 10 times more like than when your car grabs the little lanes on the highway and wanders away from you slightly. That is what he's experiencing at 130 miles an hour into the braking zone.
Oh my gosh. Well, we'll see here. We'll watch as they come up to the bus stop, Tom, and then maybe we'll make a break to our Formula Enterprise 2 racers and Continental racers as they are now completing their second lap.
This lap, Mark Sherwood has a really strong sector 1, resets the fastest of all in sector 1 there, time, and he's pulled in now within about 0.4 across that sector line. At the front of Formula Enterprises and Continental, things have spread out quite a bit. Sebastian Matteo Naranjo leads by 8 seconds over his closest competition of Keith Jocelyn, and Dean Kiriluk is leading Formula Continental. He's between those two and is also leading his class by 7 seconds, but this battle is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in Formula Continental, coming through turns 3 and 4. Out in the background there, that's a good battle for the podium.
Yeah, indeed. Carter Sheets and Ted Strang right now in the battle for 2nd in Continental. Here coming into the bus stop now, the trailing pair here, only separated by about a car length. They've got Keith Jocelyn's FE2 car directly ahead of them. And you can tell the Formula Continental cars apart from their Formula Atlantic cousins here. Much smaller side pods on the car. Of course, the Atlantics have their air intakes for the most part as part of those side pods. The Formula Continentals do not. They've got just a single air intake hanging off of the top side of the car. And of course, much smaller wings front and rear don't generate nearly the amount of downforce than the much faster Atlantics do.
This time through sector 2, looks like Carter Sheets has found some extra speed there in the red machine coming up into turn 9. That is 2nd place. Battle for 3rd in Formula Continental is now the closest, other than for the overall lead in Formula Atlantic, is Ted Strang and Gabriel Jasper. They qualified, by the way, very, very close together. And it took Strang until the very last lap of qualifying, if memory serves me correctly, to take over that 3rd spot. So now they're having that good duel continuing from qualifying into race number 1 with still 18 and a half minutes to go.
Very closely matched they are coming up through the S's. Let's see if the trailing car could use any bit of a draft here maybe to slingshot by as they come down into the inner loop, into the bus stop. And still maybe just a little bit too far back, maybe 2 car lengths back behind.
Yeah, the draft in these cars certainly a factor at that section of the racetrack, but I think in the long corners, the possibility of aero wash or even just staying really close to the car in front of you visually as you're trying to maintain that speed can be very difficult. You see them just maintaining as much momentum, going for a late apex there at the laces through turn 6 and then down to the toe for turn 7. Ted Strang, maybe a bit of attention in his mirrors as he didn't open that corner fully all the way up, trying to get maybe an eye on Gabriel Jasper, who's got a really good run around the outside, a big slingshot for the number 66. That orange and white machine at the back has a little bit of a run, Greg.
Indeed, Gabriel does. Not quite enough to poke out coming into the heel of the boot. We'll see how that car handles coming up the hill into the very difficult turn 9. The front end looked like it was doing a little dancing around there for grip at turn in, Tom, and maybe turned in a little bit later. But also, just ahead, Ted Strang looked as though the front end might have washed out on him a little bit on the exit of turn 9, and Jasper pulls right up back to the gearbox.
Jasper really flirting with the grass as you turn in for turn 11. It's one of those things where you start to think about it is if you're trying to get all the way left, you end up kind of closing in on that grass way faster than you mean to. You kind of just have to let it flow through there from turns 10 to 11. It looks like, to your point, Ted Strang may be driving the car a little bit more glued to the ground, a little bit less drama. Gabriel Jasper, you see the car off the track limits just a little bit more, trying to carry momentum, but I have to wonder if it's maybe working against him a bit, as these cars don't necessarily handle the curbs as well as most of the other cars that we'll see this weekend.
Yeah, I think we, during qualifying yesterday, I think we made the point, a couple drivers took some of the curbs over here at the bus stop and really seemed to unsettle them quite a bit. I mean, obviously these cars much more stiffly sprung than the touring cars, than the GT cars that we saw even just a few moments ago with the SMX drivers.
Sure, and the aerodynamic effects, as little as they may be for Continentals and Enterprises too, they are still effective, of course, and if you go a couple of further inches off the ground, it becomes exponentially less effective, so that can hurt with the curbing as well. But right now it looks like Strang has a bit more pace in the car. Gabriel Jasper slipping back a couple of car lengths in sectors 1 and 2 for this lap. A little further up the road, that is Keith Jocelyn in the green, then Carter Sheets in the red, both running second in their respective classes. There's your Formula Continental leader coming into turn 10. That's Dean Kiriluk. He's sitting about 6 seconds further back up the road, back down the road than Mateo Naranjo, who's already on the front straight leading Enterprises 2.
And the next car you'll see coming into the view, that the green Formula Enterprise 2 machine, that is Keith Jocelyn in the number 55 car with Carter Sheets, who's running second in Formula Continental in the red 03 behind.
By the way, at the front, the battle has kind of simmered just a bit. Jeremy Hill continues to reset the fastest laps of the race and has pulled out now nearly a 4-second advantage over Mark Sherwood, which now makes that battle for third in Continental the closest one on the racetrack, I'd say.
Yeah, indeed. On the last lap, Tom, Jeremy Hill opening up almost an extra 1.5 seconds over Mark Sherwood, and Robert Albani. He put up a good fight early on here, but has now fallen almost 15 seconds in arrears of Mark Sherwood, currently sits third in Formula Atlantic. All right, Tom, we'll tell you what, while we're now just about 10 minutes in to this 25-minute race, let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take our break. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Group 6. This is your first call to the grid. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more open wheel racing action from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Watkins Glen International. And Tom, looks like we have local caution going down into the boot, trying to get some information on that. Now, the number 41 car of Albani sounds like he's got possibly a tire down, and looks like his race just past his camera here. His race may be done.
It's a heartbreaker. He was running third in Formula Atlantic. He will still be scored in that position, but he was running a competitive third rather than a DNF third. Should clarify that. That'll promote Matteo Naranjo, this orange and black machine coming through turn 8 up into third overall. Dean Kiriluk will be fourth overall. They respectively lead Formula Enterprises and Formula Continental. And I got to point out, Greg, Carter Sheets has been turning laps very comparable to Dean Kiriluk in the later stages of this race. Those are first and second in Continental. Unfortunately, they're 10 seconds apart due to the early laps, but if Carter Sheets can fire that thing up a little quicker in tomorrow's feature race, those two looking like they could have had a really good battle, as we maybe are going full course caution for Albani.
Indeed going to a full course caution. Sounds as though that the car there is not in the grass. It's actually all four wheels on the pavement. And so the call has been made to go to a full course caution so that they can retrieve that machine here. So with about 8.5 minutes remaining, yeah, we could actually, if we look on the pavement there, we can see as the tire went down where he spun across the track surface, and he's just past our camera view here. So we are under full course caution. Jeremy Hill is your leader in Formula Atlantic. Matteo Naranjo leads Formula Enterprise 2. Dean Kiriluk is your leader in Formula Continental. Now, and so Tom, let me make another call to the grid for our next attention in the paddock. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, this is your second call to the grid. All right, Tom, it looks like just about to deploy some of the emergency services teams, possibly from the area just past the bus stop, as our safety car was waiting to wave one of our lapped cars around, allow it to unlap itself. I believe that is Russell Straight in the number 77 FE2, as the safety car brought the Formula Atlantic leaders almost to a complete stop there.
Yeah, it's hard to I can't quite tell who that other car in the line is, but it looks like the leaders may have just lapped the back of Formula Continental and FE2. So that will split those two, but we still have 7.5 minutes of time. This is hopefully a quick cleanup because it is just a car with a flat tire. All that to say, in my mind, I'm thinking maybe that Carter Sheets, Dean Kirillick conversation, that could be an interesting one if we get a lap or two here at the end. I kind of watching lap times in Formula Atlantic. It looks like Jeremy Hill really had his stamp on the race at that point when the caution had come out. Mark Sherwood seems to be maybe struggling with the later stages of this race, having slipped back to kind of the low 152s, 153, maybe even having Jeremy Hill lapping in the 148s early on. That's what created that big gap. And I got to wonder if Sherwood maybe just struggling with setup slightly on that car, as we saw how wiggly it was in all the braking
I was going to say it looked very, very unhappy in the early stages of the race, and maybe it wasn't just a question of cold tires and brakes, but a setup issue that they're going to want to work on for tomorrow's race, certainly.
Yeah, and this is not the kind of racetrack where you want an overly oversteery formula car. You know, you kind of want a nice stable platform for the car to carry speed. You're just going so quickly. You don't want the back end trying to become the front end at all, whether that's aero balance, chassis balance, anything else.
All right, so we've got local caution, or probably not local caution, but we're full course caution as the safety car is bringing the field down into the boot, and the emergency services teams just ahead of them, as it looked like, Tom, they sent out the whole cavalry to get Robert Albani's Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda there off the track.
I was just scrolling around on the SCCA website. So, of course, we have the Hoosier Super Tour this weekend here at Watkins Glen International, but we also have a big rallycross event happening over in Kentucky. The Great Lakes Rallycross Divisional Challenge is this weekend. I think rallycross maybe a little bit slept on at times. I've done it a couple times. So much fun. Not fun to clean up after, I will say. And then coming up this week for Track Night in America, the program where you can drive your street car on a racetrack with no experience or no, prior prep required for a race license or anything like that. That hits Daytona International Speedway this week. We go to Pocono Raceway this week, go to High Plains Raceway this week, as well as Daytona a little bit later, maybe twice this week actually, Portland as well, Thompson Speedway coming up next week. So there's all sorts of places to get on a racetrack if you're thinking, I kind of got this week a little free and I'm in one of those places. Check it out. And then next week is the big Bristol Pro Solo and National Tour for autocross back-to-back. It's 4 days straight of autocross action there at the Bristol Motor Speedway in the parking lot, but still, it counts.
All right, Tom, word's coming down from race control. Next time the safety car brings the field onto the front straight, they're going to hang a quick right and go onto the pit lane where the checkered flag will be displayed here. That unfortunately doesn't look like they wanted to give the racers a 2-lap, basically a green-white checker here, and there just is not enough time to do it with 4 minutes on the clock. So our first of 2 big open wheel and prototype races this weekend will end with Jeremy Hill taking the win in Formula Atlantic. Mark Sherwood will finish second. Robert Albani will finish in third. In FE2, Matteo Naranjo will take the win with Keith Jocelyn second. Russell Straight finishing in third. And in Formula Continental, Dean Kirillick will take the win. Carter Sheets second. Gabriel Jasper will finish in third. And actually, you notice they did not come down the pit lane, but that will happen the next time by. They are showing the checkered flag there, so they came down the front straight and took the checkered flag. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our open wheel and prototype race. Let's make a final call for our next group of racers. Attention the paddock, final call for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, that's race group 6. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. All right, Tom, let's take another break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Hi there, John Hainsworth from Vineland, New Jersey. This is my number 95 eProduction RX-7. When I bought this car 7 years ago, I knew it was a special car. I knew it was going to take a lot of work, but it's the best thing I've ever done in racing. I was able to get in a top flight car for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, it took a little work. It was so worth it. I would do this 100 times over, and I would recommend if you have an opportunity to buy a previously front-running car, take a look at it, see what it would take, give it a shot. It can be well worth the effort. A car that was this fast prior to being put away for a couple years, they have a lot of secrets to them. First rules do no harm. You don't want to start ripping out all the special parts that the people before you had put in there for good purpose. You have to see what's working and what isn't. And once you figure out the weak parts, fix them, and then figure out what makes the car go fast. The transmission was definitely one of the things that makes this car go fast. But again, no manual. So you got to find out who built the transmission, who helped maintain the transmission, where do you get the parts, where do you get the bearings. The motor is the same motor that was in there, except it's been rebuilt a couple times. In the 7 years that I've campaigned this car, I'd say just about every single part has been replaced at least once. But a couple parts need to get replaced every few weekends. You need to figure out what they are so you can be reliable on the track and make your track time count. When we started taking a look at some of the aerodynamic aspects of the car, the front splitter that came with it, there's a lot of different pieces. I wasn't sure exactly how they went together, and I knew there was a different solution. So this is one of the aspects of the car that I had confidence in changing myself, and I knew I really wasn't doing any harm. We've campaigned RX-7s for quite a number of years. So this is actually a splitter that we used on our ITS RX-7. So it was a part that we actually downgraded from what was on there, but it was reliable, it was predictable, and it was one of those no-nonsense things we just knew it was going to work, put a splitter on that we knew about, and it was going to work. When it came to suspension, I used what I had on there. Just because it worked for the previous owner, why not give it a shot? Just don't start pulling parts out and throwing in new parts until you see if you got good stuff. It might not look pretty, but it might work really well. You know, the seat, your pedal box, your distance to the wheel and the shifter, they're all critical. I did not like the pedal box when I got this car, but the good news is I know the way you can make a pedal box feel in an RX-7. So we applied that to my pedals. Wheel spacer, help bring the wheel right to where I needed it. It's natural, it's exactly where it belongs, and you can go fast if you're comfortable. When I started working on the car, you know, you could tell it had good bones. There were a lot of really well thought out aspects to it. It just needed to be refreshed. You put a little TLC into it, and you can put it right back up at the front where it was initially designed to be.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, it's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We had 36 drivers set times. We're going to go and run down the starting order. Starting on pole today from the Howlett Race Shop with qualifying time at 2:04.487. Conway, Arkansas's Peyton Long. His teammate from the Howlett Race Shop, Tyler Stevens, will start on the outside of the front row. They were separated by 2/100ths of a second. Grant Haining from in the FiberTech Composites entry out of Jenks, Oklahoma, will start third, with Bobby Sack in the Further Motorsport number 19 car will start fourth. Starting fifth today, driving the number 31 Perotti Fitness entry out of Yorktown Heights, New York, Michael Perotti starting fifth. Starting sixth, Alan Denninger, driving the number 5 Howlett Race Shop entry, starts sixth, with Dexter Suba driving the number 89 car. He's in the Alliance Autosports entry out of Hollis, New Hampshire. And I think we may have issues with one car coming out of turn 1 up the hill. I'll try and get some information on that in just a moment. Let's move on. Jim Goffrey starting 8th today. He's in the number 68 Motion Dynamics car out of Jupiter, Florida, with Brian Schofield from Lakeland, Florida, representing the Central Florida region. The number 61 car starts 9th. On the outside of row number 5, driving the number 79 Spec Racer Ford, the Comprint Motorsports entry of Connor Grant. Tom Burt will start 11th. He's in the number 45 car. He's out of Shoreline, Washington. And Sandy Satullo in the Crowned Eagle Racing entry will start 12th. That's the number 07 car. Nick Leveroni will start lucky 13th today. He's driving the number 60 Motion Dynamics Flat Out Racing car, with John Dole starting 14th. He's in the number 18 car. He's from Huntington, New York. Bruce Meyer out of Greenville, New Hampshire in the double clutch Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 will start 16th. Mike Anderson starts 17th. He's in the number 50. The number 15 Doggone Racing entry out of Green Pond, New Jersey. David Dickerson out of Wall, New Jersey will start 18th today. He's in the number 38 car, with Andrew Wisniewski from Lebanon, Tennessee, starting 19th. On the outside of row number 10, starting 20th today, driving the number 42 Mostly Harmless Motorsports Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Darien, Connecticut's Craig Chase. Tom Schluter will start 21st. He's in the number 133 Shooter Racing entry from San Antonio, Texas. And Scott Monroe's got the 00 on the side of the car. He's in the Access Companies entry. He'll start 22nd. Greg Miller's in the 04 car. He's from Lancaster, Ohio, driving the Subway Further Racing Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, while Sean DeCold will start 24th. He's in number 56 Comprint Motorsports entry. He represents the Central Carolina region of the SCCA. Jim Lebecco is in the number 198 Allied Dermatology car. He's from Chagrin Falls, Ohio, while Nick Heinig will start 26th. He's in the number 73 car. The FiberTech Composites Spec Racer Ford is from Jenks, Oklahoma. Then we've got Stefan Schluter. He's in the number 52 Sunoco Hallett Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, starts 27th. Starting 28th, Russell King just got a car a couple races ago. He's back in number 12 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, starts 28th. Starting 29th, Chris Pluta from Lansing, New York. And rounding out the top 30 drivers, it's Bill Watts in the Henry's Tire Service Spec Racer Ford. That's the number 66 car. The lights are out on the pace car. Pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to the Hallett Race Shop's Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. And Bobby Sack with a push and a half on Tyler Stevens from the outside of the front lane, and he pushes the number 104 car now to the lead. The 105 car, Tyler Stevens to the lead. Peyton Long, our pole sitter, will slot into second position. Bobby Sack now will drop into third, with Grant Heinig in fourth.
Everybody cleaned beautifully through turns 1, 2, and 3, through the pinch point at the top of the S's and into the big drafting zone before we get to the bus stop for the very first time. Tyler Stevens leading the way, but bigger and bigger holes in the air for every single car further back throughout the field. Look at everybody hunting to the inside, trying to find sight lines, trying to find an opportunity to make up spots. They're 3 wide on the entry, a spin into the bus stop for maybe this is Alan Denninger and a couple of other cars scatter, but everybody's making it through, mostly just spooked by the dirt. Greg, I didn't see any impact. I think there's one car maybe having spun, but there he's starting to rejoin.
And now
deep breath, we made it through.
Yeah, indeed, and the second car coming through. Now, Jim Lebecco, who was scheduled to start this race in 25th position, Tomo, he did not take the start from the grid. He left the pit lane, and we'll see that yellow 198 considerably further behind. Thought maybe this Schlamazel over at the bus stop might bring him back into the conversation now, and I think he might have already caught the back of the field, and he does indeed get around a couple of our racers, I think around Denninger and possibly Andrea King as well.
Well, yesterday in qualifying, Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens really established themselves as the class of the field, nearly qualifying a second up on everybody else in that pair of Hallett Race Shop cars. Everybody else then, the job was at the start of this race to hold them up, separate them, more contact coming out of turn 9.
All right, we've got the local caution now coming out of turn 9, and as we're trying to get the number here, and it might be the 08 of Andrea King, possibly.
No, it's the 00 of Scott Monroe for sure, and I think it might be the 133 of Thomas Schluter. They were nose to tail. It looks like maybe Monroe running a little bit wide, checked up right at the exit of the corner. Schluter didn't quite see or have time to respond, got into the back of him and turns him, but both cars able to drive away. I think Schluter maybe got away with minimal damage, but that was a pretty big couple of, well, at least a couple corners of contact, or light contact, for the 00 of Monroe.
All right, and Jim Lebecco just now getting through that caution area, and it does appear now as that all of our drivers have cleared that area.
So to complete that thought, the job for everyone else was to make sure those two couldn't break away, but they're doing the perfect job of doing so. Grant Heinig and Bobby Sack are going to be the next two cars on the road as we go 3 wide, somewhere around 20th. More cars off. There was another car that's just rejoining with some more body damage.
Yeah, and we're going to have a debris flag, I think, over by 9As. There's still some contact there. Let's take a look here now, as I think we had more contact, and Brian Schofield coming underneath Connor Grant, I believe, going into the bus stop, and then 3 wide coming out of the bus stop is one driver here much further back ended up getting knocked off as well. All right, let's try to make sense of this, Tom, as our leaders now coming up to turn 9, where they're going to see that debris flex. I think we've got pieces and parts from that last incident on the track surface. Well, it looks like they've been cleared out of there.
Well, they have now, as the cars hit them out of the way. Yeah. The other thing is Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long are coming across these yellow flags first, so they're responsible for responding to that. The cars behind them, it becomes, it's not that the rule's different, right? But you kind of respond to it the further back you see everybody else going through at a certain speed. And maybe you think about going just a little bit quicker. You shouldn't, but you do. And it looks like that's bringing Grant Heidig and Bobby Sack just a little bit closer as these little yellow flags pop up here and there. So far, no word that anybody is stuck, but I did miss the numbers of the cars. I know that Dexter Suba was one of them involved back at the bus stop, as that car from the top 6 has slipped all the way back to 33rd on timing and scoring.
And we do, it sounds like the 168 of Jeff Valentino is over there by the bus stop. Yeah, he's on the runoff on the outside there. It looks like his race possibly done. I think just back behind our timing pylon. Looking to see if we've got any other cars. It sounded like there might be one other car there. All right, and sounds like the... all right, we'll get some more information over at turn 5 here now as our leaders are coming through turn 8 and heading up the hill.
Somehow, Greg, only 6 minutes done in this 25-minute race. Still lots of time. Tyler Stevens still leading the race over Peyton Long, who has the fast lap of the race, by the way. Grant Heinig finding himself maybe a little bit in no man's land there in third. He would love to have somebody to work with. Bobby Sack and Jim Goffrey are going to round out the top 5, and Sack and Goffrey are within drafting distance of each other very comfortably. Michael Perotti and Brian Schofield are the next pair. And then Sandy Satullo and Connor Grant, the final pair in that top 9 before a bigger break. And then the top 10 and the rest come on to the front straight, starting with John Dole, who's up from 14th to 10th in that number 18 machine.
All right, now we've got Bruce Myers, David Dickerson, Nick Leveroni, Wisniewski, and Mike Anderson behind. Big charge now. Russell King up in the 20th position. Andrew and I think we just mentioned Wisniewski now down to 14th as big shuffling there. I think one of the cars that was originally involved over at the bus stop, the 52 car of Stefan Schluter, which I think, Tom, is the one that we picked up earlier, as we've got as our leaders getting very loose through the bus stop now as Tyler Stevens in the 105 leads Peyton Long through, and both of them with a nice drift through the pavement there. They've now opened up about 7 or 8 car lengths on Grant Heinig out of Jenks, Oklahoma, and Bobby Sack in the number 19 car, the silver and black machine. There you go. And Sack now has Jim Goffrey as a partner, as we're almost 2 by 2 here coming down the hill.
So the longer we stay green, the more likely it is that we stay green, right? And as we get later into the race, the game becomes to think about for Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, when do you start to duke it out between the two versus when do you start to battle? As I say that, commentator's curse, the full course caution is going to come out and restack this field up.
Yeah, and I think part of this is they're sending out to the bus stop to get the 168 car, which I believe is the only one that is still over there, Tom, and I believe that is the only car that we have disabled at the moment. And I apologize, I had so much crosstalk as race control was trying to get a hold of the situation themselves here. So here we go. We are once again under full course caution. We've got a little bit over 16 minutes remaining. Tom, let me make your first call to the grid for our next group, and as seems to be the order of the day, we'll take an early break. Attention the paddock. Race group number 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec, please head to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back in just a moment with more racing action, we hope, here from Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and has been the order of the day. We are under full course caution. Safety car bringing the field up through the S's at a rousing 58 miles an hour. And Tom, we've got about 11 and a half minutes remaining in this race. As it, I think they have now got the car cleared out from the bus stop. So hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
Yep, fingers and toes crossed. And for all the action that we saw in the first 6 or so minutes of this race, we had maybe 3 or 4 different sets of contact, a couple spins, etc. We have only lost 2 cars. Scott Monroe was involved in one and has ended up back on the pit lane after driving himself back. And Jeff Valentino is the car being retrieved right now. So all of the rest of the drivers still in the race. A couple dents and scuffs on a couple of these cars, but the focus is probably on Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long to not let them get away again. This is a second chance, maybe even a third chance really, for Heinig, Sack, Goffrey, Schofield, Perotti, Satullo, etc. That's the top 8 in that order. But otherwise, I'm kind of seeing Tyler Stevens working the hardest to keep the tires in their window, Peyton Long a little bit less, and then the rest of the field behind seems mostly content to just sort of chill in single file order. There's the 105 really working, especially the rear tires. You just see him leaving little tire streaks.
Yep.
Especially off of turn 1 and 2 when they were really close to our camera shot.
All right, Tom, we did get word from race control that we are going to go back to green flag this next time by. So it'll be at single file restart with Stevens and Long leading the pack. And whereas they had started to open up once again, a bit of a gap to Grant Heinig and Bobby Sack. Well, it was Heinig who was kind of all by himself, but Sack and Goffrey were teamed up. Schofield and Perotti were teamed up. I think now, at least with that single file restart, they'll all have an opportunity to stay up with our leaders. Although, again, Stevens and Long have been pretty much the class of the field since the drop of the green flag for yesterday morning's qualifying session. All right, lights out on the safety car. This is driver still trying to put some load on the sidewalls of their tires, trying to get some heat in as they've been under this extended caution period.
Oh, and Stevens is going to drop way back to try to back this field up just a little bit. Long did the same thing at the green flag, really slow start to try to build any advantage that they can when they come to that green flag.
All right, pace car now on the pit lane. They'll come around this corner onto the front straight. Starter will look over the field, and if they are suitably bunched up, we'll see the green flag, and the green flag is in the air as Stevens and Long move all the way over to driver's right. And now Peyton Long in the 104 machine. He pops all the way to the inside. His teammate opens up the corner for him, and Peyton Long is going to take the lead now as we start lap number 7 with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Oh, and Bobby Sack has a huge run off of turn 1 as well. He's going to be alongside Grant Heinig as they come up the upper S's. There they are, too wide. Goffrey looks like he's going to try to follow Bobby Sack through. Schofield gets in there as well. That's your top 6. Peyton Long leading the way, but he's got a huge amount of distance before they break for the bus stop for this very first time.
All right, as they all stay drivers left, take the traditional line. Is that Bobby Sack pointing to the inside? No, I should have expected. It was Brian Schofield who takes the quick look to the inside behind Jim Goffrey.
Wow.
Gets back in line directly behind them. We've got Grant, I think Perotti and Satullo as they were side by side. There's Satullo in that white with red number 07, Perotti in the 31. Connor Grant was right there as well. Just a little bit further back in the 79 machine as they come down now into the toe of the boot. But once again, Tom, just on sheer pace, Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens able to open up about 5 car lengths on the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're really strong through the bus stop especially. But something happened to Grant Heinig. He got shuffled down the run through from the S's to the bus stop. He's all the way down to 6th, having taken that restart in 3rd. So now that makes it Long and Stevens, then Bobby Sack, Jim Goffrey into 4th, Schofield up to 5th as Heinig gets slipped back to 6th. Perotti is in 7th in the kind of sky blue car. That's the first car, a couple car lengths off of that lead pack. Then the 07 of Satullo, Grant, and Bruce Myers rounding out the top 10. Bobby Sack doing everything he can, including exiting the racetrack a little bit with the sidewalls of the tires to try to keep the momentum going. Maybe just a dream, a hope of a draft going up the S's for this second time.
Yeah, we'll see if they can work their way forward there. Hey, want to thank Louis the French boy in the chat for letting us know Alan Denninger, not only a racer, but he's the mechanic, or one of the mechanics at the Hallett Race Shop, doing the prep on the 2 cars that are at the front of the field. Now as Jim Goffrey takes a quick look to the inside on Bobby Sack, gets back in line and before they lose any more ground. And he's got Brian Schofield, Grant Heinig, Michael Perotti, Sandy Satullo there as well, as this whole basically 3/4 of the field just trying to find a way to make up about 5 car lengths and get up to our leaders.
Yeah, at some point they're going to realize they're sort of racing for 3rd at the way that this race is going. Bobby Sack has the spot right now, but it looks like maybe feeling a little bit defensive coming down into, that's actually not Sack anymore. It's going to be Goffrey up into the 3rd spot. Sack slips back to 5th as Schofield now maintains the 4th position. Oh, big off for Schluter. That's the orange machine. We've seen that car through the wars already. Another little scuff to the left rear of it. He's going to be able to continue, I think. No harm there, really. That car's been through the wars this race.
All right,
he's going to call it.
Yep, and getting word from a couple of our folks on the corners. Tom Burt in the number 45 machine. We're seeing some what they think is tire smoke coming up off the left front tire. Might have been caught in some of those wars through the bus stop a little bit earlier and got some fiberglass rubbing against the tires here as we've got just a touch over 5 minutes remaining. Tom, real quick, let me make another call for our next group here. Attention to the paddock, race group number 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, this is your second call to the grid. All right, and Tom, it sounds like the 133 car it sounds like Tom Schluter pulled off just at the exit of the bus stop there. His race now done as well.
Yep, that makes sense. After that spin, just kind of looking right at the access road and went, you know what, I think I'll just pull it here for the day and look forward to a better one tomorrow. At the front of the field, it's 2.3 seconds between Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens, and then back to Jim Goffrey. The top two, though, still have yet to pull the gloves off, I think. Peyton Long was really the faster of the two through all of qualifying. He was your pole sitter, just barely. But Stevens took the lead early with that help around the outside for turn one at the initial green flag. Peyton Long took it back on the restart, and that's where we stand now. Then we've got Goffrey, Schofield, Sack, and Heinig, I think, the next group of cars. Goffrey goes defensive this time. Schofield's going to clear him into the braking zone. Sack goes with him as well. Clean through the bus stop for this ninth lap. Heinig, Perotti, and Grant, I think, also still within touch. There they are. That's 7 cars.
Yeah, I would say Heinig is right there back behind this pack. Perotti, a couple car lengths back, along with Grant, with Connor Grant as well. Sandy Satullo in the conversation as well, as he now drafts up to the back of the number 79 machine.
That was a costly mistake for Bobby Sack. Sorry, Greg. He just slipped back about 5 spots, running a bit wide coming into turn 6. That's going to promote Goffrey, Heinig, Perotti, and Grant all up 1 spot each.
All right, now as they come down into the heel of the boot, and Schofield, and you'd never know looking at that group there that our 2 leaders now have opened up. There they go, coming through turn 9, almost 15 car lengths on the rest of the field. As we've got about 2.25 minutes remaining here, Tom, so it should be 2 more laps when our racers, our leaders, Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, cross the stripe. And so, as you said, I wonder when you pull the pin, if you are Tyler Stevens here. And as they come down to turn 1, Stevens has, there's no chance for him to pull the pin because he was about 3 car lengths back as Peyton Long, from the lead, I think, pulled the pin and just found a little bit more pace this time by, picked up almost 0.2 of a second on his teammate.
Yeah, now they get into that drafting zone again, and not to be a spoiler, but the best passing opportunities are early in this lap, not late, so you really have to consider that as well. For a driver like Tyler Stevens, you can't be waiting for the last corner. You kind of have to wait for very nearly the first corner after this big, long sweep up the S's. But, of course, anything can happen between the two once they start to get side by side. Brian Schofield from 9th to 3rd now goes defensive into the bus stop. Goffrey really throws it down the inside, goes bowling, if you will, to pick up 4th. Then we've got a side-by-side one here for Heinig and Perotti. Perotti's going to pick up 2 spots in this exchange from 7th to 5th.
Great run there to pick up another 2 positions for Perotti, as Schofield and Goffrey now with a bit of a breakaway from Perotti and Bobby Sack behind, as Sack now has found himself back 3rd car in that little train there, and he's got I think Perotti and Sandy Satullo directly behind. But now Schofield and Goffrey with a bit of a breakaway. That is essentially the battle for the last step on the podium, as Tyler Stevens has caught back up to teammate Peyton Long coming up into turn 9. And again, Tom, they're going to see the white flag this next time by.
Well, and Grant Heinig, continuing to feel defensive, ends up side by side once again with Michael Perotti, who picks up the spot back between turns 7 and 8. So move the number 127 back into the top 5. But he's really clinging on for dear life, just clinging with his fingernails with the rest of that pack, kind of foaming at the mouth, trying to get through, starting with Perotti, then Satullo, then Sack, then it's Satullo, then Connor Grant. There's 3 more cars tacked onto the back of that train as well. 2 to go. Or you said white flag this time?
White flag. Last time around the sun, Tom, here as they come through the 90 onto the front straight, both running very wide, and see how well those Spec Racer Fords can gobble up the curbing here, as well as all the groove pavement on the outside there. Most of them do incredibly well as they now head up the hill, as Long and Stevens continue to expand their advantage over the second pack. Schofield now with a little bit of an advantage over Jim Goffrey. And here as our leaders come down to the bus stop, for a moment there, Peyton Long had managed to put the 104 car ahead of his teammate Tyler Stevens, but runs very wide through the bus stop, loses now 3 car lengths, and Tyler Stevens now at a definite disadvantage. As you said, Tom, the best passing opportunities are early here at Watkins Glen, as Schofield's going to lead Goffrey, Heineck, Perotti, Bobby Sack down into the chute.
Yeah, it's so hard to make a dent on a gap like that with this little time left in the race. These rest of these corners so quick. The battle for third, though, is still raging. Schofield has it. Goffrey and Heineck want it. Now they've eased away from the rest of that top 10 plus. And to duke it out for the 3 of them, Goffrey with a big run around the outside, a little bit of a cleaner exit for Schofield, but this is a decent little drafting zone with a realistic passing opportunity at the end of it. Oh, Goffrey pops to the inside at the last second, tries to maybe rattle Schofield a little bit, but it didn't work.
Nope, just not close enough. Schofield takes all of that extra runoff at the outside of turn 8, going to lead Goffrey and Heineck up the hill as our leaders come into the final 2 corners now. And, this was probably the best time for Peyton Long to open up an advantage over Tyler Stevens as they come onto the front straight for the final time. Peyton Long, he's going to take the win here in Spec Racer Ford. Margin of victory, 57 hundredths of a second. Brian Schofield will finish in 3rd. Jim Goffrey, 4th. Grant Heineck, 12 hundredths of a second back from Goffrey in 5th. Michael Perotti, Bobby Sack, Sandy Satullo, Connor Grant, Nick Leveroni will round out your top 10. Great to see Leveroni there with that top 10 finish after the problems he had in qualifying this morning. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. We're going to see them tomorrow for their feature race, scheduled to start at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time here at Watkins Glen. All right, let's make a final call for our next race group. Race group number 7, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 7, this is your final call to the grid. Tom, let's take a break. We'll come back. Fingers and toes tied and twisted for no yellow flags in our next race. And we'll be right back with more racing action here from Watkins Glen.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Watkins Glen International. Tom, it is now time for our production classes and B-Spec. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to have a split start. We've got our E-Production and F-Production racers behind pace car number 1, have our B-Spec and H-Production racers behind pace car number 2. Starting on the pole in group number 1 with qualifying time at 2:09.403 from Maiden, North Carolina in his E-Production Mazda MX-5, Tony Ave. Greg Kima in his Lotus Super 7 will start on the outside of the front row. He's out of Akron, Ohio, with Doug Weaver, in his F-Production Mazda Miata. That's a Jesse Prather Motorsports Hoosier Tire entry. He'll start third. Starting fourth, driving the number 44, Triumph GT6, our other E-Production racer, the Errant Racing entry of Anthony Parker. Starting fifth, driving the number 91, F-Production Driven Performance Mazda Miata, Peter Tonelli with James Gregorius. Starting sixth, he's in the number 09 F-Production Mazda RX-7. That's the Livonia Redemption Center's machine. Mark McAllister will start seventh. He's driving the 03 F-Production Mazda Miata from McAllister Signs and Jesse Prather Motorsports with Chris Copley in his F-Production AER Toyota Paseo starting in eighth. Starting ninth is Paul Sultanis driving the number 73 F-Production Nissan Nissan Sentra, and then rounding out the 10-car pack at the front, driving the number 78 F-Production Nissan 200SX, it's Roger Welling. Now let's move over to B-Spec and H-Production. We're starting on the pole today. Driving the Ratsport RP Performance Mini Cooper, Richard Roman. Chris Taylor starts on the outside of the front row. He drives the number 119 Babyface Fabrication Goodyear Chevy Sonic, and he hails from Elroy, Texas. Josh Schmidt in the number 19 Babyface Fabrication Chevy Sonic out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, will start third. Starting fourth is Stuart Black in the number 140 Bill Black Autosports Chevy Sonic with Max Lux Ramos driving the number 9 KRW Auto Service Mini Cooper. Will start in fifth position. Starting sixth is Zach Introne driving the number 11 Sripath Purpose Energy Mini Cooper with Eric Yeagle, our defending national champion in B-Spec, starting seventh. He's in the number 46 BFF Indy G-Lock Brakes Honda Fit. Then we've got Dan DeBell. He is your H-Production pole sitter. He drives the number 50 Bad Motor Racing Volvo 142 with Brian Price in his B-Spec Mazda 2, starting in ninth. Starting 10th, Thomas Tremper in a B-Spec Mini Cooper. That's the number 33 car. Then we've got H-Production Volkswagen Scirocco driver Joe Camilleri with Anthony Ruddy in his B-Spec Chevy Sonic. And finally, Fred McConnell driving the number 40 MG Midget, the Think Racing X Factor racing car, starting at the tail end of our second pack. As the pace cars on the pit lane for our first group, starter is looking over the field, and green flag is in the air, Tom, as our F-Production racers and E-Production racers head down into turn one. Tony Ave can have a little bit more power in his E-Production Mazda Miata than Kima's F-Production Lotus Super 7. And there you go, the Matt Reynolds Mazda Miata that's won 2 national championships, now driven by Tony Ave, will lead the field into turn number 1. Kima about to get swallowed up by a bunch of Mazda Miatas there, and the Triumph GT6 of Anthony Parker. As our second pack takes the green flag, and as they do, the H-Production midget of Fred McConnell pulls all the way up to the wall. Driver's right, never makes it down to turn 1. That field as they come through the S's, and it is the orange Mini Cooper of Rich Roman. He is going to lead the silver Chevy Sonic of Chris Taylor. That's the 119 machine. And then the burgundy or cinnamon colored 19 of Josh Schmidt. They are side by side, are the two teammates now coming out of the S's with Stuart Black and Max Lux Ramos behind. As we've got another driver, that is the Triumph GT6 our other E-Production racer of Anthony Parker now has to come to the stop at the bus stop, and he now continues.
Yeah, that looked like a intentional bailout. Josh Schmidt had a huge head of steam, but wasn't able to do anything with it for the lead on Rich Roman coming into the bus stop. Doug Weaver also had a beautiful start, and now Craig Kimo with some issues maybe in the laces back at turn 6 has slipped back to maybe 4th or 5th in F-Production. We'll catch that in a moment. But it's going to be Roman, Schmidt, Taylor, and I think Lux Ramos in the Mini Cooper also got to 4th in front of Eric Yeagle. No, Stuart Black has now gone through as well on Eric Yeagle. So it's going to be Roman, Schmidt, Taylor, Black, then Yeagle, as Lux Ramos goes defensive, and we're going to go full course caution, likely for our H-Production midget stranded on the front straight.
Well, and Tom, as I'm looking down, he has managed to get himself off the wall. He's actually in the grass to the inside of turn 1. There he is. Unfortunately, there's Armco there to keep him from getting over to the pit lane. So, yeah, indeed, that's going to bring out the full course caution as one of our safety cars that deployed. Hey, want to welcome Sam Doherty to the chat. Sam, of course, I think solo national champion this year, as he's talking about drifting his Honda Acti K truck here. And I don't know what more we could want from you, Sam. Tell us about the next Appalachian Hill Climb race you're going to be announcing. All right, so we are under full course caution. Your overall leader and leader in E-Production, that is Tony Ave. In F-Production, Doug Weaver, your leader in his Mazda Miata, with Peter Tonelli second, Mark McAllister in third, James Gregorius fourth. As you mentioned, Craig Kima definitely with some issues as he falls back to 6th overall. As our second pack now crossing the line, and as they do, Rich Roman is your leader in B-Spec with Chris Taylor, Max Lux Ramos. And as we look at Chris Taylor, let's look in the rearview mirror. I thought maybe for a moment that there was a mistake there, that perhaps we were just missing the 19 car of Scott Schmidt, and not Scott Schmidt, pardon me, Josh Schmidt. But no, he has fallen back a number of positions all the way towards the back of the B-Spec field. Here is he's had some challenges. Behind Lux Ramos is Stuart Black, then Eric Yeagle, Zach Intro, and Brian Price as well.
I'm taking a scrub back through our YouTube stream just to see what happened to Josh Schmidt, as there are 2 Schmidt racing cars out there, Chris Taylor at the wheel of the other, and they swapped back and forth enough that I lost track of who was who and where one of them went. But we're on board with Chris Taylor there in the second of those 2. Taylor is in the silver Chevy Sonic. Still Rich Roman, though, commanding the top of B-Spec since the beginning of the race.
Yeah, and there's Schmidt in the third to the last car in the line in the 19 car, and he's got I believe that's directly behind him is that, I believe, Anthony Ruddy in the 86 car, the red 86. So right at the tail end of the B-Spec field.
Yep, Greg, whatever happened, it happened between the bus stop and the outer loop, because they go into the bus stop with Josh Schmidt in second, and they come out of turn 6 the next time we see them with Josh Schmidt at the back of that group. So that explains some of that.
Well, I'm trying to get the corner. Unfortunately, I didn't hear what corner it happened at, but there may have been possibly some contact between the 2 teammates there in the 2 Chevy Sonics. Yeah, it sounded, Tom, sounds like the 2 cars might have come together possibly after they came out of the bus stop, heading down, heading into the laces of the boot.
Oops, a little bit of teammate on teammate action there.
Indeed.
In the negative sense.
I had a drink with them last night, Tom. I don't know if I want to go over there and have another. this evening. We'll find out a little bit more, hopefully.
So that means Roman and then Chris Taylor, the silver Sonic, that we see 2 cars in front of us. Max Lux Ramos, the white Mini Cooper, sits third. We're on board with Stuart Black. That is a white, black, and blue Chevy Sonic. Eric Yeagle just behind in the red Honda Fit. Then Zach Introne in the Mini Cooper. Past pro racing B-Spec champion Brian Price is in the black number 36 Mazda 2, the only Mazda 2 in the field here this weekend. And then we have Tremper, Schmidt, and Ruddy rounding out the B-Spec field. The good news is, under full course caution, specifically for Josh Schmidt, is he's not that far away from the top group, even though he sits back in 9th.
All right, and Tom, the lights are still on the safety car. Going to get one more lap under full course caution. And looking to see, I mean, it looks as though they have retrieved Fred McConnell's midget from turn 1. And it may just not have been quick enough. I think there may also be, we just had some of the emergency services teams leave the track between turn 1 and turn 2. Now, we are still showing debris flags over from what we call 1 Alpha, which is just before the grandstands by our turn 2 camera, and a little bit further up through the S's, and I don't know what might be there. This area right here. Yeah.
Well, the other car that's currently missing is Anthony
Ruddy
Parker in the Triumph GT6. That car has not come around in now 2 laps time. He didn't even complete the first lap. But I'm showing it on the pit lane, Greg. Maybe you a visual on it if it came that way.
Let me take a look. No, I don't see him on the pit lane, nor do I see him see if he had headed back towards the impound area. No, I don't see the car.
Huh.
But again, that car, the GT6, it had mechanical issues yesterday during the morning qualifying, and this morning when this group had their final qualifying session, neither of our e-production racers, neither Tony Ave or Parker, had come out for the session. So there may still be some lingering issues with that Triumph.
So that means in the front pack, Tony Ave there in the silver number 28 is the only e-production car in that whole train. Everybody else racing for position in F-production, all 8 of them, nose to tail, with Doug Weaver in the blue and green Miata sitting in the top spot over Peter Tonelli in the yellow Miata, then the white, number 03 of Mark McAllister, the former GT Light Mazda RX-7 of James Gregorius is in 4th, and then the pole sitter from F-Production, Craig Kima, is 5th back there in the Lotus Super 7. That could be an interesting driver to watch on the restart, as he's got some work to do, but was the quickest car. It wasn't by much, and it did take him a while to get there as well, so Doug Weaver is in a pretty good advantage right now in F-Production.
Yeah, and then we have a couple of the also ex-GT Light cars, Sultanas in his Sentra, Copley in his Toyota Paseo, and Roger Welling in his Nissan, just ahead of our B-Spec leaders, Roman, Taylor, and Lux Ramos.
I love these old, not old, but they are a little old silhouette tube frame cars, that trio of big, wide, boxy flares just in front of the B-Spec cars.
All right, real quick, Tom, before we go to Green Flag Racing, let me make a quick announcement here over the PA system, if I can. Attention in the paddock with the following Spec Racer Ford racers. Please bring your video cards to Tech. Driver of the number 15, the number 89, the number 52, the 168, the 68, the 40, and the 133 Spec Racer Fords. Please bring your video cards to the SCCA trailer in Tech. Again, Spec Racer Fords 15, 89, 52, 168, 68, 40, and 133 Spec Racer Fords. Please bring your video cards to the SCCA trailer in Tech. All right, Tom, with the lights out on the pace car now, we'll see if Tony Ave, we saw in Spec Racer Fords where Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long would slow the field down considerably. I don't think Tony Ave has that in mind. He's got a lot more juice than the F production cars do behind him. Although it looks like Rich Roman, B-Spec leader, might be trying to back his field up just a little bit as the green flag now in the air. We are back underway, and James Gregorius has one heck of a run down the front straight. He gets around Peter Tonelli now as they come down into turn one, and under braking though, the RX-7 a little bit earlier on the brakes. Tonelli in the 91 car side by side with Gregorius, and I think Tonelli's going to hold off the charge now as they come up through the S's.
And then in B-Spec, Chris Taylor is going to try to challenge for the lead. They're side by side are Taylor and Roman. Taylor's trying to shut the door, but Roman won't let him do it. Now here comes Stuart Black with a head of steam. Josh Schmidt is at the very back of that whole pack. There was some question in the chat whether he was still out there. Taylor now takes the top spot. Black goes with him. Roman gets freight trained as everybody agrees to try to pass him as best they can. Now they're going to go for the for the F production car. Roger Welling puts a couple of cars between. Actually, Welling's going to be that super heads up. Big tip of the hat to Welling to let the entire B-Spec field through. Really high quality move there. And that leaves the rest of them to battle into the outer loop.
All right, there you go. As they come on through, your new leader in B-Spec, it is Chris Taylor with Stuart Black second. Then our pole sitter, Rich Roman, now falling back into third. And, Tom, as we watch that sequence, as the B-Spec leaders were coming up through the S's, Chris Taylor gave no quarter whatsoever to Rich Roman, as Rich Roman was actually up on the curbing driver's left as they came through turn 3 just before the track switched back over to the right, for a right-hand turn there, and was just inches off his door. There was nothing that Roman could do in that situation. Now, as we jump back over to this F production battle with Weaver, McAllister, James Gregorius, and Craig Kima now trying to make his way underneath Gregorius, going into turn 9, where that little Lotus Super 7 is going to have a great ability to carry speed, and unfortunately just can't even get alongside the first-gen Mazda RX-7 and Gregorius as they come into 10.
Yeah, really interesting restart here, though, in F production, with McAllister up to second from third at the restart. Gregorius up to third in class from fourth on that restart. Kima trying to come forward. Peter Tonelli is the loser in the situation. He loses 3 spots from that restart. Here they come down into the braking zone for turn 1, starting lap number 5, and then across the start-finish line, Taylor, Black, Roman, Introne, Thomas Tremper, I think. Oh, no, that's Zach Introne that moved all the way up to fourth in class in the red Mini Cooper. Now has potentially a good dancing partner in Rich Roman in front of him. We've seen Roman and Zach's father, Steve, drive their way to championships in this formation in the past. Up the S's. Going to take quite a while for these B-Spec cars, maybe even losing a little bit of mile an hour right at the transition from turns 2 to 3. But it's a chess game. You have to position the car perfectly for the braking zone to give yourself the advantage. As James Gregorius has gone back to second there in F production through the bus stop.
Ooh, and Craig Kima tries to sneak underneath Mark McAllister, and McAllister came right across his nose coming out of the bus stop. He's now going to try to go the outside here as we jump back over to B-Spec quickly, as Chris Taylor now opening up about 4 car lengths on Stuart Black, Rich Roman, Zach Introne, and Max Lux Ramos. Tom, real quick, we are quite a bit past halfway. Let me make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day, and we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, race group 8, Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light, Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers, please head to the grid. Race group 8, Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light, T3 and T4. This is your first call to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action. We'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here in Small Bore in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
It's almost Slurpee time, Tom. All right, we're back here at Watkins Glen International, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brendan's looking at me wide, say that it's almost 7-Eleven. And as our B-Spec racers now, Stuart Black under attack from Rich Roman, or maybe Rich Roman's under attack by Stuart Black. That is the battle for second in B-Spec. Our entire B-Spec field now just behind the F-Production racers, Paul Sultanis and Chris Copley in those ex-GT Light cars. They are currently running 6th and 7th in that field, as Chris Taylor now has opened up about 4 car lengths on Roman and Black, who continue to race door to door here through the back half of the course.
A bit of a heartbreaker here. Zach Introne, who was running in the top 4 in that red Mini Cooper, something happened coming out of the toe of the boot. That car has no pace left in it. It's still moving under its own power, but his race looks about done. But the battle for second is raging between Rich Roman and Stuart Black. Those cars ebbing and flowing their strengths and weaknesses through that third sector. Black was able to pull ahead from turn 8 to turn 9, but Roman came back at him through the remainder of the lap. That's all given Chris Taylor quite a bit of an advantage. Now Roman has to deal with Max Lux Ramos as he settled back into third position. Lux Ramos in fourth. Eric Yeagle with a huge head of steam around the outside of turn 1, trying to get a sniff of the draft in that Honda Fit. The slightly lower displacement 1.5 liter. Look at the Chevy Sonics. They are just chugging away up the hill. Every time we're going uphill, looks like Advantage Sonic.
All right, as they head down into the bus stop now, and I think it might have been Kent Carter, another B-Spec racer in the chat, was asking why Steve Introne wasn't racing here this weekend, and I think earlier on in the season, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was actually at VIR. Oh, as Brian Price does what Brian Price does, which is go dirt track racing very often. I think Steve Introne was caught up in that incident that affected Eric Yeagle at VIR, if I remember correctly. And I don't want to say it was terminal, but the Honda Fit that Introne was racing early on in the season took considerable damage. And they're down to just this Mini Cooper that Zach has been racing this weekend. As we go on board now, Max Lux Ramos, look at that, slicing right underneath Stuart Black as they come through the toe of the boot. Lux Ramos coming off of 2 wins at the Paddock Crawl Regional at Lime Rock Park last weekend. And there you go, given the high sign, wants Stuart Black to pull up behind him and bump draft up to Rich Roman in the battle for second.
Yeah, Roman pulled that pass off around the outside effectively on the exit of the outer loop. The Mini's just mobbing the Sonic on this lap in particular. But again, there's still probably 2 laps in this race left for the B-Spec drivers. Tony Ave continuing to lead overall and in E-production well up the road in Sector 2. I don't think he's going to catch the B-Spec cars either in this race. So here they come through the final couple of corners. Stuart Black now with a move to the inside of turn 10, becomes the outside of turn 11. Oh, funky timing on that one. That might actually let the top 2 break away even a little bit more as the B-Spec cars really struggle to go side by side. That's Black popped out from the rest of the train off in the distance, trying to defend at turn 1. Going to keep Lux Ramos at bay. Eric Yeagle going to try to go with him. Contact between the 2 of them.
And then contact between Eric Yeagle and Lux Ramos as they go into turn 1. As Lux Ramos was shifted around a little bit as Stuart Black thought he had cleared the Mini Cooper. Now as they come through turn 1, and that now gives a little bit more clearance to Rich Roman ahead.
Eric Yeagle shoving Lux Ramos up the S's. But again, the Sonic just looks like it's right in the meat of the power band at the right moment up those S's. Black goes for defensive. Here comes Lux Ramos. Look at the upper left-hand corner of your screen. He goes driver's right. Yeagle looks driver's left. They nearly go 3 wide, but Black has to open the hands just a bit at the turn-in, holds off Lux Ramos. Doesn't lose much time for it either. That was beautifully defended.
Roman uses every last bit of that curbing and more. And you can see how tight Stuart Black was coming through the outer loop.
The other thing to keep in mind as you drive these B-Spec cars, you look at how tall they are, of course. They're relatively unmodified. They also don't have limited slip differentials, so you're constantly fighting inside wheel spin. You kind of see drivers sometimes drive through it. Other drivers like to square it up and get the car gripped. It looks like you really see the difference between the Chevy Sonic and the Mini Cooper in general with that thought in mind. Stuart Black now has to go defensive, having washed a little bit wide coming off the toe of the boot. He uses the extra bit of torque up the hill to defend on Lux Ramos, but Lux Ramos has a really good run on the inside of turn number 9. Turn 8 up to turn 9 now.
And probably one of the strangest occurrences I've seen today, and we've seen a lot, Tom. Fred O'Connell, driver of the number 40 MG Midget, has now just left the pit lane. He's completed his first lap, and he is now back underway, a full 6 laps down from our H production leader. There he is, Joe Camilleri, as our leader, overall leader. Now comes across the start-finish line. I believe we'll try and pick him up. Actually, no, he hasn't come by yet. He's coming up into turn 9. Is Tony Ave. Next time he crosses the start-finish line, he'll get the white flag. So 2 more laps for our B-Spec racers.
Working their way through turn 1. Here comes Max Lux Ramos once again, trying to make some progress and get as close as possible to draft Stuart Black up the hill. The best battle is for 3rd as Roman has pulled away from them. Eric Yeagle is your defending national champion. He's in the red Honda Fit running 5th. Doesn't look like that Honda Fit has a particular strength around here anywhere, but he's ready to be opportunistic if he gets the opportunity. Black, you can see him checking the mirror. Is he going to make it? Nope, I got the corner clean. He gets to focus on a good bus stop and maybe see if he can bring the battle back to Rich Roman.
Yeah, and as they come out of the bus stop, Black not having to worry as much about Lux Ramos behind as our leader there, Chris Taylor, with almost 15 car length advantage now over Rich Roman. Lux Ramos and, oh my gosh, sorry about that. Lux Ramos and Eric Yeagle just about 2 or 3 car lengths back. And look who's got a charge on his way back there, Josh Schmidt, who's currently sitting 6th in the class. I think he's in that conversation as well, or can be, as we get towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it's a great point. It did take him a little bit to get through on Brian Price, as now Lux Ramos gets a run through turn 8. It's a drag race between the 2. I think the Sonic's going to come back at him pretty strong up this hill. Just about there is where the crest is, and here comes Yeagle. They're 3 wide into turn 8.
Yeagle to the inside. Lux Ramos tucks it back behind Stuart Black, and Black sweeps around the outside of turn 8. Can he hold the line He does. He'll have the inside line. He'll have position going into turn 9 now as they come up the hill, as Black really gives Eric Yeagle no quarter, and Lux Ramos for the second time has really nowhere to go. But there is Josh Schmidt, drifts a little bit through turn 9, and now only a car length and a half back from that battle currently for, well, what is the battle for third.
Still a podium spot on the line. You can still have Doug Weaver, Craig Kima, and James Gregorius running in that order at the top 3 of E Production, and then Ave leading overall. But this B-Spec battle is worth watching. By the way, at the back of F Production, those two, you keep catching them in the camera shots. They're duking it out between Sultanas and Copley, the Paseo and the Sentra drivers, having their own little duel.
All right, Fred McConnell decided, well, 2 laps might be enough. He comes down the pit lane. I'm sure he was trying to try and figure out whatever ails that car if it's ready to go for tomorrow. All right, as our leader now, Tony Ave, coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. Starter looks over and checkered flag in the air, taking the E-Production win. Tony Ave in the number 28 Mazda MX-5.
Last time we saw him, Eric Yeagle had a great draft. He's right there on the back of Stuart Black. Now one of the F Production cars, a little bit slower, maybe becoming a factor for this podium battle in B-Spec. Rich Roman is the first driver to have to deal with it as Chris Taylor cleared them back into the bus stop.
Yeah, that's the Nissan of Sultanas that they're coming up on right now, and that may have blunted the charge there of Rich Roman as he now ends up having to slop behind. That is going to bring Stuart Black, Eric Yeagle, and Max Lux Ramos that much closer now as they head through the final corners, come into the toe of the boot.
Jumping on board with Stuart Black, watch him run down Rich Roman just up this hill. Again, different strengths and different weaknesses. He's saying, help me go get him. Help me go get him. Look at Eric Yeagle, gives him a big old shove up in the upper left-hand corner. You can just see behind our timing tower that Honda Fit was huge in his mirror for a second. Into the braking zone for turn 8. There's only 3 corners left. None of them are great passing opportunities, but the race isn't over here in B-Spec as they still have those couple corners to go. Oh, and Stuart Black points Yeagle by. What's going on here?
And Lux Ramos as well. And Stuart Black, he's had mechanical issues all season long. He had issues during the first qualifying yesterday, Tom, and had some early retire, and I believe had mechanical issues just a few weeks ago at the June sprints. And he now, on the very last lap, sees his race drive by him. That is going to now move Eric Yeagle up in the 3rd position. He's going to take the final podium spot behind Chris Taylor, who is your B-Spec winner. Rich Roman finishing 2nd, and I take that back. Max Lux Ramos comes across the line ahead of Eric Yeagle. Oh, no, sorry. We've got a whole bunch of timing and scoring issues to work out here. Eric Yeagle will finish 3rd. Lux Ramos will finish 4th. Josh Schmidt 5th. Brian Price, Tom Tremper, Stuart Black will finish in 8th position. Anthony Ruddy in the Chevy Sonic is going to finish, I believe, a full lap down in Sac Intro, and of course, a couple laps back after his mechanical issues. In H Production, Joe Camilleri does take the win, with Fred McConnell only completing 1 lap. In F Production, Doug Weaver, margin of victory, 21 seconds over Craig Kima in his Lotus Super 7. Peter Tonelli will finish 3rd, and Gregorius, who was right there at the end, about 3 car lengths back when they crossed the start-finish line. Mark McAllister will finish in 5th. All right, that wraps things up for small bore production. We've got 1 more race to go here, Tom. Final call to the grid for race group 8, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, T3 and T4. This is your final call. Race group 8, STU, STL, T3, T4. Please head to the grid. All right, well, tell you what, we're going to take a final break, but before we do that, I want to remind everybody that we're going to have a full day of racing tomorrow here from Watkins Glen. The action starts at 8:30 a.m. We're going to kick things off with Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. It's a feature race day, 15 laps for 35 minutes for 8 race groups. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back here in a few moments with our last 25-minute sprint race here today in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I'll wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
Oh, it's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here, and my husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
And we're back here at Watkins Glen. It is the last race of the day here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour course. Got a lot more racing action for you tomorrow starting at 8:30 a.m. 8 feature races to be exact. But next up, it is Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, as well as Touring 3 and Touring 4. And once again, we're going to have a split start. We've got our Super Touring racers behind the first pace car. We've got our Touring racers behind the second. Let's run down the Super Touring racers first. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 80 Lotus Exige, it's Richard Estacio, with Darren Treacle starting right alongside, driving the number 70 BMW 325. Jorge Nazario in the 165 STU Mazda Miata will start third, with Anthony Garacci in the number 31 Exige starting in fourth. Starting fifth, David Brand, also in a Krug Speed Lotus Exige, the number 3 machine, starting fifth, with Joe Christensen in the number 144 STU Honda Civic, starting sixth. Starting seventh, David Nagler in the number 51 Lotus Exige, he starts seventh. And starting eighth, Hugh Stewart in the number 23 BMW M3. John Weisberg, our guest here up in the booth today, he will start ninth in the number 40 BMW Z4. That's another STU machine. And then our STL pole sitter, Nick Lavaroni in his Mazda Miata, will start 10th. Derek Ketchy will start 11th. He's in an STL Honda Civic. That's the number 15 machine. Starting 12th is Amy Mills in her Flat Out Motorsports STL Mazda Miata. Starting 13th in STL, the number 24 Honda S2000 at Gonzalo Aponte, with Matt Rook in his STU BMW 325, starting in 14th position. Starting 15th is Deacon Greenfield in his STL Honda CRX, with Benham Abernethy in the number 133 STL Mazda MX-5, starting 16th. Jim Schlechter in his STU Nissan 300CX will start 17th, with Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 STU Mazda Miata, starting 18th. Then we've got Michael Reese starting 19th, with Alex Rubenstein starting 20th, Tom Kirchman and Cody Connolly rounding out that STU and STL field. Let's move over now to the Touring 3 racers, where we've got Marshall Mast. He is your pole sitter in his Touring 3 Ford Mustang. That's the number 10 machine, with William Bolt alongside in the number 115 Touring 3 Nissan 350Z. Then we got Daniel Moen in his Touring 3 Ford Mustang starting in third position alongside the Touring 3 number 72 Mazda MX-5 of Colin Duffy. Ben Schlechter will start in his Nissan 350Z in fifth position, with Andrea King right alongside in the Touring 3 BMW 330 CI. Then we got Edward Karabek in the number 39 Touring 3 BMW 330i alongside Austin Levesque in his number 88 Touring 3 Toyota GT86. And then rounding out the field, row number 5, starting 9th, it's the number 09 Touring 4 Mazda 3i of Gabe Fairback and Dina Weisberg in her Touring 3 BMW 330 CI. As the lights are out on the first pace car, Tom, bringing our Super Touring racers a whole slew, I think probably more Krug Speed Lotus Exiges than we've ever seen at a Super Tour before, with Darren Treacle in his BMW holding up the charge for the Germans now as they come on to the front straight. Engines rev up, starter looks over the field, and no start. The start has been waved off here for our first group. So we are now back to a full course caution, and they will come around and we'll start 2 by 2 again, but that 25-minute clock has been started. Now the important thing is for the second group behind that second safety car, second pace car, that pace car likely will stay out and keep the second pack behind so that there's no question that they are not going to get a start either.
Yeah, hard to tell from that camera angle what went wrong exactly, as the field looked fine from where we're sitting, but obviously we're on the other complete end of the straightaway.
Right.
I did note real quick on the grid there, Jorge Nazario, after the mechanical failure in qualifying 2 a little bit earlier today, not on the grid, unfortunately, but the top 3 now, it would have been the top 4 in STU, covered essentially on the same second there in qualifying. Then 5th through 8th on the same 6/10ths in qualifying. So good battles probably incoming at the top of STU and all through that top 10 out of the 13 cars that are entered. A big grid there in STU. Then in STL, a very similar situation other than Nick Leveroni, who pretty much put his stamp on the field in qualifying by about 1.6 seconds. But then Derek Ketchie, Emmy Mills, Gonzalo Aponte, and Deacon Greenfield all on the same second or so as well. So the good battle in the podium range for STL. And once again, similar story in Touring 3. Marshall Mast was dominant in qualifying, but Dan Moen, Colin Duffy, Ben Schlechter, and William Bolt all on the same 1.5 seconds, give or take. So I'm really looking forward to this race. We're going to have quite a bit to keep track of. But this will mean a little bit less time for the drivers to sort things out, as we're likely going to be looking at, I would guess, maybe something closer to 21 minutes of green flag racing by the time we come around.
All right, indeed. And hey, want to thank Red Otter in the chat, who I think, Tom, we have our associate producers. I think Red Otter ought to be our official spotter here today. He's given us a lot of information that we're not even getting from race control. So thank you, kind sir, or woman, or ma'am, for all your help here today. All right, so we did have, Tom, coming through here, the 10 car. That is Marshall Mast in his Ford Mustang. I don't believe he's sitting at the front of our touring car field any longer, because he made the cut through as that field came through the outer loop. He cut right down the shortcut, and I think he likely has the car sitting off the track somewhere. We'll double check that if we can here in just a few moments, as we may need an ambulance for our producer Brendan Kazmarek, who just absolutely floored himself, literally. All right, field now coming out of turn 9. That's our super touring field. Jordan, we've got the second pack coming into the heel of the boot now. Real quick, can we just take a quick look over there and see if the Mustang is? Well,
he's there.
He's there. I don't know what the call was. It just came over the radio. So we'll try and track that now. As our front pack now pace car heading back. Well, there was no pace car for this next lap around. As our leaders. And this time we get the green flag, and we are underway with Richard Estacio, Darren Treacle on the front row. Our top 3 racers move away from the rest of the field. Estacio, Treacle, and Anthony Garacci, who had that off in qualifying today. Looks like they've gotten that car straightened out. David Brand slotting behind as now Treacle gets swallowed up. We've got the yellow Exige. That's Estacio. Garacci's in the orange, number 31. Darren Treacle in that blue BMW, the Treacle Insurance entry. Then David Brand, Joe Christensen in the Civic, and Nagler behind.
And it was a good.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I was just going to say it was a good start for John Weisberg, who picked up 2 spots. But now we get to our touring start. Marshall Mast leads them to the start. All touring 3 cars except for 1 down towards turn 1.
All right, green flag in the air now as those racers head into turn 1, and Mast, who has been the class of the field all weekend long, jumping out to a 4-car length advantage now as they head down into the 90, into turn number 1. William Bolt, Dan Moe, and Ben Schlechter behind.
Oh, an instant replay here of Rich Estacio. Oh, loses it. Very similar incident to Anthony Girazzi. Ends up in the exact same spot very nearly. And now a big spin for Derek Ketchie out of STL, battling for a podium spot. Both cars uncollected by anybody else, I think. But those Exiges look like they are an absolute handful coming into the bus stop on lap 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we saw from Garacci during the qualifying session today. He was a little bit more lazy of a spin, but it was right at the opening of the qualifying session as he had cold tires. And same thing now from Estacio. And it sounds like Estacio now has pulled that car off, and he's not going, and he's pulled it alongside the wall there. And it looks like his race is now done.
That's a tough one. I think those Lotuses, they have a reputation for being incredible with handling, obviously, and you kind of assume with that it's easy to get them to go fast, but they are not easy cars to drive at all. And they're getting old now as well. They're getting up to maybe 20 years old or so. So they are, much lower tech than a lot of the other people are used to. A lot of people are used to with a more modern race car. So, kind of give him his credit there. I can see how that happens, but that does mean that Anthony Girazzi takes over the lead. He got his mistake out of the way much earlier in the day, and now resumes the top spot over Darren Treacle. David Brand settles into third in the first of the 2 yellow Exeges now over Joe Christensen. David Nagler is the second of the 2 yellow Exeges, and Hugh Stewart, newly running in STU after years and years in Touring 1, clinging onto the back there in the top 6. Had a side-by-side battle for the top spot in STL as well. Nick Leveroni and Gonzalo Aponte duking it out. Here they come into the bus stop.
Aponte in the S2000. And the Mazda MX-5, that is the flat-out motorsports entry of Leveroni. Leveroni was your 2019 Touring 4 national champion. He holds off Aponte now as they come through the bus stop. With the next STL car is Amy Mills in the 114 there with the pink roof with Deacon Greenfield, I believe, in the CRX, very close behind. Now, those two had a great run last year at the runoffs in STL for the first half of the race. Then Amy Mills was able to pull away, but at least early on here, that number 32 CRX looking quite strong.
Nice battles all through STU, including the one right in the middle of those leaders in STL. And I mentioned John Weisberg had a really good start. Something must have happened on the first lap a little bit later on, as he's all the way back into 7th in class, 9th overall, and behind the cars that he had raced against early. He just got through on Matt Rook and is now driving up towards the leaders in STL. That's the really dark colored car, 3 cars back in this shot. But they're separating the top 2 from STL and the next 2 in STL. Can be maybe on the back foot a bit for Weisberg, as he's now got to navigate the S2000 of Gonzalo Aponte and Nick Leveroni, who started to pull away maybe 5 car lengths advantage to Leveroni.
All right, is Derek Ketchy and Alex Rubenstein now very close proximity. Rubenstein making up a lot of ground. Oh, and we've got a retirement here early on. Joe Christensen pulls off at the access road at the exit of turn 1. Christensen, who was running 3rd overall, 3rd in STU in his blue Honda Civic, now retires that car. That's going to move David Brand now up into 4th position with David Nagler in 5th.
Yeah, this is interesting. The podium spots in STU are kind of blown wide open right now with the retirement from pole sitter Rich Estacio, and then also from the DNS for Jorge Nazario. Those 2 in the top 3 on the grid. This means that drivers like David Brand, David Nagler, Hugh Stewart, John Weisberg, all within the shot, maybe within the conversation at least, for a podium finish, as the top 2 have pulled away by about 7 or 8 seconds over the rest of the field.
And Aponte grabbing a whole bunch of dirt on the outside of the exit curbing at the bus stop with Matt Rook in his BMW 325 behind, as well as Amy Mills and Deacon Greenfield. It certainly didn't help Aponte's run down through the outer loop, as Amy Mills looks like she has been able to dispatch the CRX of Greenfield.
We also kind of had to gloss over this at the moment with how many things were happening, but Derek Ketchy had spun and was completely backwards and kind of pirouetting down the racetrack the last time we saw him. He was recovered and is still within striking distance of the podium, having started in the front row for STL. That's the silver 8th Gen Honda Civic coming through the apex of turn 8. You don't get away with one at Watkins Glen very often, but he did. He's now charging back to your point, Amy Mills in 3rd, is 2 cars up the road. And Deacon Greenfield, 1 car up the road, the red CRX just in front, is 4th.
All right, Tom, real quick, I got a quick announcement here to make. Attention in the paddock, with the driver of the number 36 B-Spec car. Please see the race director and tech. And with the driver of the number 33 B-Spec car, please see the race director and tech. Drivers of the number 36 and number 33 B-Spec cars, please see the race director.
Back in the field just a little bit, touring 3-wise, Marshall Mast has driven away by a couple of, actually it's looking like close to maybe 20 seconds at this point, but Dan Moen, William Bolt, separated by only 0.6 of a second. Last time they crossed the timing loop, still battling for second. Here they are coming into the final corner. It's Mustang versus 350Z, and they've gained a bit of an advantage over Colin Duffy's MX-5 up onto the front straight here. I'll correct that. That was 11 seconds advantage to Mast. I don't want to blow it out of proportion. Oops.
No, not at all. You don't want him to get a big head about this.
Right, exactly. Look at the commitment from that was Colin Duffy's ND MX-5 doing his best cosplay as a spec MX-5 all the way out to the wall at turn 1, trying to keep up. I mean, that's one of the smallest displacement cars in Touring 3. Just inherently probably at a slight disadvantage at certain spots on this racetrack, and the pace is okay. But he's got to do things like that to try to maintain as much momentum as possible versus some of the bigger motor cars you can see driving maybe a little bit more traditionally.
Yeah, and that ND car, it's classed, I think, both in Touring 4 as well as Touring 3. And the feeling in Touring 4 is it's always been maybe a little bit too heavy for the class and just has not been able to match the pace. And it's not, I don't think they have enough data behind it for the Club Racing Board to do anything about it. It's a slightly more competitive in Touring 3, but as you said, he's really got to wheel that car because it just does not have any oomph there compared to some of the other cars like these Mustangs.
Right, that is the reality. I mean, these are garage-built cars. They are not homologated race cars like you see in pro racing now, which means, in a way, you kind of know what you're going to get when you build it into a race car, but you sort of also have to build it into a race car and come prove it to get it classified. There's only so much they can do by pulling numbers out of the air for what the factory numbers of these cars are. So that's sort of the reality of touring racing. Touring 3, I'd love to have seen over the last decade the expansion of this class and how it's really blown up in popularity with these, 15 to 25-year-old sports cars of different types. And that battle for second in Touring 3 still raging between the two, Daniel Moen and William Bolt, just up the road from the car we were last talking about. Into the final corner now. Moen still has the position, but William Bolt, having won Touring 2 a little bit earlier today, he's looking racy. He's glued to the back bumper of the Mustang.
Yeah, and the Nissan 350Z is showing a lot more pace in the last couple of years, Tom, as we're talking about getting the data behind to make sure that the correct balance of performance can be assigned. The 350Z is running a little bit wider tire at the rear now than they had for a number of years. It was something that change that had been made to the 370Z, finally made it down to the 350Z. And, we're seeing here is William Bolt had a very good qualifying session, and he's definitely bringing the challenge to the Mustang ahead.
Speaking of challenge, at the front of the field, Darren Treacle has been setting faster laps just slightly than Anthony Girazzi, and now is within 2 seconds again between the front-running Lotus Exige and the BMW, and then this battle for third is about to be 4 cars deep. It's already 3 cars deep. David Brand in the first of the 2 yellow Lotuses is in third. David Nagler is in fourth. Then Hugh Stewart in the blue BMW is fifth. And then the much darker BMW Coupe of John Weisberg is on a charge. He's the fastest of those 4 cars, but he's obviously got the most distance to cover to get himself back towards podium contention.
All right, as that group now makes their way down into turn 1, as Treacle and Girazzi about 17 seconds up the road. I think they are getting over towards the bus stop now. Yeah, here they come, and Treacle definitely starting to close the gap down.
Look how pointy the Lotus is. You see it just dive into the opposite direction at the middle of the bus stop. Treacle, obviously the much bigger, more traditional style touring car BMW. Both of these cars with pro racing histories. I don't know exactly what races Anthony Girazzi's has done, but they used to run these cars in World Challenge. And then about 10 years earlier, Darren Treacle's car used to also race in World Challenge. It's kind of what this class was designed for, to catch cars like that and obviously encourage others to build new ones. Treacle a little bit slower on this lap in sector 2, it looks. Yeah, it lost about 0.6 in that sector, so the Lotus certainly quicker in those twisty bits.
All All right, Tom, we're a little bit past halfway here. We got about 9.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's take our final break. And when we come back, we'll take everybody here to the checkered flag for Super Touring and Touring here at Watkins Glen. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce.
You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Attention the paddock, would driver the number 05 F production car please see the race director in tech. Driver the number 05 F production car, please see the race director in tech. All right, we're back here at Watkins Glen, our final race of the afternoon. Of course, we're going to go all over again. 8 feature races tomorrow morning starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But first, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light T3 and T4, as we're watching the battle for the lead now in STU. That's between the orange Lotus Exige of Anthony Garacci, the blue BMW of Darren Treacle, as they're coming up on some slower BMW traffic now, and I believe that is Ed Karabeck in the 39 machine that they're coming up on and have just gotten around going into the toe of the boot.
And Greg, traffic here is really challenging because so many of these cars can go so fast through these corners. The speeds are very similar, and there's not a lot of speed variation, meaning there's not a big braking zone where you can just pass somebody in a faster car when you come up on them as in their slower car. So you just saw right there how close Anthony Garacci came to the back of that Touring 3 BMW, and that's something they're going to have to keep in mind for the last 5 minutes of this race as they get that little trickle of lapped cars. The battle for third also in STU is still hot between Brand, Nagler, Stewart, and Weisberg, with Nagler and Stewart swapping spots a couple of times during the break. And by the way, over in STL, Derek Catchy has gotten all the way back up to second, running in front now of Deacon Greenfield, Gonzalo Aponte, and Amy Mills. Here's that battle for battle for third in STU.
Third. And last time through, Nagler was able to close that gap down to a little bit less than a second. was able to knock all of Tom 6/1000ths of a second off of David David Brand's advantage here as they come out of the final corner. But Nagler looks like he's made up some more ground here just in the last couple of corners as they come on to the front straight.
Sure did. Yeah, a little slip for David Brand coming off of turn 9, and now they're going to go for a braking duel. Here comes Nagler on the brakes down into turn 1. Brand fades his direction and tries to spook him out of it, and it works. Now this is going to give a huge run of steam to Hugh Stewart, I think. Look at the BMW lurking in the background, coming
Big
up quick.
hole in the air for the BMW.
Oh, muscles him out of the way, just gives him a hip check. That was big stuff. Holy cow, good save for David Brand. He's back 2 spots, though. Oh, sorry, that was David Nagler.
Nagler, I think, that ended up going. And was there contact there, Tom? I didn't necessarily see it, but Nagler certainly, like, he didn't even know the BMW was there. Just moved all the way over to driver's left. Let's take a look at it again. Oh, yeah, there might have been contact.
If there wasn't, you're right. It was a big move to the left while turning right into that big compression at the bottom of the S's. So Hugh Stewart now up to 4th. Looks like David Brand, was the one that slipped back, and he maybe is on the back foot a little bit.
Yep, indeed. So, so Nagler makes it through and now has moved up into 3rd position after having run 4th. As they are coming up on the Toyota 86 just ahead. That is Austin Levesque out of Amsterdam, New York. And Levesque driving the number 88 Touring 3 car.
Cody Connolly's MX-5 is in there as well. Just lets them through. Hugh Stewart, I don't remember if he had the headlights on, but they're blazing now as he's trying to race for a podium.
We've got a big development here as Marshall Mast has brought his Touring 3 Ford Mustang onto the pit lane. And I think we're going to have a new race leader here in Touring 3 momentarily, as William Bolt, indeed, in his Nissan 350Z, is your new leader. And the next time, whether it be Bolt or whether it be, well, actually, I guess the Super Touring folks are up at the front. Next time, Anthony Garaggi or Darren Treacle or David Nagler, when they see the starter stand, they'll get the 1-to-go flag here as we're working the penultimate lap.
Ooh, that gap has not changed. Treacle a little bit behind in the bus stop that time as we catch them just on camera. We had missed the position change between William Bolt and Daniel Moan during the break, I think, in Touring 3, but Moan did take over the second spot. Bolt took over the second spot, which now becomes the first spot and is driven away by about 5 seconds. So he's comfortably in the lead in Touring 3 now as Anthony Girazzi clears one of the further back STL cars. Puts a lap down on that lower class machine. Darren Treacle is going to be able to clear him pretty easily on this next straightaway as well, but I think the opportunities for Darren Treacle have just kind of fizzed away at the very latest stages of this race. He kept him honest. Girazzi still has to nail these final 4 corners.
All right, it's Girazzi now. When he comes onto the straight, be 1 more lap to go. But yeah, it looks like just at the wrong time, the BMW of Darren Treacle just starting to fade ever so slightly. And with William Bolt taking over the lead in Touring 3, he's got over a 6-second advantage on Dan Moen in his Ford Mustang for what was a very close race early on. Colin Duffy now falling back another almost 4 seconds in 3rd position. In STL, Nick Leveroni with a almost 7-second advantage over the Civic of Derek Ketchy. Amy Mills 10 seconds back. Gonzalo Ponte. We might want to check in with Aponte in the Silver S2000 in Greenfield in that Honda CRX. Of course, that is a battle right off the podium, battle for 4th, but seems to be closing up here as Greenfield making up some ground on the S2000 now.
Yeah, less than a second apart at the last sector time. They're over in sector 3, maybe in the last couple corners. The battle between the pair of Hondas with about 20 years difference between, and Gonzalo Aponte has the position still. Deacon Greenfield in the CRX just behind by about 5 car lengths, and they're still within sight of Amy Mills, who has the final podium spot, running in 3rd. Greenfield looks really strong in this final couple corners, though. The high speed of that CRX, maybe a little bit more confidence inspiring than the rear-wheel drive S2000.
And it looks, Tom, where the CRX probably lets Greenfield down, or is in straight line speed there, as he loses a number of car lengths down the front straight.
Yeah, quite a few, really.
Yeah.
And right behind them, Benham Abernathy, double dipping that SMX car, is kind of keeping himself within sight of his closest competition as well in that much lesser prepared NC MX-5.
All right, Anthony Garacci now coming out of the final corner onto the front straight. And he's now got a very large advantage over Darren Treacle. And as they come to the line, taking the win in STU, it is Anthony Garacci out of Glen Head, New York, in his Lotus Exige. Darren Treacle on the last lap managed to make up a couple of tenths, actually closed things down to only a 1.5 seconds. Was almost a half second faster than Garacci. Not enough, not soon enough. Treacle will finish 2nd in his Treacle Insurance BMW 325. David Nagler should be one of the next racers to cross the line. He should be coming in 3rd, and he does. Hugh Stewart only 0.2 seconds back, just off the podium. John Weisberg gets around David Brand, and so Weisberg works his way up to 5th, Tom. And David Brand, who with a couple laps remaining was sitting in 3rd position, he'll finish 6th in STU. Let's move over to Touring 3, where, well, the 115 car of William Bolt working his last lap. He's coming down into the heel of the boot now, with Daniel Moe and Colin Duffy a number of seconds behind. We'll check back in with them in just a few moments as Nick Leveroni in the number 37 STL Mazda Miata. Where is he? He's already, I think, taken the checkered flag, so Nick Leveroni wins STL. Derek Ketchy will finish 2nd. Amy Mills will finish 3rd. Gonzalo Aponte holding off Deacon Greenfield for 4th position. And now if we move over to Touring 3, the 115 of William Bolt coming out of the final corner now. He'll take the win in Touring 3. Daniel Moen, 6.5 seconds behind, will finish in 2nd. Colin Duffy will finish in 3rd. Ben Schlechter in the number 87 Alien Force Racing Nissan 350Z. He will finish in 4th, about 10 seconds back from Duffy. All right, Tom, that's going to wrap up our first day of racing here from Watkins Glen. Tomorrow, we've got 8 feature races, 15 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. We're going to kick things off at 8:30 a.m. with Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. And hopefully we'll see a little cleaner racing tomorrow. Want to thank our special guest, John Weisberg, who just completed his race here, for joining us up in the booth. We may see him tomorrow, and I think we've got a couple other special guests lined up. So for Tom O'Gorman, for Brendan Kazmarek, our producer from DriversEye Live, and of course Jordan Worth, our director, I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.